All praise to the Most High, Yah. Praise, Yah. Everything you allow, what am I allow? Only cause of your will. Yours will be done. And you allow us to walk in it still. So, Yah, your will be done. Thank you for life. Thank you for eyes. Thank you for sight. Yeah. Praise your name, get me through every fight. Thank you for wrong, it made me know right. Thank you for dark, cause it made me know light. Thank you for days, it mean me make it through the night. Thank you for grace, it get me through every plight. Thank you for death, cause in you, me appreciate life. Satisfied with where you give, cause where you give, I'm more than what you need. So don't let your greed satisfied with where you give, cause where you give, I'm more than what you need. So don't let your greed. Thank you cause me don't put money first. Thank you cause you tie faith to the works. Thank you cause you form flesh from the dirt. Me thank you for the healing but come from the earth. Thank you cause you allow me to put you first. Thank you cause you tie faith to the works. Thank you cause you form flesh from the dirt. Overall me thank you for you. Satisfied with where you give, where you give, cause where you give, I'm more than what you need. So don't let your greed satisfied with where you give, cause where you give, I'm more than what you need. So don't let your greed. Thank you for life, thank you for eyes, thank you for sight. Praise your name, you get me through every fight. Thank you for wrong, it made me know right. Thank you for dark, cause it made me know light. Thank you for days, mean to make it through the night. Thank you for grace, you get me through every plight. Thank you for that, cause in you, me appreciate life. Satisfied with where you give, cause where you give, I'm more than what you need. So don't let your greed satisfied with where you give, cause where you give, I'm more than what you need. So don't let your greed satisfied with where you give, cause where you give, I'm more than what you need. So don't let your greed satisfied with where you give. Sing for Amaya, where you give, I'm more than what you need. So don't let your greed satisfied. Blessings, what you say? I just blessings. Okay, blessings. Yes, yeah, I'll be your blessings. Blessings, over and over again. I just blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I'll be your blessings. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I'll be a blessing. Even when I'm stressing, I'll be a blessing. I'm taking every lesson as a blessing to increase my abaya. Me a blessing, I'll be a blessing. Every breath is a blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I'll be your blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I'll be your blessing. From I have mouth for talk, that a blessing. I'm a foot for walk, another blessing. Me no outline with chalk, add up the blessings. And me heart no dark, cause of the blessing. Cause me know who bless me, and who not left me. When me wrong, me know who correct me. Through the valley of the shadow of death, y'all take me. And then him bless me. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I'll be your blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I'll be your blessing. Genesis 12 and 2. And I will make of thee a great nation, and I will bless thee and make thy name great, and thou shalt be a blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I'll be your blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I'll be your blessing.
Wow. Woo.
That's the shofar. Hasharam Tazama, the Ten Commandments. Ra'ah, Yahaya, Rakah, Alahayim, Akarayim, Iopinia. No and not have other gods before me. La'ah, Thayasha, Lakah, Pasah, Wala'ah, Thayobadma. No or not thou make graven images to serve them. La'ah, Thalaqah, Sham, Yahweh, Ba, Shiwa. No or not thou take the Most High's name in vain. Zakar, Ha-Yuam, Ha-Shabbat, La, Kodashwa. Remember the Sabbath day, keep it holy. Kabal, Abakah, Wa, Makah, honor your father and mother. La'atha, Latazak, no and not thou murder. La'atha, Kanab, no and not thou adultery. La'atha, Ganab, no and not thou steal. La'atha, Anashikar, no and not thou testify falsely. La'atha, Kamad, Kala, Shira, La, Rakaya. No and not thou covet, which is our neighbors. Selah, hallelujah. Amen.
Praise Yah. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Selah. Thank you, Elder. Hallelujah.
Hashira.
And everything you should do is in Yah's name. You've got to do everything that he says in his name.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
Romans 11:5. That's what we was talking about, that remnant.
Praise Yah. Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Thank you, Yah.
Praise Yah.
Yes.
Shalom! Welcome to Mashiach's Assembly! Don't forget, shoes off at the door!
Respect y'all's house.
Hey, my eyes so. Hey, my eyes so. Toraba, ya. Toraba, ya. Praise Yah!
Praise Yah.
We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. For your name is great and greatly to be praised. Praise Yah. Praise Yah.
All praise to the Most High. Hold on. Let me see if my mic level. All praises to the Most High. Shabbat Shalom, everyone worldwide. Give me a second. I'll be on the screen in 1 second. Shabbat Shalom. Hold on. Let me get to the chat. Shalom. All right. My mic level. I can go up a little bit. All right. Shabbat is the 7th day. And Moses said, remember forever, right? 4th commandment of the 10, the Sabbath day, the Shabbat day, the Sabbath day, the 7th day, day 1 to day 7, all right? Moses said, remember this forever, keep it holy and sanctified, all right? So from evening to evening is the first day. This is all in Barashayat, Genesis, all right? So peace and blessings, Shalom means peace and blessings of the Most High. And Shabbat is the 7th holy day. So Shabbat Shalom means peace and blessings to the Most High and the set apart holy day. All right. Yeah, it's a black screen for everybody. I'm I'm getting myself together. I learned I can get myself together without being on the screen. That's a new thing I just figured out. So that's good. I'll be on the screen in 1 second. And put my battle rag on. All right. Get my hair a little bit together. All right. Shalom, Yashala Shalom. Thank you, daughter of Yah, for the super sticker I humbly receive. Daughter of Yah, Yashala Yah. All right. Can I do that? Yeah, there you go. Thank you, daughter of Yah, humbly receive. All right. So now let me bring my butt on the screen. I found out something new. I found a new trick. when I'm not on time, I'm like, oh, I found that I could talk without. It's kind of ethereal if you think about it, right? Like we can hear Unc, but we can't see him. All right, praise and blessings to the Most High to you all. I wish I could scroll up to see all of everybody who's here so far. I can't. But shout out to brother, what's his name? I think Michael Knight. I forgot to shout him out last time. He was there early. Sister Phyllis Richards. All right, to everybody. All right, so I can't scroll all the way up to see who was here early. All right, let's get started. Yes, what do you say, Unc? I got a suggestion. Could you do a series on like you've done with the Greek and Roman, but from, that's a good series. Let's fly. Yeah, I'll put that together. All right. Yeah, that'll be important once we get through this, once we finally complete and because we're going all the way. Hold on, let me come on the screen now. We're going all the way. How do I do it? Turn that on. There we go. Oh, there I go. There I go. There I go. I know I'm little, but I'm gonna make myself. I know my hair looking kind of crazy, all this new growth. All right, so let me put myself. Is it this one? Ooh, whoa, 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 whoa. Ooh, not that one. Whoa, cowboy, that was the wrong one. I think it's this one. There you go. All right, let me have my brothers and sisters in. All right, sorry, guys. All right, so taking more care of myself. That's good, my Robert. Y'all take care of yourself. All right. So yes, in this series, we're going all the way from, it's funny because we're going from Hellenes, Greek, Roman, to Christian, to modern, all the way. Then once we complete that, then I might like Fly ask, do the what's the name? Do the Hebrew history. But tonight, so from last week, we it was crazy. The last Shabbat Friday study when we did, that's when we exposed a lot of the Greek deities, right? The Titans and the Olympians and all that. And there was a lot of Didying going on. It was all they deities were after men's booties and little boys' booties. It's crazy. That's insane. What kind of culture? What kind of foolishness? All they wanted was booty duties, and they were just a bunch of duty booties. The culture was full of duty booties. Sorry, I'm trying to get my wallet out. I can block out some of this bright light. I got a black wallet, and I set it under the light, and it kind of filters some of the light so it would be bright in my face, right? Yeah, they're a bunch of booty duties. A whole religion, a whole culture of booty duties. That's crazy. And they had something to do with writing the Bible. I don't know if I like that. I don't think I like that. Let me see. Should I leave it like that or like that? Whatever. Right? So anyway, let me have my brothers and sisters in. Let's get started. So last week in the series, I think this is probably volume 5 or series number 5 or 6, something like that. Lariyah Hakyama write it. Right? So cancel that. I need to press invite guests, copy, close that, come to the chat, Control V. So the last week, for those who's not caught up with the series, y'all need to watch last week. It was Hakiyama put the link, or somebody put the link to that last week's Friday's live stream in the series. It was something, I forgot what it was called, right? And that's the one they took the thumbnail down. They was mad at that. We got to know who Helen was, because what they call the Greeks, they were Hellenists. That's an exonym that the Romans called them when the Romans conquered them. The Romans called the Hellenists Greeks because they conquered. First people that they conquered, the Hellenists, was on the Grakos Island, and a derogatory slur, right? It's like calling them niggas, basically. Basically, Romans is gangsters. Y'all gonna see when we get to the Romans. We might get a little bit to the Romans tonight, depending on how long it takes me to break down, because y'all gonna learn a lot. A lot. It's a lot of teaching and understanding about the culture and what was actually happening with the Hellenist kingdom, the Hellenist world, and when they created the Septuagint, right? When they actually enslaved the 72 Hebrew elders on the island of Pharos and made them translate and transliterate the sacred Hebrew script into, sorry, I'm just getting my life together, into the, did I have my brothers and sisters? I ain't seen, nobody came in yet. All right. All right, so I guess they'll be here in a minute. So I didn't realize I was on screen doing all this. All right, so I'm about ready. This puff is just looking real crazy. Let me make this puff. Try to wrap it around my lock. All right, that's looking crazy. Putting that together. All right, there you go. That look kind of decent. All right, let's go on the battlefield. All right, spiritual battlefield, spiritual warfare. All right, so now, Shalom Hakyama, Shalom daughter of Yah. All right, so here we go. So let's, I got to get a starting point. Let's get a starting point. All of that music was Yashiyaha from our ministry. For those who like the music, y'all can find his Bandcamp page and everything if y'all want to enjoy his music. I enjoy this really, really beautiful Yah music for giving praise to the Most High in his original name. All right, so who's Earth Birth? It's a bunch of Earth Births. I can't see it, so you're gonna have to handle that, Hakyam. All right. Shalom, Yalayat. All right. All right. So let's well, she'll get that together. Let me get into my lesson. Shout out to y'all son in the building. Shalom, y'all son. All right. Now,
Can
go
you hear
ahead.
me?
Yeah, you can handle that.
It's Yana and Yahakanan's Earth birth today.
Yana and Yahakanan, they got the same earth birth?
Yes.
Oh, wow. That's pretty dope. Happy earth birth to Yana out in the UK and young Yahakanan out in Florida. May the Most High cover and bless you on this day that He breathed breath of life into you and allowed you to come on down into the second dark world to fulfill a purpose. Our earth births, we don't celebrate ourselves. We give thanks to the Most High. For it is a special day because it's the day that the Most High chose to breathe the breath of life into you to come from the spiritual realm into the physical, right? To fulfill a purpose. Everything is a purpose-driven life. All right. So praise the Most High for Akyana and Yahakanan for them striving to fulfill the Most High's purpose in spirit and in truth and righteousness. You heard? That's what we're called to do. So happy earth birth to you guys. All right. All right. It's a November season. All right. Now, all right. So Hakyama, daughter of Yah, Yeshala Yah, she asks, could you put Yasha's Yeshala Yah asks, could you put his Bandcamp, his link to his music page. All right. There you go. That's the music man right there. There you go, the music man right there. Yasha Yah. All right, so that's who's singing those songs. And then at the end, that's Kayana singing, You have dun, 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 dun. That's Kayana singing at the end. When it ends, all in our ministry. Praise y'all for the gifts of His children that's in our ministry. All right, so now we got some serious teaching. You're going to learn a lot of things. By the time this series ended, even tonight's lesson, you're going to have so much understanding and fruit of what actually was taking place in these cultures when they created the Bible, right? Because in the original Hebrew manuscript, it was called Sephar Yah. It was the books. It was the manuscripts, right? The Biblos, they got Bibles. They got the word Bible from Biblia, from Biblos, from the Phoenicians, the Greek term that. So the Greeks is the one that commissioned the Septuagint to be written. And they called it the Biblos from the parchment paper that they got from the Phoenicians. The Phoenicians was trading the parchment paper, so what it was written on. So that's how you got the term Bible. It's from the Phoenician city, capital city of Byblos. And then the Greek term it Biblo, and Biblia. And that's what we got from the English transliteration Bible. But it's actually Safaria, right? Or Safar, right? All right. And that's the original for the Hebrew manuscript. All right. Shout out to Ra. Big Ra. Shout out to Ra over there. Strong Island. My brother Ra. Love you, Ra. Shout out to Big Ra out there. All right. Well, I ain't Ray for everybody on Facebook. Y'all know Ra. All right. All right. Ra Napier. Love you, Ra. All right. Let's go. So it's going to be very important. It's going to unlock a lot. Y'all going to learn a lot. All right. So now I got to let the Most High find me. Where do I start? Okay. So, oh, let me put the thumbnail up. That's what I do. Start with the thumbnail. Share screen. Let the Most High guide us, guys. Bang, share. All right, let me see what y'all see. There we go. Let me make it fuller screen. All right, shout out to everybody coming in. And y'all please give a like so others can find out we live. Y'all know they'll be coming in later, right? So your brothers and sisters around the world can find out we live. So please like it. I hate to have to ask that, but it's part of the whole system. Let us get a little bit through the shadow ban stuff and let them know we're live so others can join. All right, so this thumbnail says, Christians, please explain, right? And then the title is Christians and Israelites. Please explain this, right? So I know y'all like, well, who this on the screen, right? Look at that. So look at this. Would you look at this? Look at this. You're right. Would you look at this? Right? So y'all see, first thing I want y'all to see, y'all see that thing over his head? That's a halo sun orbit thing, right? So that should give you a little bit of idea who this might be, and he's sitting on the throne. All right? Y'all found out who this is actually is later, right? So, and then y'all gonna find out who this is. That's what it's like. Christians and Israelites, please explain who this is. Abriya said, he said this the Egyptian dude looked like he got pants on his head. That is hilarious. Only you would see that, Abriya. Her personality. That's actually pretty funny. It looked like he got some yellow pants on his head. That I would have never seen that. That's really, really funny. Some plaid pants. Yeah, that's what they call some plaid pants. Y'all can ask it, is that Apollo? We'll find out in a second who this is. All right. Right? So anyway, this is the thumbnail, right? We go shout out to Sister Shamariya in the building. All right. Christian. All right. So Yeshalaya said it looked like the Twin Towers on his head. All right. So all right, now these are Egyptians, right? And it's going to make all sense later, right? Because the Hellenists, what they now call the Greeks, conquered the Egyptians, all right? All right, so there's going to be a lot of conquering going on. All right, so let me let the Most High guide me how to start off. So last week, you found out mostly who Helen was, right? Because before they became the Greeks, the Romans conquered the Hellenists, what we now know as the Greeks, and named them an exonym called Greek, right? From Grecos. And it was a slur. It was like a igga. It's like like they called us all these bywords and proverbs, right? Spooks and jigaboos and colored, and they call us everything under the sun. The Bible calls it proverbs and bywords, right? So slurs. So the Hellenists never called themselves no Greeks a day in their life. They were Hellenists because they followed their god Helen. All right, that's where we gonna start. Okay, we getting started. I always got to find where where the Most High wants me to start at. Right. So, do I want to do my intro or go right in? I'm about to go right in a little bit. Right. I'm gonna go right in. I'm gonna do a little of my intro and go right in. So everybody worldwide. That'll get more brothers and sisters. That's good. That'll get more of the brothers and sisters to come in, right? Once I start sharing all this stuff I got to expose, right? Now, there are moments in history, throughout history, where truth is not destroyed. So throughout history, the conquerors didn't always destroy truth when they conquered a city, a country, a land, a people. They didn't always destroy history. A lot of times they rewrote history when they conquered or redesigned. A lot of times they didn't burn all of the information. They actually confiscated it and rewritten. They actually drew their likeness and image and change other people's culture and put their likeness and image in replace of the people. Y'all come on, let's go. We're getting started, all right? All right, it's time to teach. Y'all listen up, learn. Now, there was in history, truth wasn't always destroyed. Sometimes it wasn't just totally erased or silenced, but translated into another tongue in an effort of bending and twisting the meanings. All right? Shout out to Sister Roberta. Shout out to Hayazah. Now, there's a time in history when cultures loses their language. And as these conquering cultures conquer one another, as a specific culture might lose its language, in that process, it begins to lose its memory. Okay? And when memory fades, identity fractures. Oh, they did it to the so-called blacks that came over, the ones who came over on slave ships. Not all of us came here on slave ships, right? When memory, when culture, identity, history, language is removed and fractured and replaced, the people group lose memory. And when memory fades, identity fractures. Shout out to Run Rock. See, a people without a memory can be told who they are. Instead of knowing who they are, it can be written. Another's likeness and image and story can be written into their culture. You hear? A people without a memory can be told who they are instead of knowing who they are. Psalm 78 says, he established a testimony in Jacob, Yaakov, that the generation to come might know them. So the Most High established a testimony in Yaakov, who the Most High changed his name to Yasharal, Israel, Jacob, our great-great-grandfather. And it said that the generation to come, us, might know them, even the children which should be born. See, when you lose the memory, you lose the testimony, that's when the generations lose themselves. You understand? The Bible says in Atlanta captivity, they shall remember themselves. Who they talking about? Come on, look, come on. Y'all, we ain't playing religion. Come on, Ra. I know you ain't playing no games, no religion. We waking up, Ra. You know, we waking people up. We've been playing religion long enough. From the Grecos and the Romans, took the culture of a people and wrote their image and likeness, and these were ditty gods. Oh yeah, that's gonna come out. Oh, it's gonna start. Oh, boy, some stuff is coming out. It's coming out tonight. Yeah, it's coming out. Y'all gonna have a lot of the deep understanding tonight, right? So these people serving these ditty gods and enforcing this culture on us. The devil's a lie, right? Now, when a culture loses their history, their memory, their identity, their testimony, then the generations are lost generations. Tonight is the story of one of the most quiet conquests ever recorded. It's quiet because when the Grecos did it, it was not did on the front by swords, but by using language, syllables. They did most of this conquest of creating this religion not by armies, but by alphabets, by vowels, by letters. Tonight you're going to learn how the Hellenists rose from their dark age. You're going to know what this is tonight. Reached themselves into Egypt, all right? And through language and assimilation, reshaped the spirit of an ancient civilization. And through that reshaping came the blueprint for what the modern world now calls the religion of Christianity. Not the faith of the original prophets, of the followers of the way, the original Habariyah Hebrews, not the covenant of the Hebrews, but a faith filtered through kingdoms of empires, a faith filtered through philosophy, transliteration, translation. Isaiah 29 says, this people draw near me with their mouth, and with their lips they do honor me, but have removed their heart far from me. And their fear or respect toward me is taught by the precepts of men. So we've been taught to have this fear of reverence to the Most High by the precepts of men. Tonight you're going to learn about a young Macedonian named Alexander. They call him the great. I call him the Diddy. Oh, y'all going to find out. It's going down tonight, right? Alexander the Diddy, the king of the Didyos. You heard? Yeah. All right. So when he went around conquering the world during the Hellenist kingdom, he not only planted his language everywhere, but he also planted their culture of their gods. They planted literally around the world the most dittiest gods you ever imagine. All right? Now, that's enough. All right? I got a whole, but it's okay. Let's get started. Let's get started. All right. The book of Daniel 8 says, the he-goat waxed very great, and when he was strong, the great horn was broken. All right? Because then Alexander died, and the era of Ptolemaic gave birth. But y'all gonna learn. We gonna break all this down. All right? All this. All right, let's get started. Who it is? Explain this. Who these? What? Explain this. What's going on? All right. So now, let me do it. Let me go here. I'm gonna go here first. Let me grab that. So where's that? So so let's go because we're gonna go back to go forward. So they were called Hellenists, right? And there was a time before they were Hellenists, before they served all these gods, right? So we showed this last time, right? Let me go to this. Okay, go to that one. Let's do it this way. Let's let the Most High instruct me how to go. I got a lot of stuff to do, and I gotta put the puzzle pieces together, right? So let me stop share, share screen, go there, share. This is where we left off last time, right? The homoerotic themes of Greek and Roman mythology. All right. Now, these are the ones who commissioned to write the Christian Bible. Yeah, they did. Sorry, not sorry. All right. And this is what they were into. This just, see, oh my goodness, that's nastiness, right? Homoeroticism is a sexual attraction between members of the same. Oh, I got that face again. I got the lemon face squished up. Yo, Raw, I got the lemon face right now. Homoeroticism is sexual attraction between members of the same sex, including male and male, and right? So look what they got. They got the booty, this nastiness, right? All right. Sorry, I'm gonna have. Yeah, I'm gonna have the what's the name face for a little while, right? Because this is their God. So we gotta break down where this culture, what was the culture? Because we just can't receive anything from, you don't just eat from anybody's table, right? Listen to the other nations of people, the Most High's children of every nation, kindred, and tongue. In the so-called black culture, we always were taught we just don't eat from everybody's house because you don't know how clean, you don't know what spirits in how you've been in. Somebody put some stuff in your spaghetti, right? Put stuff, right? You've been to put some voodoo. They've been to put some roots on you and stuff, right? And plus, you don't know if people's house are clean. We just don't eat from everybody's table. But they didn't teach us that spirituality. See, they got people worrying about religion, not understanding that spirituality is your eating, right? You eat spiritual food. So the things you ingest, you're eating into your spirit, right? So they don't tell us that the things that we receive, all right, we're eating that. And the Bible, we don't eat from everybody's table. So if I know that in this house, right? So let's say in the Greco house, the Hellenist house, right? Bayat, if I know that this is what they do in that house, you understand? They doing homoeroticism and look, intimate and romantic relationships between men, and this is where related motives, cross-dressing and androgyny, and this is what they're called. This I'm good with the food coming from your table, right? You got the free will to do what you want, right? I ain't judging what you doing. Do you, right? You got free will. But I got got the free will not to choose not to eat from your table. So I'm not eating nothing that you didn't put your hands on. I don't know where your hands been. Okay? So look, Apollo, the sun god of music, is considered the patron of same-sex love. These are their gods. And he had many male lovers, right? And he was often invoked to bless those unions, right? I don't want to get us flagged, right? Then, thinking we trying to hate. We ain't hating on people, let people do them. We're just discussing the culture, right? He is also Apollo, right? Some of you got kids named Apollo. Like one of our dudes, what's the name, said his hip hop, his breakdance name was Apollo. Shout out to Hammer. He's like, I repent, right? Apollo is also called the champion of male love, right? And all these other gods, right? So now this is the list of all the gods and all who they smashed, right? So these are the Greek gods, right? And they always naked, right? So they show you. And then they smash, like, so Apollo smashed Artemis, right? Arminius smashed Narcissus, right? Apollo smashed Adonis. And they talk about Adonis, right? Apollo smashed Boreas. Apollo smashed everybody. Apollo smashed Branchus, right? Apollo smashed Camus. Apollo smashed Hyacinth. Little 12-year-olds, right? So look, the little boy. I'm sorry, but it's just, champion of, now this the one, now we ain't gonna go through all this because it's way too much. Hermes, the Hermes bag, he smashed Crocus. I guess that's where they get Crocs from. I'm just making jokes, right? And see, they always naked doing all this, right? This their culture. Let them, they can have their culture. This is where they get hedonism as one of their deities, right? Hedon. So hedonistic, right? So I guess Crocus is you smashing them in some Crocs, right? No disrespect to everybody who rocks their Crocs. Y'all know I make jokey jokes, right? But so anyway, Hermes, right? The Hermes bags and stuff, right? And this where they get Hymenius, he smashed, So anyway, they smashing everything, right? So you go down, and then Zeus was the king of. I thought Zeus was strong, right? Zeus was Zeus, right? Zeus was the king of the ditties. He smashed, but Zeus was smashing everything, men, women, young, old, right? So anyway, all this, right? Dionysus was a nasty dude too, this dude, right? And see, they got their wee-wees always out, right? And he's the god of wine making and fertility and everything. And he had a frenzy sex cult. And he had these Mayonnaise, so anyway, we did this on the last, y'all got to go to the last live, right? I'm going to put it in there for y'all. The last in the chat. I wish I could put it over for Facebook. But all right, so anyway, I'm pulling this one up because I missed one last time. I seen now y'all said Pan was in there. Now these are their deities, right? They're gods, right? And all of these is diddy duty duty booty duty diddy duties, right? All this is duty ditties. So that's what they should have nothing to do with the sacred manuscripts of the Most High. The Most High calls this an abomination, right? So it makes no sense. You got to keep your common sense. It makes no literal sense that anything coming from them would be of the Most High. It wouldn't be. It would be all blasphemy. Anything that came from them would be unclean, right? You don't mix the holy and the profane. Okay, these are biblical instructions. All right, Safariyah instructions, right? We don't mix the holy and the profane. Okay, now look at this. Some of y'all don't know who Pan is. That's where they get the Peter Pan character from too. But Pan is crazy. We did one and they took it down. We did a Pan video and they gave me a strike. So I got to be easy. They don't play with Pan, right? So look. Now y'all say, Pan is on there too. So look at Pan. I want y'all to see this. Pan is an ancient Greek religion and a mythology. Pan is the god of the wild, the shepherds and the flocks, right? He's a god of flocks, rustic music and impromptus and companion of the nymphs. He has hind quarter legs and horns of a goat, the Baphomet, in the same manner as a faun or a satyr. let's click. So Pan smashed Daphne. Daphne was a legendary Sicilian cowherd who's said to be the inventor of pastoral poetry. So Pan smashed this dude, right? Now let's click on Pan, right? You see that? Pan, God. Look at this. The God of nature, the wild shepherds. I'm going to click on the picture, but let's read a little bit about Pan, all right? Now, in ancient Greek mythology, Pan is the god of the wild, right? And you have nymphs, that's where you get nymphomaniacs, right? And in Roman religion and myth, Pan was identified as Faunus. So the Romans came after and took the same Greek gods. And the Romans is where we get the word Christianity. The Greek is where we get the Bible, the Biblos, right? Where they got the 72 Hebrew, they enslaved them on the island of Pharaohs and made them transliterate. And they put their gods in there. That's why they got y'all calling on the Lord, God, and Baal, and took the Most High's name out. I be trying to wake people up, Ra, but they don't want to listen. They don't want to hear it, though. That's why I got to show receipts. I'm never the boob of the fool. You heard? I'm from Parks. I'm from Hempstead, Strong Island, right? I'm from New York City back in the crack era. You heard? Queens, Brooklyn, and Strong Island. And I ain't never been taught to just follow nothing blindly. I don't come from that era. I come from the era from the 70s when they taught us to research. You understand? I don't just, now the world want to be foolish sheep and just following anything. I need to know the foundation, where it come from, where the root. I don't act like something was rooted in devil worship and then I'm gonna take it. Oh well, it used to be rooted. Nah. It is what it was. You heard? So in the Romans, they take Pan as Faunus, a nature god who was the father of Bonadea, a goddess in ancient Roman religion associated with chastity and fertility among married Roman women. All right, sometimes identified. All right, he was also closely associated with Sylvanus. Who's that? Sylvanus, a Roman tutelary deity of the woods, whatever. So anyway, they changed these names, right? And then, all right, so we did a whole Pan thing before, right? So, all right, so now we're gonna I just want to show something as I'm still in my intro, right? So Pan, this god. Pan is one of the Greek gods too, smashing stuff. Now let's look at Pan. Let me make this bigger. All right. Now look, this creepy stuff, right? Look at this, right? So that's a Pan is smashing this boy or whatever this is. He looked like a young boy too. He doesn't look like a grown man, right? And look at Pan, half goat, Baphomet, right? And Pan be smashing. And this is crazy. So this is the culture. I didn't make this up. This is the culture. And I'm going to break down where this come from, right? Now, hold on. It was another image. I'm going to find where it's at. So let me go back one, right? It's probably further down, right? Ancient Roman fresco of Pan and Hermaphroditus from the house of Hermaphrodite. See, and Hermaphrodite, that's where you get this crazy stuff, man. All right. So we'll get to this later. Mylenus. All right, but so there's supposed to be Pan, right? His parentage, and Pan is the child of Hermes. Wow. So according to the Homeric hymn to Pan, he is the child of Hermes and the daughter of Dripos. All right. Some say that he's the son of Hermes and Penelope, the wife of Odysseus. According to Herodotus, this was the virgin. Okay. So anyway, there's an image I want y'all to see. It's supposed to be a master of the god Pan, right? Bronze statue. There you go. Oh my goodness. All right. So cover your children's eyes. Okay. All right. So this is Dionysus, and Pan, and a satyr. So this is the image of Dionysus, Pan, and a satyr. Dionysus is one of their gods, right? Now, okay, so all right, I'm a little disturbed because I know what I'm about to show, right? So anyway, we'll do this another time. We'll break down Pan, I guess, right? So let me click this image. Let me click it brighter. So this is their god Dionysus, Bacchus, right? Yeah. Come on, huh? Pause. You know, come on, huh? What? I'm sorry, God. I didn't mean it. Just popped on their little wee wees. All right, that's too big. Let me try to make it smaller. All right. So that's supposed to be Pan, Dionysus, and a satyr. So these are the gods. And look, this is in the museum. Y'all see the people walking around? See the heads, the Greek heads, right? So this is the culture. Okay? So Pan, all right. So anyway, now let me watch. Now I'm gonna show you. This is very disturbing. So for those, I'm just what you call disclaimer that this image is disturbing. But I just want to show y'all this because this is what they serve. This is Pan. This is sex between Pan and a goat. The statue from the Villa of the Papyri and Herculaneum Marble National Archaeological Museum in Naples from the 1st century BC. Do y'all see what this is? Sorry that I gotta be this. And Pan is usually shown with an erect phallus. And that's him smashing a goat. All right? This is their gods. I apologize for showing it, but this is what they serve. I have to do this to explain the culture. The people, this is their God. They worship this deity. And this is okay. So everyone, anybody, even Christians, is this of the Most High? Come on, guys. All right? So these people who follow this God conquered Egypt. We're going to go there. And they bought and mixed their God worship, and they bought, this is why they created gymnasiums and all this. Everything was about their gods were into this, bestiality, sacrificing the children, and booty, diddy, duty. It was all a diddy culture. Let me get this off the, I'm not going to make it big. I was going to click it and make it bigger, but I know y'all like, do not. Because hopefully it's big enough for the people at home. It's, all right, so let me, how do I do this? Close that. There we go. All right. So that's Pan. All right. And this is an image of Pan with her hermaphroditus. That's a hermaphrodite. So that's Pan. He looked like he running from the hermaphrodite. That's hilarious. All right. So again, an ancient Roman fresco of Pan and Hermaphroditus from the house of Dioscuri in Pompeii. All right. So again, this is their culture. Okay. Greco-Roman. Yes, this is in their museums. All of this. You see what it says? National Archaeological Museum in Naples. Okay. All of this stuff. Everything. That's why I show receipts. Right? And not just break down, my understanding. I try to give receipts that's out in the public, that none of this stuff is hidden. You just have to want to know the truth. That's the problem. The masses of people don't want to know the truth. They just want to, I'm a Christian, right? And you have no idea. First of all, the Messiah was never a Christian. The Hebrew Messiah. If you really loved the Messiah, what they call Jesus, then you would want to know who he really was. Do you understand? It's like me, I die, and all of my teachings, I got thousands of them, of very in-depth teachings, and they come back and remake my image, change my likeness, name me, I don't know, name me Zeus, right? My name is Uncle Yaaya Shah or Rashawn, right? For those who know me back in the days, right? They know that like the God Rashawn, that's what used to call me back in the hood, right? Or you know, or now Uncle Yaaya Shah, or some know as Uncle Yahshua, right? And later they changed my name to Zeus, make my likeness. Now I'm not black anymore. I don't got this wool hair, right? All of a sudden they changed me into a whole nother culture, and then change my name, change everything, and then and make and then tie me some. And the people who changed me was Diddy people. They served this. This was their God. You know, I would want to know the truth. I'm not, but the world is sheep, right? The world, most of the world, that's why it says 2/3 are perish. The Bible says, my people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge, not because the knowledge wasn't, I'm paraphrasing, not because it wasn't given to them, but they reject the knowledge when the Most High brought it to them. And for that, he'll reject them and their children. He'll give you over to a strong delusion. This is all in the Safariyah, the manuscript, okay? What you call the Bible, right? Now, this is it's giving us instructions because he says we have to diligently seek out the truth. But everybody just want to be, oh well, I'm good. I was a Christian when I came home. People know from in Strong Island when I was in jail, right? They knew I was in the church. I came home in 2010 a Christian. You heard? We're going to the church, and the Most High, it was a part of the journey. He said, no, don't stop there. It was him. Because I didn't come to it. I wasn't looking for it. He came looking for me. The Most High came meddling in my business. It was fiddling. Remember when I said the last live, I'm trying to, the little word when they say you messing with stuff, you fiddling. It was fiddling. I was correct. It actually is fiddling. Like you fiddling with stuff. That's when you like messing around with stuff. I ain't the older. It's a Bonic older term. They say stop fiddling with stuff. Fiddling, right? You fiddling, messing around, messy. And the funny thing is, you know how I found out it was fiddling. I watched what is it called? What is it called when Michael J. Fox, the first one, because it's on Netflix, it's about to go away. Back to the Future. Back to the Future, the first one. Is it Back to the Future? The one where he get into the silver car with the DeLorean, and he goes to the future.
Yes. Yeah.
Thank
Back
you.
to the Future.
Back to the Future. Thank you. So I just watched it after the live when I said fiddling, right? And I'm like, is it fiddling? I knew it was something started with an F. And in Back to the Future, if y'all watch it, it's on Netflix now. It leaves on the 30th. The first one is funny. I'm about to watch part 2 maybe tonight. After this, when I go to bed tonight, I'll probably eat my dinner and watch part 2, right? Before it goes off of Netflix. Now, because I remember we was little kids when it was out in the movies. Yeah, I'm an elder, right? It was a good movie. Now, fiddling, and in Back to the Future, Michael J. Fox, before he went to the future, his mom was telling his dad was messing around with something. She said, literally in the movie, right after our live stream, she said, she called him, what's his name? Marty McFly, something, the dad. She said, stop fiddling over there. You fiddling with all that stuff. I said, she literally said fiddling. I said, okay, so anyway, let me, all right, Back to the Future. All right, now, okay, so, I don't know. Now I just lost what I was talking about with fiddling, right? But anyway, so let's get back. We're called to seek out the truth. Don't just receive anything. It's called diligently seeking, searching. You diligently seek out the foundation of the matter, lest they can rewrite history in likenesses and images. You understand? All right. So now, but most don't want to. They just receive. And then they want to get offended. People, it's crazy how they defend this religion of Christianity. And I'm like, I'm sorry, guys, but the Messiah was never a Christian. That part blows my mind. Honestly, I cannot wrap my head around that one. The actual Hebrew Messiah that the Romans called him Jesus, the Greeks called him Isus, I-E-O-U-S, right? And the Hebrews, he had a Hebrew name, he had a Hebrew identity, he was a Hebrew. He was never a Christian ever in his life. So how can you say you love him when you're following something that he never was? That makes no sense, but whatever. I don't want to get on nobody, all right? So anyway, let's get started because I don't want to get too late. I got a lot to bring out. So I need to break down the gods of the Hellenists, right? This is what they serve. So Pan, now you know who Pan is, for those who didn't know. That's him hugging on this dude, Pan about to smash this dude, right? All right, so now I'm going to go, so Helen. Share this tab instead. We did a little, but they weren't Greeks, they were Hellenists. Helens, he is the son of Deculion and Zeus and Pyra, the father of three sons, Doris, Xuthus, and Aelios. He is the ancestors to what will become the Greek people. All right, so they were Helens, before the Romans conquered them and termed them this slur called Greeks, right? They were Helens, okay? And Helen, we broke this down last time, and Helen is depicted here. So Helen is at the bottom, center right. So he's at the bottom of the vase in the center to the right. And he's being presented with twins. I mistakenly thought those were Helen's twins. They're not Helen's twins. Watch this. And I'm going to show y'all again. We tying it up because now we're about to y'all going to learn some real understanding in a second. I know some of y'all are like, okay, we went through this, but I got to walk it down, right? Really, I'm going to do it. It ain't going to take me too long. So, but I found out something. First of all, I'm going to show y'all that this the one on the right, that's Helen, and the other one is handed the babies to Helen. I thought the babies were Helen's twins. They're not. Helen being presented with the twins. The twins are Aeolus and Boeotus by a shepherd in a depiction, right? The twins are Aeolus. Aeolus is the son of Poseidon. And he had a twin brother named Boeotus. Boeotus was the Poseidon father Aeolus and Boeotus with Arne. So these twins that are get presented to Helen are Poseidon's twins. And Poseidon, hold on, Poseidon, let's go back, smashed Nerita. Y'all know I did it last time. Poseidon was he was the Diddy Committee, another one of their gods, right? I broke this down last time who Poseidon smashed, right? He's a merman. Okay? All right? Of the marine kingdom. Right? And we know Nereus was the nymph, the ocean nymph, right? The old man of the sea. All right? The son of the old man of the sea. So Nereus is the son of the old man of the sea, and Poseidon smashed Nereus. Okay? Now, hold on. These twins, okay, now we unpeeling some layers here, right? These twins, oh, I didn't share that tab instead. My bad. I'm sorry. Okay, let me see what y'all see. I got to remember to share this tab instead. That's what I meant. Poseidon, right here, see, of the sea, right? Of the seafarings. That's Poseidon. He smashed Nereus. Nereus is a minor sea deity, the son of the old man of the sea, of the ocean nymphs, right? So Poseidon smashed Nereus. Poseidon smashed, there you go, he smashed Pelops, the king of Pisa. He was the son of Tantalus and the father of Atreus. Poseidon smashed Pelops. Poseidon smashed, okay, they're gods. So Poseidon, okay, as we unpeel these layers, is actually those are his twins. I didn't know that. I thought those twins, and now let's look at who Helen was. Now we cooking now. We about to get funky. All right. So let me, oh, I can make it big here. Matter of fact, I could just double click. I ain't got to do that. Double click again. Right? Let's go down. Uh-oh. Look, hold on. I got to pull this up. Let's go down. Right? This is the vase, they artwork. First of all, y'all see this. Blacks. Right? Just so y'all see. All right?
Share the screen.
Oh, shoot. Thank you. Always remind me to do that if I'm not doing it, and try to be quick. No, I don't mean it in a bad way. It's just I'm doing the best I can, and sometimes I can't remember to click the thing. So I'm trying, guys. All right, y'all see that black woman with an afro, right? And just so y'all know, now y'all, this is an image of the god Pan. That's why they show it with horns, right? And see, white, blonde hair. Not saying Pan was white with blonde hair, but this is just denoting that if this woman, if they wanted to show that this woman here was white, then they wouldn't have made her black, right? With curly hair, all right? So this is another image at the top of the vase with horns, white, blonde hair, right? No disrespect to nobody, it just is what it is. This is the Hellenist culture, and this is their artwork in the museums, right? So look at them. All right. Okay, so now we're going to go down. There's another black woman and all that, right? Then they got another, their gods that they worship. This is where the Hellenists, which I learned called Greek. See, there's another black woman. Now look, now we're going to get down to Helen, all right? So this is the bottom of the vase, and this is the image. So it says, bottom, center, right, a shepherd is handing off the twins to Helen. Y'all see what the shepherd looked like? Y'all see what Helen looked like? Woolly white hair. You heard? Look at the dude next to him. I did this before. Look at his afro. Okay? All right. Now, these are their gods. Nobody making this up. These are in the museums. You can go spend your money, go on over there to Athens, go on over there to Crete, the islands, and go see it for yourself. Now, I thought that he was handing Helen his twins, but this is Aeolus and Boreas. These are the twins of Poseidon. All right. So this is the god Helen, and he's receiving the twins from a shepherd. Okay? No, Helen is a man. Helen's not a woman. Helen's not that, it's not a woman's name. It's, it's a man. This is Helen. Helen is a man. It's not a woman. All right? Helen of Troy was a woman. What's the name? Mythological figure. All right? Now, this is a man. All right. Helen, their god is a man, a deity, the Hellenists. All right. So now he's receiving the twins. All right. All right. Now, I just wanted to bring that out. No, it's okay. I wanted to bring that out and make it smaller. So that's the image of the vase, right? On display. Okay. And all right. Now, all right. So now y'all know who Helen's is, because these Hellenists went into a dark ages. Now we about to cook with olive oil, right? So these Hellenists went into a dark ages. They were on the island of Crete, all right? As I broke down during this series, the way that they got to Crete, and I got some more fruit for y'all that I'm gonna show y'all, right? They got to these Cretan islands where this island of Crete in the Aegean Sea, right? And there was a culture there called the Minoans, right? These were blacks, okay? And then after the Minoan civilization, the Mycenaeans took over the culture of civilization of the Aegean Sea islands of Crete. what they call now the Greek islands, okay? And the Egyptians and all cultures showed who these people were, right? So the Egyptians drew these people, right? Stop share, come back. I'm gonna try to do this really fast because I know I showed all this before, but I hate that I gotta keep doing like updates because you can't finish it all in one set, right? All right, so this is the image of the Cretians bringing gifts to Egypt in the tomb of Rekhmai under King Tep III, right? So now these are the Cretians, the Mycenaeans. Okay, this before there was ever a Greek and before there was ever a Hellenist. This group of people, Japhetic people or so-called white people, came to this island and they got a civilization and they were part of this Mycenaean culture. And this is on the island of Crete and Knossos. I broke it down in the other part of the series. Y'all got to go back to the other part of the series. I'm doing this because now we're about to have full understanding of where they come from, these what they call Hellenists that became the Greeks who wrote the Septuagint and the Romans wrote the Bible. Okay, all right. So again, now you see them with locks, right? Sorry, they got that's the kingdom, the palace, the Minoan palace. All right, I'm going the wrong way. All right, so you see they locks. We broke all this down before. I'm not going to show it again. You got to go to the other series, right? See their hair, see their locks. There's another image of them, right? The Mycenaeans. Look at them, all blacks, right? We showed the ones where they got what's the name locks, Florida wicks, actually dreadlocks, right? See them all with their afros. We did all this before, right? I'm not going to go through all this, right? That's them jumping over the bull, right? Look at his nose and lips, clearly black, right? Yes, and they're not Egyptians, but yep, they do look like the images. These are frescoes and all that, and they have whites with them too on the island. See, that's white brother with locks. Okay, so these are where. So the whites. Okay, I'm glad I just said this is where these became the Greeks. This is the white civilization that came to the Mycenaean island on the island of Crete, right? Because they came under the Mycenaeans, not the Minoans, all right? The Mycenaeans, he's Mycenaean, right? And they came and they carved out a place in the islands of Crete under the Mycenaean civilization. And they learned writing system called Linear B, okay? The Minoans had Linear A, which was abjad, no vowels, and then the Linear B writing system under the Mycenaeans, the blacks who took over the civilization, they created a writing system called Linear B, and it was abjagita. It has syllabic, okay? Now, these individuals, they were called, see, that's another one on the other side, white brother, right? They were called the Demoi when they got to the island. The Demoi people, the Demo people, the Demo, right? Where they get the word demolition, right? Now, they whited out everything. But look, you can't white out history, right? They tried to white it out, but in the museums, so they white it out to the people. But when you go to the museum, look, a detail of a Minoan painting from Actori, the ship's procession, right? This is the palace, the kingdom. So you can't, right? Just like they try to white out Egyptians, but you go to Egypt and go to the tombs, right? So anyway, now hold on. That's another picture of the Mycenaeans, women boxing. We showed this already with their locks, right? Black women, right, with their long locks. All right. So anyway, let me go back. So let me stay here with the white brother so I can explain how the Demoi. So when these people first got there, because it was a time of warring and everything, right? So they established a civilization and the Mycenaeans received them and they carved out a little place in the Cretan islands, right? The Demoi people, right? That's what they were called, the Demo people. The Demoi people, they were a clan because there was roving clans roving all through Western Asia and coming all through what they call Europe now, all through the mountains and everything. It was a wild time, and there was a lot of wild bands of people, right? Savage like people. And then you had your civilizations like the Minoans, the Mycenaeans, the Kemet, ancient Kemet, Egypt, right? So Kemet was there. Kemet is not too far. It's right on the other side of the Cretan stuff, right down a little. I think it's this way down. And then Italy is up there. But everything else was a lot of savage clans, right? So they were a savage clan that came, and the Mycenaeans, they received them, okay? These people, they received them and taught them civilization, right? So that's a white brother right there that they received. This would, what you would call later would become the Hellenists or the Greeks, right? So they got civilization with the Mycenaeans. So before there was ever such thing as Greek, they were called Mycenaeans as well, right? And that's why they got the locks, and then they women wore the locks too, and the Mycenaeans worshiped the mother goddess. I showed y'all that. It was the goddess with the breasts out, right? And I showed y'all the image of the mother goddess, right? It's probably in here somewhere. See, that's the kingdom of Crete. That's not ours, but they were blacks. So this is inside the palace again, right? So anyway, we showed this before, right? That's a house. Look, this is the Mycenaean sculpture. Look at his nose and lips, clearly black, right? We did all this. Sorry, I don't want to keep going over. Again, another fresco, Mycenaean woman at Knossos with locks, black, right? And then, all right, so anyway, and this how that now they try to say this is Helen. So I just showed y'all, this is the whitewash. You see in the museum on the vase, they show Helen black with white hair, and now look who they trying to whitewash Helen as. Again, like that's the whitewashing, right? All right, so anyway, all right, so let me stick to where I'm at, right? So they did the snake, because I need to get to where I'm at. They did the snake goddess, right? The Mycenaeans worship the snake goddess. So hold on, this one. I'm going to show the white brothers. So when the Demoi got there, they were worshiping the snake goddess, right? Following the Mycenaean culture. And that's why they had the locks, and the women wore the dresses with their boobs out and everything. White women with locks with their boobs out, right? And they were received. Now, then they got conquered. Their part of the Mycenaean island got conquered by this seafaring people that they called, that the Egyptians called the Danaians, or in the Greek term, the Danoi, or Dinians, the Danaians, the Egyptian called them. They call them the sea people. There was this group of sea people, not seafaring people, but sea people who would conquer. And that was the tribe of Dan in 1200 BCE. And Dan came and conquered their part of the Mycenaean islands, right? On the island of Crete. It was up, it's around where they call Athens now, right? In Greece, right? And Dan conquered them, mixed a seed with them. So then these people became melanated, right? Like this. See? So that's why they got the wavy locks, right? They became like more of a mixed people. And Dan taught them civilization, warfare, bartering and trading and everything. And Dan also taught them the worship of the gods that Dan picked up on its conquering everything, right? So they was already worshiping the mother goddess, the snake goddess, the Minoan snake goddess. I showed it before, right? I'm gonna show right? And it's somewhere in here. I'm surprised it's not. Where is it? It's got to be somewhere. There she goes. She up there. I knew she's somewhere in here, right? So they worshipped the Minoan snake goddess. Let me go fast. I knew she's somewhere in here. I just had to go back, right? There she go. There they go. I can do the double one. So I can do this one first, right? So look, the boobs out, and look at that face. Look at that nose. So this is the Knossos figure, the Minoan snake goddess. This is two of them. Minoan snake goddess figurines in the Herculean Archaeological Museum, 1600 BCE, right? So you clearly see, look at the face, look at the nose, right? And, hold on. I did this before, but let me do it really quick. Look at the nose, look at the lips, right? This is what they worship. The Minoans and the Mycenaeans took over after the Minoans, right? So that's what they was worshiping until Dan came amongst them, right? That's some of the earrings, right? But anyway, I did that last time, right? Hoop earrings hanging and everything, rings, gold. Who, you know we love our gold. So anyway, let me continue because I need to get to this. I did this before. I'm trying to get the intro to where we're going because all right. So now, when Dan came, Dan taught them not only they already had the snake mother goddess worship, Dan taught them the worship of other gods that he picked up from Syria. And this all, as Dan went around smashing and spreading his seed, the sea people, one of the sea people tribes, they were like, kind of like Viking. They would go around just smashing and conquering, but Dan would smash and mix his seed and then take the cultures and take the gods, right? And spread it around. So then these people learned a lot of different Mesopotamian gods, ancient Sumerian gods, ancient Akkadian gods, ancient, right? So they learned the gods of Enki and Ai and all of that. So they started to take on a lot of different gods under Dan, and Dan taught them bartering, trading, and everything, right? These people that the Egyptians call the Danayans, right? All right, now, so these people were under this Mycenaean civilization, but then there was a collapse. The whole Aegean Sea region got invaded by the sea people. The sea people were about, I think it's like 10, I'll show y'all, about 10 different like tribes of people that, not seafaring people. Seafaring people are people who trade and barter by sea. These were called the sea people. All civilization was scared of these people. Kemet, Egypt, they all talked about these people. Dan was one of the tribes. Egypt called them the Danans, right? The Greeks called them the Danoi and the Dinians. I'll show you in a second, right? So around at the Mycenaean, the peak of the Mycenaean civilization and the writing script of Linear B, they was doing well. They weren't doing all this crazy Diddy stuff. So under these Mycenaeans, they wasn't doing the Diddy stuff. They was worshiping the snake goddess, and it was woman worship. That's why they have the woman with the boobs out. They all got the boobs out and the cinch waist and the dress, right? Now, it was still polytheistic, fallen angel culture, right? It was still dark stuff, but it wasn't the Diddy gods, right? So these other nations were serving like these gods, these Diddy gods, from Moloch and Baal, sacrificing the babies and stuff like that, right? So Dan taught them a lot of that stuff too, as well. So they started to get a lot of all of the cultures. So this civilization, before they started doing all this Diddy stuff with all those guys, they got invaded. The whole Aegean region got invaded by the sea people. I'm gonna show y'all, right? I'm just breaking it down, then I'm gonna show y'all, then we're gonna get the real breakdown understanding, right? It's gonna be a great lesson. Now, once they got invaded by the sea people, they went into the whole Asiatic region, Aegean Sea region, went into a dark ages. Now, history doesn't tell you about this dark ages. They only tell you about the Jacobite dark ages in Europe, right? They don't tell you of this Aegean dark ages. And they lost all civilization for 400 years. And that's when this tribe, who was mixed, right? So when they mixed with Dan, they looked more like this, right? And then you had some were still kind of whitish, right? But a lot of them were mixed, right? These were the original Hellenists, okay? That's when they went complete savage because they went through 400 years of darkness. So in that 400, I'm gonna show you, in that 400 years of darkness, They, with all those other gods that they got introduced to, they must have went diddy. They they just went savage, and they started worshiping all these other gods and the diddy stuff. They just went crazy savage. All right, now they came out of that from the Phoenicians came to the island. Another black civilization, Canaanite, right? But they helped civilize them out of that. All right, now with that understanding, let me give the proof of what I'm breaking down. All right, now may y'all give me the ability to break it down the right way. All right. So, all right. So let me do that first. So I broke that down. Let me do that first. So how do I stop sharing that? Right. Stop sharing that and then share this. Let me see. Make sure I didn't have to share anything else. No, that's fine. I'll do that later. So stop sharing that. Stop share and then share screen. Right? Bang, share. Okay, right. So this is the Mycenaeans, right? I just want to show that. I showed it before, but here we go. The Mycenaean civilization, see, look, let me scroll to the top. Mycenaean, what they call Greece, right? It's not Greece. It's the Mycenaean civilization where they came from, right? Minoan Crete, right? Mycenaea. All right. This is where later, say, the late Helladic period, Helladic, right? All right, so now let me scroll down just to get the proof. Homer interchangeably used the enthonyms for the Achaeans, called them Danaans, okay? And Argive to refer to these besiegers. These are the sea people, okay? And they came and they conquered this land. All right. This is how they got into the Dark Ages. All right. So Homer called them Danaans. Right. Then Homer, there's an Isaiah reference between the Akawaja and the Knossos Crete dated the Mycenaean Achaean state on the Greek mainland. Egyptian records mention them as Danaya. See it? For the first time in 1437 BC during the reign of King Tut III, all right, Amenhotep III, where a number of Danaya cities, okay, covered the largest part of the southern mainland. That's not Greece, it's Mycenae. Among them, such cities as Mycenae, Napoleon, Thebes, the original Thebes, not the one that they later, the Hellenists created in Egypt when they conquered it. Danaya has been equated with an enthenem. Enthenem means what's a name applied to a given ethnic group. An right? An enthenem. As the Greek called them, Danoi, Danaoi. Okay? I'm just proving the Dan part. For others, it'll be like, all right, I'll prove everything, right? All right. Now, there we go. And then the Hittites in Anatolia call them. All right. So that's enough. And look, another ethnonym, the Ekwesh, is what they call them, right? The Achaeans or Achaeans are the names that Homer, which used to refer to these people, right? But anyway, they be showing image. Don't. Now the Ekwesh were mentioned as well as a group of sea people. So the Ekwesh were some sea people. These were the ones everybody's scared of. The sea people were a group of tribes hypothesized to have attacked Egypt and other Mediterranean regions around 1200 BC. That's right after Dan got to 1200 BC was when Dan got to the island of Crete and mixed his seed with those what later would be called Hellenists, right? The white group of the white tribe. Oh, so under Dan they became the Philae people. So before Dan got there in 1200 BC, they were the Demoi people, the Demo people, a clan. Once Dan conquered them, mixed the seed with them, taught them tribal living, taught them other gods, taught them bartering, trading, and military warfare. Then they became the Philae tribes of people. The Philae tribe, Phele, or in an I and an E with a thing over it, like Philly or Philae people. So that's what they were known after the tribe of Dan. So under the Mycenaeans, they were the Philly. So before they were the Hellenists, they were the Philly. Before they were the Philly, the tribe of Dan, they were the Demoi, the Demo people. All right? Now, all right, that was a key point. I didn't want to leave that out. Now, when they got invaded, this is them talking about when they got invaded, right? So the Mycenaean world, land of the Achaeans. And what did he call the Achaeans? The Denoi, the Danai, all right? The tribe of Dan. They called them after, because that's who Dan left their image and mixed their seed with them. All right, so now, the sea people, all right? So now y'all seen, I showed that, the tribe of Dan. Now let me click sea people, right? Share this tab instead. The sea people were a group of tribes hypothesized to have attacked Egypt and other East Mediterranean regions, right? According to this scene of the Medinet Habu, they're showing when the Egyptians was against the sea people. The sea people came to attack Egypt, right? Now, hold on. This is the narrative of, look, under Ramses II, the people named, these are the sea people, connection to the sea, right? These who came and attacked under Ramses, and Ramses III, Ramses II, and Merneptah or whatever. They, in the Kadesh inscriptions, this is the image of the Kadesh inscriptions of the Battle of Kadesh of the Shashu. I showed y'all last time the Shashu. He looked like Leroy, the light-skinned dude with the goatee and the locks that went up, right? The Shashu, right? Now, these are people named the Luca, the Karkisha, the Shadan, right? These are sea people. And then under Ramses III in the Medinet Habu, it was the Danyin. That's Dan. The Danyin is purported to be one of the groups constituting the sea people, right? That's under Ramses III, the Danyin and their isles, Teresha the sea, right? And then under Papyrus Harris I, the Danyin, the Pelet, the Wishes, these are the sea people tribes who conquered everybody and sent them into a dark ages. Now, this shows the Danyin. And what did I show? I showed what they looked like. I found, as I was doing my research, I remember that, right? As I was doing my research, I was like, I found what the Danyin looked like, right? Share this tab instead. Share. And now I'm about to get to the deep teaching, right? That was enough for the foundation. Let me get to, where is it? There. Do I want to show, which one? This one. Share. So this is the screenshot of Egyptians putting the Danyin, taking them into captivity, right? The sea people, right? And then, as I was trying to find what the people actually looked like, the Most High showed me an image out of all the images of them going and they got chains around their neck and their arms. There was one image where the person was looking right at the screen. Bingo. Look at the Danyin. Look at his nose. Look at his lips. Clearly black. Everybody say hi to Dan. Say hi to the tribe of Dayan, the Danyin. All right? So this is how you exegete. This is how you break down true history through all of the actual historical records, through actual artifacts in the museums, not people writing history. No, the artifacts, the tombs, the hieroglyphs. You understand? So I found what he looked. Look. There you go. Look at his nose and look at his lips, looking right at the screen. The Most High did that. The Most High says he will leave breadcrumbs because he know that they would take the likeness, image, people, and everything. This is insane that out of all of these inscriptions of this right here. There's plenty inscriptions where you can none of them are showing the front profile. You can't tell from the side because look, this is Egyptian, right? This is under Ramses and them. We know they're clearly black, but look, you can't tell he black from the side, right? Look, you can't tell he black from the side. These Egyptians, this before the Arabs came and took over. These are straight black Egyptians, right? So as I was searching, now y'all know I broke this down and I just had, because I got to prove, because we've been so brainwashed. And the Rayak just kept saying, be diligent, be diligent. And I'm just diligent. I'm going through. And as I go through each thing by thing, see, they all got side profiles. That's them marching them into slavery, into Egypt, right? The Danyen. And as I'm going through, he says, bingo. That'd be the most high. I said, oh my, and then I went and I had to zoom in. And I said, let me be sure. And I'm like, oh my goodness, that's the most high. Only the most high would say, let me show you who these people are. All right, now, let me stop share. All right, because now that y'all got a full understanding of this part and know who the people, where they come from, and all these sea people and everything, now what we break down, you will understand, share, how they can't rewrite history. So this is the image right here of them going to war with the sea people, the Egyptians, right? And I went through all this, right? But then I had to find, they was all side profiles. And then I had to find, so look, here we go. Watch this. The Danyen. So the Medinet Habu said the Danyen are the sea people. And look at the Danyen. The Danyen is purported to be one of the groups constituting the sea people. That's the same image. You see? Well, because they got them marching, they got them chained by their neck, chained by their arms, some by the arms. Some of them arms are over, that they marching them like they did us in the transatlantic slave trade. They just got them all discombobulated. They got them all, you know. So again, so now, and that's the Medinet Habu under Ramses III, right? And it's the Kadesh inscriptions showing the Shashu, right? Being beaten by the Egyptians. And look at the Shashu, okay? Look at Leroy. I showed Leroy last time. Let me just click it. I might as well, right? Let me do it while I'm here. Let's do, oh, I can't zoom in that much. Oh, yes, ooh, yeah, it did. Yeah, too much. Way too much. Wait, look at his locks. Look, wow, that was way too much. Look at his face, look at his beard. Look at his nose. That's Uncle Leroy. That's way too much. Let me bring that down. Look at Leroy. Look at his goatee. Look at his lips. And look at his locks. All right, let me make it smaller. All right, so you see his locks all going up. He got his blonde locks, got his goatee, and he fancy. Look at his dress. That's the Shashu. Okay, again, you can't. That just zoomed way too much. Okay, so anyway, all right. So again, you got to diligently seek the truth. Okay, Shashu prisoner depicted by Ramses III. This is the relief at Medinet Habu. Medinet Habu is an archaeological locally situated in the Theban Hills in the west bank of the River Nile, modern-day city of Luxor, Egypt. This part. So they try to erase our history as much as they want, okay? But you can't, because it's written all in the frescoes, the hieroglyphs, the pottery, the ceramics, right? It's in the walls. The Most High left us breadcrumbs. They can try to erase it all they want. Okay? That's the Shashu, a Shemitic speaking pastoral nomads in the southern Levant. Shemitic. You heard? All right, let's continue. Let me go back. So that's the sea people, right? And Medinet Habu. All right, now y'all have the understanding of Danyan, the sea people, right? Battle Kadesh, all right? I think it's, let me make sure it's not nothing else I wanted to bring out down here about the sea people. Think y'all got enough. But Amun is going to come out later, right? Because we got to go to Egypt, right? The Mycenaean, the fact that, oh, there we go. That's what I'm going to bring out. Several civilizations collapsed around 1100 BC, led to the suggestion that the sea people may have been involved at the end of the Hittite, Mycenaean, there we go, and the Mitanni kingdoms. All right, there you go. That's what I like to bring out. The sea people. Ramsey's comments about the scale of the sea people's onslaught in the eastern Mediterranean, this is the Dark Ages y'all about to learn about, confirmed the destruction of the states of Hatti, that's the Hittites, Ugarit, that's where we get our I's and O's, that's where we get our Canaanite, Hebrew, Paleo stuff. Ugarit, Ascalon, Hazor, sea people. Dan was one of those tribes, running around. They was slaughtering everything. There go another one. The Medinet Habu's second pylon showing a wide view close-up sketch of which Ammon showed Ramses was leading 3 lines of prisoners. That's when I showed, that's the one where we saw the person's face, the black person's face with his nose. It was right here on this side right here. The sea people attacked again in year 8. All right, look. The sea people, this time, in Ramses year 8, the 9 bowls appear as a conspiracy. This time they were revealed unquestionably as the sea peoples. The Peliset, Tagur, Shekesh, Danyan, tribe of Dan, Weshesh, are classified as foreign countries, so they went in, all right? All right, so then let me make sure I don't leave nothing that I wanted to bring out. All right, the Obelisk, okay. And Ugarit, that's how they conquering these sea. Everybody was scared of the sea people. They should have been, because they was no joke. Tribe of Dan. And they're going to take these people, the Mycenaeans, into a Dark Ages, and now we're going to get to the Greeks, and then we're going to get to the Bible. All right? So, the Minoan civilization, the Hyksos, all right. So, that's all I think I needed to bring out of that. All right? The sea people. And then, all right, so remember, under, where is it? Where it's over here. That's the Minoan Mycenaean. Share this tab instead. There we go. The sea people, right? And they call them, the Greek called them Denoi. Pharaoh, King Tutnam called them Denaya or the Dinyan. Tribe of Dan. All right, all receipts. Enough receipts done. Now, then they say the sea people conquered them and brought them into a Dark Ages, a time of Dark Ages. So let me go to the Dark Ages. Share this tab instead. The Greek Dark Ages, okay? Well, they weren't Greek. They were Hellen. Before they were Hellen, they were Mycenaean. See, this is how they whitewash history. When I say Greek Dark, they weren't Greek. They weren't Greek until almost 5,000 years later when the Romans came and stuff. They weren't even Hellenists yet. They were Mycenaean under the script Linear B, the writing script. Linear B is the syllabic script that was used in Mycenaean, not Greek. You see, this is how they whitewash history. And the Mycenaeans, blacks, I showed you who the Mycenaeans was. The earliest attested form what came the Hellenist language. All right? All right, so Linear B. Now, this is when they civilized this, the Philae, the Demoi clan, and then they let them stay, and then Dan conquered them early, and they became the Philae tribe, and Dan mixed the seed. All right, so now, this is the Dark Age, and this is important because this is how they're going to start becoming deities. The reason why this is important is because now you're going to understand how they start worshiping all these gods, these deity gods, Zeus and Apollo and Adonis and Pan and all this dirty, nasty stuff. Out the so-called black ancestors of Mycenaean, they wasn't doing the deity stuff. They was worshiping the snake goddess. It was a mother goddess civilization, like ancient Egypt is a mother goddess worship civilization, women god, right? So that's why they had in the snake gods, the boobs was all out and stuff, and the cinch waist and all that, right? So the reason why the Dark Ages is important, because it says the Hellenist Dark Ages was a period, Mycenaean was a period in ancient Mycenae characterized by societal collapse of civilization, where the palaces and cities of the Mycenaeans. So why you keep saying Greek? See how this is how they write their likeness, right? Was either destroyed, abandoned, or both. It was destroyed, and the Mycenaeans fled from the sea people. But the so-called the Philae, which later you learn to know as the Hellenists, the Greeks, they stayed. And they went into a savage land. That's how it became their land. Because the original Mycenaeans, the so-called blacks, they fled. And they was out of there. All right? At the same time, the Hittite civilization in Turkey suffered a serious disruption and collapse. All right. So now, let me go through, because we're going to break down, because now we're getting somewhere. All right? The Mycenaean palaces began to come to an end around 1200 BC, and the process concluded decades later. 1200 is when Dan came and did it, and then decades later, right? Internal tensions in cities, but it says linear B, there was conflicts in the region, right? All right, let me get back to the, all right, we're going to get to the collapse. The loss, though life was harsh. Go ahead.
There's someone in the comments named Michael Smith. He asked a question.
Go ahead. What's the question?
There's someone in the comments named Michael.
You just, it's
He
echoing.
asked, does this channel reject Christ or accept Christ to rise from the dead on the third day for salvation? Which one exactly? Thanks.
Yes, but we just speak another language. So yes, we receive the Messiah. The name of this ministry is Mashiach Assembly. That's Messiah in the original Hebrew. So the term that you call the Christ is a Roman word, right? So they weren't Romans, but it's okay. If you receive the Messiah in spirit and in truth, yes, then you're at the right place, because we receive him too. But what we're doing right now, what you're about to find out to now, is how they got this name, what you're called this title, Christ. It was the original Habariah Hebrew, because he was a Hebrew from the tribe of Judah, Ya'ada. He was never Roman. He was never, no disrespect, but a Christian. So this is when we peel back the layers to find the foundation of the religion that we come to know as something that was rewritten by people who weren't even righteous. These people were polytheistic pagans serving all these gods. So how can they write this? The Messiah was never called the Christ, even in the Bible. Hakyama, find him the scripture. Find him the scripture when it says the Messiah, which is being interpreted as the Christ. See, Brother Michael? So you have to read the Bible clearly for yourself. And what we do is we show, and now we're walking back history to understand that the Messiah was never, that actually was a slur that the Romans called him. So the crazy part about that is, and I was a Christian too, before I knew what Christian was. I found out that the Messiah was never one. And, now I'm in the rap. What is happening right now, right? Now, what I got you. We'll do both his questions. So once you find out that when the Romans at Antioch, the Bible says at Antioch, they first called them Christian. The Romans were the enslavers, and they was following all these gods and all this stuff, this polytheistic deities, right? It was an all type of man on man stuff, right? Abomination, right? And they first called them that, and that was a slur. It was like them called us iggers, or them called you something. And now, because people just receive the doctrine of men and don't want to study, show themselves approved, and then they'll want to reject the knowledge because you become a favoritor of the doctrine of men. I'm not. I never was. I want truth. The Bible says we ought to seek out the Most High in spirit and in truth. I'm a yacht, not in spirit and in someone's made up fables and lies, right? So once you start to understand the truth, then you understand in Antioch, they first called them the slur, the followers of the way. They were called the followers of the way. In their original tongue, that was called Tamadayan Ha Dalayat. Dalayat is the way, the pathway. It is also the door. The Messiah, which you call Jesus, said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. I am the door to get to the Father. See, you got to understand his language, his tongue. He was a person. Now, they rewrote his image, his likeness, and made him, but he was never none of that. He was against everything that they rewrote it in, and they created a doctrine and got all of us. Now, some of us, for a lack of knowledge, we're pursuing the Messiah, and so the Most High's grace and mercy covers us. But he doesn't tell us to stay in ignorance. We ought to study to show ourselves approved. He doesn't want us to stay in darkness. You understand? That's his grace and mercy to cover us. So he has elect children who is going to peel back the layers. And it's all like this lesson is going to bring out. It's all going to show. In a second, I'm going to show you. It's crazy. I'm going to show you exactly how it came about and all of it. So yes, do we follow the same? If you are calling on Christ, right? Or Jesus Christ, or whatever you're calling him, but you're trying to seek the truth of the Messiah and be righteous, be a light in the darkness, love your neighbors, you love yourself. You believe in the taking on the personification of the Messiah, living his word, not just reading the Bible, living the word and being a righteous a spirit on this earth in the image of the Most High, in the image of the Messiah, then yes. Right. And yes, I believe in the resurrection. I believe, yes, he's coming back. I believe all of those things as well. All right. So, yes, but I just don't call him. Okay, let's say if my name is Yahya and someone later they name me Zeus, I'm not going to keep calling me if I find out who I am, that my name was never Zeus. I'm not going to keep calling him Zeus. That's a disrespect once you know better. All right. So anyway, so that's why we call on the Messiah. So the way that I transliterate to be able to identify with some of my brothers and sisters that are Christian and still in that in the religion is I'll call them the Messiah, because Messiah is how you transliterate Mashayat, and that means the deliverer, the anointed, the savior, the one who leads to salvation in the Messiah's original tongue. They were the Tamadayan Hadalayat. That means followers of the way. And that's what they were called. They were following the Messiah's ways, actions, and deeds, following his way. They weren't Christians, Christians, right? And when you find out what that means later, it's crazy work, right? They never called themselves that. That was a slur. So actually, if you really did love him, then you wouldn't disrespect him. That's actually a disrespect to call someone out their name, right? Call them a slur and a byword and right? But people have been so brainwashed by religion and the doctrine of men that they just reject the truth. They just like, oh, I'm going to stay. Well, they said he was Jesus. I'm going to call him Jesus. It's like, well, then stay in your ignorance. Because once the truth is presented to you and you reject the truth, the Bible says they reject, not that I didn't give them the knowledge, but they reject the knowledge when I gave it to them. And for that, I reject them and their children. And give them over to a strong delusion. So you got people who, once you know better, you do better. When we were as children, we did as children do. When we became adults, we put away childish things, right? Parable of talents. We have to grow empty wineskins as you on your journey back to truth. We have to be on the journey to the truth, not to religion and doctrine of men, especially coming from these Greco-Roman ditties. Anything they made up from this lesson is crazy. I don't want nothing to do with nothing they made up, right? I really need to know the truth. All right. So yes, welcome to the house of the Most High. The book of Psalms says his name is Yah, right? And he says, I am that I am. In the original Hebrew, that's Ayah, Asha, Ayah, or Hayah, Asha, Hayah. Ayah is the first person singular. That's saying I am, or I be, or I exist. Hayah is the second person plural. That's saying he is, he exists, he be. All right? So whether you want to call him Ayah or Hayah or Yah, as it says in Psalms, we are the house of the Most High. He has a name. They took his name out over 7,000 times. He says, call on my name forever. We have to come in his name. His name is a strong tower. The righteous run into it and is safe. His name is not God. His name is not Lord. That's not a name. We have his name. So we come in his name, as he says, and my people who are called by my name, they shall surname themselves, come back in the name of the Father. That's our Father, right? So we come in the name of Yah and we assemble, right, together in Mashiach, in the Messiah. Mashiach, assembly house of Yah. That's Mashiach, Yalayat, Bayat, Ha, Yah, in the original tongue. That I just said, that's Habariah, original Hebrew, not Canaanite Hebrew, Paleo later. I know that's a lot, but you want to know that if someone is trying to teach you something, that they are actually have studied to show themselves approved, and I actually speak the tongue. So another problem is people run around speaking this Canaanite Hebrew or Yiddish or whatever, Babylonian, Talmudian, whatever, they don't speak their original tongue, so they don't know the antonyms, they don't know the exonyms, they don't know the ethonyms, they don't know the analogies, they don't know the what's the names that comes along with linguistics and language, I can't think of that one now. The ones that when you use words that mean something else in the tongue, but they don't understand that, the linguistics, because they don't speak the tongue. So praise the Most High. So again, so that's why I also show, like I'm doing now, a lot of the receipts that's out in the world, because the Bible says we are not to just lean on your own understanding or just follow any man. So we are to diligently, so I show receipts. I instruct you to don't just believe what I say, go study to show yourself proof. Do the same diligent research. So I put it on the screen, I show everything so you can go study yourself and see it. Ain't nothing made up. So I'm showing the artifacts, I'm showing the frescoes, I'm showing the hieroglyphs, I'm showing the in the museums, the actual, what the ancients actually drew and wrote, not what man has came back later and whitewashed. Okay? All right. So praise the Most High. Welcome to the house of Yah, the Most High, what you call God. So in the English, I got you. In the English language, this would be Mashiach Assembly House of Yah would be Jesus Church House of God. But church is Circe, God is another deity, right? And so in Jesus is a whole nother thing. So anyway, all right. So go ahead. What was I'm glad I answered that, even if he goes left field, because sometimes they'll ask something and then they just become serpent after a while. Let's see. What was the other question?
The next few things he said is the foundation for salvation for all followers of the Son of Mary equals accepting in parentheses Christ to rise from the dead on the third day. In the parentheses, for salvation. If you do this, then you are a Christian, case closed. Then he said,
hold on. Well, then you stay a Christian and you stay in the Greco-Roman ditty religion with all of that man doctrine that you just taught. So everything that you just said, a lot of that is in our Hebrew manuscript. You can stay a Christian. What we're breaking down is where the Christians come from. So you can stay in that ditty religion, child sacrifice, and wanting to smash the little kids where all these Greco-Romans came from all you want in your ignorance. Now be gone, Christian, and go back to your dark doctrine of men that you don't want to see. And see, that's where they come with closed eyes and ears. They don't want to empty their wineskins and learn anything. You understand? He like Son of Mary. He got Mary worship in there. I heard about 4 different things. Yeah, take yourself to the gymnasium, Kristen, and go ahead and get diddy right along with the rest of them. We are the children of the Most High who trying to come in spirit and in truth, not in doctrine of men. All right? That stuff is really old. Even the children nowadays are starting to come out of this foolish stuff. right? But you want to keep, don't come here and then digest that stuff. You have no, matter of fact, if you want to, come on the screen and let me see any type of literature understanding. Do you know the tongue of the Bible? Do you even speak the word of the Bible? Okay? Do you speak it? Your mama's a Christian. I just made a joke. Right. All right. So he's going to be gone because he's one of these lost. It's fine. You could be a Christian. What was Christian? Happy Halloween. Christmas. Right. You know, your Christ wasn't born on December 25th. Do you know that, Michael? Hey, Michael. Do you know Christ wasn't born on the 25th? I'm not.
I don't think he's Christian. I think he's trying to knock Christianity and put us in that box.
Oh, so he's a atheist.
What he is?
What are you? Boy, get out of here! You ain't nothing but ultra perm. Get out of here! Here, troll. Got me up here trying to trying to explain something to a troll. But the thing I do like, guys, is even when these trolls come, we got to get him out of here. Even when these trolls come, right? Yeah, don't get him out of here yet unless he says something disrespectful. But if he's too noisy, put him in 144,000 second timeout, right? If even when these trolls come, the breakdown, the simple breakdown that actually happened, put him in a timeout. He's gone. All right. You a troll and you a punk too. So shut up. Right? Because in the world I would have punched you in your face. Now how about that, Michael? Right? Because I know he wants to think it's like we're like religious. When I used to be in my sin in the world, I would have knocked your head off your shoulders. How about that, Michael? You're a punk in your hood. So you can hide behind your keyboard, right? So miss me. You got no intellectual, you don't have no intellectual fight in you to stand. And if you want to have an intellectual debate or intellectual war, we can go intellectually. We can go mentally, physically, or spiritually, and you can't win neither of them because I knocked your whole head off your shoulders. How about that, Michael? Mentally, physically, and spiritually. But I won't anymore because now I follow the Messiah. Here we go. Let me explain, children. You do this by testimony. I used to would bang your whole head off your shoulders, Michael. You heard that part. But guess what? I won't no more. You know why? Because the Most High, the creator of all things, my Abba, introduced me to the Messiah. And the Messiah, his name was Yahweh Shah, Yahweh Shah. He was a Habariyah man from the tribe of Yaada, Judah, with woolly hair and feet as burnished brass as if it was burned in a furnace, right? And he came just like I came into this earth, but he came to teach us how to be righteous so I can die to the physical of knocking your head off your shoulders if you act foolish in front of me, right? And I can die to that, and now I can master the emotions of my aggression of the warrior in my physical, and I can master it with my spiritual. So instead of knocking your head off your shoulders physically, I knock it off spiritually. You heard? I won't actually do no more sin of harming you physically. I don't even want to harm you mentally and spiritually. So what did I do? I tried to receive you. You understand? I tried to receive you. It's okay. It's okay. Who is that? Who that? Oran? It's okay. It's all right, Ara. This is me. This is who I am. I'm passionate. I'm strong. I'm still controlled. I'm explaining what I'm doing now, Ara, is I'm relating the transformation that happens when you actually do receive the Messiah. You get what I'm saying, Ara? Because see, I'm not a what you call them. I'm not a pastor belt. I'm not a religious man. I'm a spiritual man of the Most High. I got true testimony. I actually live this out. So the same way that the Most High got me, now I control. That's why I said I would have knocked his head off his shoulder. You hear me? But I won't anymore. You see? Because now I'm a righteous man. So I won't act out on those physical things because now I master the flesh. I die to the flesh. But what I'm showing and demonstrating to this foolish person, because he wants to, he done pulled out, and I understand where he can get that from too, where he can get the misnomer of not believing in Christ or not believing in Jesus or not believing in no son. I don't know if he believed, period, in a higher power. That's why the first thing you got to do is find out, do you even believe in a higher power or not? Or do you think you are the higher power on earth? Do you think you created yourself? Or do you think the earth was created by a big bang? Right? So it's different levels. But I meet everybody where they are. But if he's the type that he doesn't believe because of the doctrine that the lies they've been told, he's actually correct. But the problem is he doesn't understand where he's at. So he sees the title, he sees the live, and he's thinking like we're just some I don't know, Israelite group or religious group. You don't understand, this ain't religion what we in. And there is a Messiah. There was a person, whether you want to believe it or not, that's all on you. But I have proof. Everything I'm showing ancient scriptural proof, and everything we're doing in this lesson is showing everything, right? Yeah, you think we IUIC or United in Christ or Christ or whatever that crap is. So, but again, it's him judging a book by its cover and not understanding where he's really at, right? So then as I started to explain and break down, because he came in the image that he might believe, right? Then he started to be disrespectful and said, "I'm a Christian." So now you're trying to disrespect. So now you get checked, right? Because I'm not nothing to play with, and the Messiah wasn't nothing to play with, and the Tamadayan, the followers of the way, wasn't nothing to play with, right? You understand? They receive you in spirit and truth, and they reject you. If you don't want it, you can keep going, right? But watch your mouth, take your shoes off, and have some respect. But anyway, let's continue with the lesson. And hopefully Ora just found us, so hopefully you can just be a little still and understand that over time you'll say, okay, Unc ain't, he not tripping. That's just, I just got passion. It's just, I'm not, you can't frazzle me up by those words. I get frazzled up anyway. you understand? Yeah, just an interruption. But I do like that breakdown, right? The Most High would take lemons and make lemonade, right? So even when sometimes they interrupt, that breakdown, I can grab that clip, because others who are just awakened or others who trying to know the truth, the way that was broken down for that person, even though he don't receive it, right? It could be used for someone else. And you got to let the Most High do that. All right, let's get back to the lesson. All right. He says, okay, you from the city, LOL. So, oh yeah, that's, Warren, I'm just transparent. You understand? I don't want y'all to think that I'm some holier than, no. I'm master and God of the flesh, but I like to show the proof of how the Most High and can change a person's life, right? I'm changed, right? I got people all over Facebook, thousands of them. They still in New York in the projects right now. Some of them watching them. Raheem, at the beginning of this lesson, Raheem's still in the hood. And Raheem ain't nothing to play with. My young homie from the hood, right? And they watching. They ain't see, they knew who I was. They knew, but for them to see like, dag, I used to be the guy, Rashawn. I know they're like, Rashawn is really, like, he really changed his life. Yes. This is what the Messiah can do for you if you follow his ways. That's why they were called the follower of the way. Come on, Elder Tamayah. This is what I'm trying to tell. People are trying to make this like a religious thing. This Jesus Christ and this and that. And he died the third day, and his mother Mary and all that. Follow his way. Follow his instructions. He was the path to the Father. They don't understand that. The religion then made him the Father, right? But that's the Greco-Romans. He ain't the Father. He the path to the Father. He is our way out of sin and transgression. He showed it. He lived it. They beat him. They mocked him. They scorned him. They tortured him. They did everything. And he showed us how to walk it out through all the crap that we going to get on this earth. All the lies, all the cheating, all the stealing, all the fornication, all the adultery, all the darkness that's against us. The Messiah showed us how to walk through it, how to walk it out, bro. But you got to apply it. But they want to make him like he wasn't good. Don't receive him. And you stay in your dark. For those who want to receive, it's for those who have eyes to see and ears to hear. Everybody ain't going to receive and hear. But those of us who want to on this Friday night, while you just got paid, then you actually, Michael Smith, found the actual true channel where you can actually decipher through the truth. You ain't got to be no religious nothing. You ain't even got to believe in them. But if you listen, let me show y'all this part. You ain't even got to even believe in them. But if you read what he actually said, not what they transliterated, the things that he said you are to do and how you are to act, it will help you in your life on this earth. Literally, it will help you to become more righteous in an unrighteous world. It will, and I know because I did it. That's why I showed that in my past, I knocked your whole head off your shoulders. And I know Raheem, my people in New York, like, yup, because that's where we come from. I come from Parkside Projects. That's what we was raised to live. You heard? It was all warrior. It was all about self. It was all about watch your mouth, watch what you say. You better know yours, otherwise you pay a debt for it. That's all we know for. That's all I knew. I was raised during the crack era. I ain't have a mom and dad. I was raised seeing people unalived and murdered and all that. You understand? And now the Most High could change me. If he could change me, he could change a lot of y'all who might have had a mom or might have had a dad or might have had both or might have had, something. So if he could change me, that's what's called testimony. And salvation is in the testimony. Salvation, the way that you're saved is we are saved by others' testimony. That's what I was doing to Aura. I was being a living example and showing the testimony to that Michael person. And it's because I'm following after, and I didn't know the Messiah either. And no, I don't call him Jesus because that ain't his name. I don't call him Christ because he wasn't no Christos or Christos. I call him Messiah because that's what he was, the Messiah. And we ought to be Messiahs. We ought to be deliverers of souls. That's why Moses' name in Habariyah was Messiah. That means deliverer. You understand? All right, let's get back to the study. The fall of the Mycenaeans was attributed to the Dorian or Sea People invasion, right? Around this time, large-scale revolts took place in several parts of the Mediterranean. And the collapse of the political and economic system of the Mycenaeans. Now we're finding out where the Hellenists come from, all right? Let's get back to the regularly scheduled programming, right? The Dark Age. This is the Dark Ages they don't teach you about, right? Now, right here, this map shows the invasions. This is what led them into the Dark Ages, right? So you see this part? That's what you call Egypt. You see Gaza? That's Jerusalem. But these are ancient names. See Kadesh? Byblos, that's where they get the Greek, got the word Biblia, where we got Bible, right? It was Saphariah in our original tongue. You see? That later, Ramses became Alexandria. This was y'all gonna find this out in 1 second. Let's get going, right? Now, this is when the Sea People, around 1200 BC, conquered all this area, the Aegean Sea. This is the island of Crete. That's the beginning I showed y'all. Right? Yeah, the intermission has ended. Let's get back. get your snacks and let's get back. Now, this was the original Thebes that they called that, and later this became Greece later. Okay? This is Mycenae from the Minoans, the black civilization. And this is where those people, the Demo people, this white clan came. All I was breaking down. Now, this map sits here, says the Sea Peoples, including the Lux, Shurda, and Wishes, attacked Egypt unsuccessfully, right here in the red at this time. The Sea People, included Den, attacked Egypt unsuccessfully. The Denyen, that's the one where I showed y'all that face with the dude with the big nose looking through when they walk, when King Ramses and them explained that the Denyen, the tribe, that's the tribe of Dan, came and attacked, and he took them into slavery. And I showed the black dude looking at the screen with his nose. He was looking, all right? The Sea People destroyed settlements in Syria and Cyprus. That's the yellow parts. So this is the invasion that put this whole region in a Dark Ages, okay? Hatta is the Hittites, all right? This is the one they don't tell you about. The reason why they don't teach you this history is because if you get this history, right, this before Rome was Rome, right? See Sicily, Sardinia, and all that? That's the Mycenaean Greece, right? So the Mycenaeans is in the orange. They were subjected to widespread destruction. I showed you the Mycenaeans. That was the snake out, the blacks. I showed you with the hair, with the locks, right? The Egyptians show. They own Crete, Manoa. This is Greece, and this is Italy, the orange. This was all Mycenaean before these kingdoms took over, the Greeks. Now listen, this is how these things came about. The black was Troy and Hittite cities destroyed possibly by civilizations coming from Japheth, the Frisians from Europe, from up north, the black. This is the Frisians. They were another sea people. So what they call the sea people were these people like kind of like pirates who traveled by sea, and all they did was they didn't give no F's given. They just conquered everywhere they went, right? And some of them were white. That was the Frisians. Phrygians. We'll do that another time, right? So now listen, that's the black as they're going. So this map is dictating the arrows of where all these sea people start attacking the whole region, the whole Aegean Sea. Look, Egypt, Jerusalem, Southwest Asia, all is what they call Greece, what they call it. This whole area was attacked by the sea people at one time. So somehow the sea people and the tribe of Dan was one of those sea people. Okay? Denian, they call them Denoi. Ramses called it the Denians. Okay? And around this time, somehow the sea people must have gathered somewhere and said, we're going to all just do a conglomerated attack on all these regions. And they don't come. Now, this is the thing about the sea people. They didn't attack you to establish like a kingdom. They attacked you, took all that you had. Dan would mate with your woman, take everything, conquer you, and then go on and leave your land desolate, plundered. The sea people. Every party in the 1200s, every nation on the earth feared this group of people. All right. And Dan was one of those tribes. So this map is showing the invasions of and once they got finished, this destruction, this region went into a dark ages. So this part, Phoenicia, like these other parts, they got the Phoenicians, other people came back and started to bring some of these other parts back into civilization. Egypt, they didn't conquer Egypt. That's why I just showed you, right? Egypt took the tribe of Dan into slavery, some of them into slavery and stuff. Egypt still stood, right? But a lot of them got conquered. Now the Mycenaean, this area, which you would call Greece and Italy, it got totally decimated. And the original Mycenaean blacks, they fled, right? Probably fled up into Europe. They fled all over the place. So they left the island to the Philae people because the tribe of Dan, now the reason why it got left to them, because Dan had came to them earlier in Mycenae, right? And Dan mixed his seed with the Demoi people and they became the Philae tribe. So they would mix. I showed you them with the locks, the hair, and the kingdom of Knossos and all. That's here in Crete Island, right? So when later, so this is about decades later, they were established. Dan taught them barter. So this is Dan actual descendants. So when the sea people invaded this area, Dan protected the Philae tribe. They were mixed. These were what would become the Hellenists, the Greeks. Dan came and protected them from the other sea people, the Weshesh, the Luca, the Sherdan, the Peliset, the Frisians. Dan came and protected the Philesian, not Philesian, that's Parisian, the Philae, right? His own. So Dan stayed until all the other sea people, you know how it's like, not here. It's like, you know how they have when you had the riot, right? In Watts and in California, and some people put on their stores, black owned store, right? And then the people that was rioting be like, not that store, not them. That's what Dan did on the island of Mycenae, Crete. This what later became Greece. But the original Mycenaeans, who weren't, they all fled. So Dan protected this group. Some of them look white, but a lot of them were mixed by this time, right? Right? And still some of them were still white, but Dan mixed the seed with them. But these were the Philaeans. So after this whole area went into a dark ages, they lost all civilization. So all the writing system of the Linear B that the Mycenaeans took them, they went into a dark ages for 400 years. Lost all civilization. Okay? And they was for 400 years, they was in these islands by themselves, and they went total savage. And because of all the gods, so somehow they just started Gideon one, and they just became a savage nation. And so then the Phoenicians came. I'm gonna show y'all later after 400 years, and this is how they got the Greek, what they call the Hellenist alphabet. The Phoenicians came later, 400 years after these, although these areas started to get back civilized again. The Phoenicians came amongst them and civilized them again. And they took on the Phoenician gods and culture, and they took on the writing system from the Phoenicians. And they call that, now they call it the Greek alphabet, but it was the actual Hellenist alphabet. And this is when they took on this god Helen to be, and now you're going to have understanding of what that was. And this is how they came out of the Dark Ages from the Phoenicians, and they became Hellenes. All right, from the Philae, after 400 years of Dark Ages. All right, now I wanted to show that. Okay, so let me. How do I do it? Go out of that. All right, now you're gonna get some real understanding. It's 11:30, so I'm still not too bad with time. All right, about those 400 years. Oh, I'm about to go through it. I'm about to break it down. I'm about to break down. Y'all about to learn a lot. I just have to do them. I'm still doing the kind of the intro to the lesson. So I'm about to get into the lesson. So you're about to get that answer on y'all, all of that. All right. So this is the Greek Dark Ages, right? So now y'all seen that, right? And they say they went through a time of total uncivilization. It's written in here somewhere, right? The Ptolemaic tombs are found in Thessaly. Let me see, the Superior, whatever. Let me see, post-Millennian society. Let me see, the end. Let me see, I want to see. So then, there you go. Let me show it so y'all don't think I'm. By the beginning of the 8th century, a Greek alphabet, right? Since the late 9th or 8th century, this after their 400 years of dark, it was derived from the Phoenician alphabet. Okay? All right. So they lost the Linear B, they lost all their civilization, but the Phoenicians came. All right? And the Greek adopted, well, the Hellenists later, the Philae adopted the abjad, a system which only write consonants. All right? Leaving the vowels to be inferred by the reader. Again, because the Phoenicians was an abjad, we had no vowels, the ancient writing systems. The abjagita came later with the vowels, right? A Shemitic, abjad used to write Phoenician, a Shemitic language used by the Phoenicians. All right? Now, so there you go. So now y'all got more understanding that they went through a dark age, all right? The dark age for 400 years. Now I'm about to break it down. Now I'm about to get into I need to bring the receipts of it, right? So let me see, I did my dark age receipts, right? Now, because I need y'all to, because we need to get to how do they become Hellenes? How do they get to these gods, all right? And all of this. Now, let me break this down. What do I want to have on the screen while I'm doing this? Let me put this on the screen while I'm doing this. I can leave that on the screen, right? The invasion migrations, but while I'm breaking this part down, right? So let me grab my, all right? Because they're gods, man. All right, so where do I want to go? I want to go before, because I got to go to The Dark Ages, how did they, when they came out, they became Hellenes, all right? And is it here? I think it's here. I think it's in my Helen. All right. Yeah, it's in my Helen. All right, so I showed y'all from the vase who Helen was, right? Helen was the father of 3 sons. Now I'm about to break down how the Philae people who were from the tribe of Dan, what would later become the Hellenes and Greeks, how they got this god Helen, all right? So Helen in the what we call Greek mythology was considered the mythical ancestor of all what we call now the Greeks. Helen was the son of Deucalion, who was termed the Greek version of Noah, the flood. This has all to do with the flood because the Philae people, who now are going to become Hellenists after the Phoenicians came to bring them out of their 400 years of dark ages, of them running savage and doing all this stuff on this island for 400 years. Because Dan protected them from the other sea people, and after that was over, Dan moved on, and they were left to own what we call now Greece and Crete and Macedonia, okay? And this before they were Hellenes. They were still Philae people, right? Now, once the Phoenicians came and the Phoenicians civilized them again, the Phoenicians brought them their gods as well, Mesopotamic gods as well. So they already had the flood narrative from Dan, the tribe of Dan. Dan was a Hebrew, one of the 12 tribes. Dan was so wild that he got casted out of the tribes. Dan mixes seed with it. Dan was a wild boy. Dan is what you call the indigenous Americans, Native Americans here. The black ones, when Columbus got here, that's Dan. That's a Danite tribe, all right? The original natives, not the Mongoloid ones, all right? Now, Dan was strong, but Dan was also protective. So Dan even protected when the other tribes came out of the Babylonian captivity and went into Spain and Iberia and Portugal and stuff, Dan protected them from all of the wild savages and stuff. They lived with Dan, them and the Moors. So y'all hear about the Moors that civilized Europe, but they don't let y'all know it's the Moors and Hebrews, right? And Dan protected the Moors and the Hebrews because Dan already had a civilization there, right? That's where you get also your Danish, your Dutch, your a lot of those countries, even Sweden, all of those countries. All right, but anyway, that's going somewhere else. That's a whole nother stuff. So anyway, in Greek mythology, hold on, I want to still be able to see some of the chat a little bit. But now we're about to get into now y'all about to learn. It's a great lesson. I hate that I have to bring that much to bring this out, but I don't know no other way to do it. All right. So in Greek mythology, Helen was considered the mythical ancestor of all the Hellenists, right? What would later become the Greeks. Deucalion was, so in each culture have their own flood narrative. Everyone has a flood narrative, right? The Sumerians, the Akkadians, the Ugarit, the Phoenicians, everyone. So this group of people who now going to become Hellenists, these Philae people who was running in this region for 400 years now during this dark ages, right? And the Phoenicians came amongst, now they're establishing a new civilization. And whenever a culture established a new civilization, they would create a god or a history to worship. So this Philae people who are now, they chose this deity called Helen, okay? And I showed you on the vase. They chose this deity. He's supposed to be the son of Deucalion. Now, these ancient cultures that they picked up, they come from other Mesopotamic. It's just a amalgamation, a conglomeration of different deities, right? It's polytheistic, right? Everyone follow different deities and God. So what they did with same thing that other cultures do, they'll mix your pantheon of gods, Sumer, with Acadia, with the Hebrew, Habariya, with the Persian, the Syrian, right? And they would mix gods and they would have their own pantheon. So you could create your own pantheon of deities by mixing other cultures' narratives, their folk tales, their stories from their scriptures, their manuscripts, their hieroglyphs, their writings, right? And you would assimilate. And so what these group of people are doing now, what became the Hellenes, what became the Greeks, coming out of their dark ages, they're assimilating and building their own pantheon of gods, taking it from all pieces of ancient cultures, right? And it's strongly rooted in the Phoenician and Dan, Hebrew. Okay, now you're going to understand why they commissioned 72 Hebrews. All right, it's going to make sense in a second. It's going to tie in. Now, these Philae people that the Phoenicians are now civilizing after this Dark Ages on the Mycenaean Crete Islands now, right? They chose this under this deity called Deucalion, right? It was probably titled something else in the tongue back then, but now we're speaking how the Greek termed it later. And Deucalion is supposed to be the Noah, and Pyrrha, his wife. And Deucalion and Pyrrha, Pyrrha, survived the flood. All right. Now, they had a child. Okay? And his child, his name was Helen. But they had 3 sons. Let me explain. So now y'all finding out the Hellenistic flood narrative. You got to know this to understand where the Greek come from. Hellenes. All right? Now, Deucalion and Pyrrha survived the flood. All right. Now, later, from this union, they had 3 sons. One of the sons was Helen. And these people, Philae, derived their name and they call themselves Hellenes. Hellenes. And that meant the people of Helen. All right? That's where you get the word Hellenic kingdom, Hellenic, or the word Hellas is the land. So the land that was called Mycenae, that before that was called Minoa, after the conquering of the sea people in the Dark Ages, the Philae people, the Phoenicians came amongst them after Dan protected them, and they went savage for 400 years. Then the Phoenicians came, and they taught them alphabet and civilization again and other gods. They chose this deity, and they chose their own flood narrative. And they named the new land, that land that used to be Crete, Mycenae, what they call now Greece, they named it Hellas. Hellas, the land of Hellas. They are the Hellenes. Okay, that's what they call themselves. Hellenes mean people of Helen. I showed y'all who Helen was on the vase. This is mythology, these gods. All right, a mythological figure, right? Now, so Ankh, when did the worship or idea of Helen begin? Helen is a part of a mythic genealogy, all right? It's more an ancestor figure than a god. So they didn't term Helen a god. It was more ancestor worship, okay? And they followed it. They made this ancestor like their father figure, more than like a god, a deity, like an actual blood lineage, but it was a myth. It was mythological. So it became like a cult following. So the myth of Helen and in archaeological and historical scholarship, as I did my diligent research to teach y'all this, the myth of Helen they deduced likely developed around the late Mycenaean period, right? Right after the Greek Dark Ages, right? They call it the late Mycenaean to early Archaic period around 800 to 1100 BCE, after the Dark Ages when the Phoenicians came. During this period, the Philae people were reconstructing their identity after the Phoenicians came to those islands after the fall of the Mycenaean civilization started around 1200 BCE. They started to form tribal confederations. So when the tribe of Dan, the Danaan people, what the Egyptians called them, protected them from the sea people, when the Mycenaeans fled and they went through their dark ages, they formed tribal confederations, right? And as they formed these confederations, by the time the Phoenicians came there, they started to share ancestry myths. So things were told hand to mouth. Mythologies were passed on through all ancient civilizations. So every flood narrative, everybody got their own flood narrative. Ancient Kemet, what they call Egypt, Sumer, Acadia, everybody. The Hebrews, ours is Noah, Nayak, and Hayam, Shayam, and Japheth, Ham, Shem, and Japheth. Everyone got their own, right? So once they were coming out of the Dark Ages and the Phoenicians got to them, they started to form tribal confederations and they started to spread their ancestry myths to unite the various tribes. They were 400 years, okay? And they named their tribes under the Hellenes' children, the Dorians, the Ionians, and the Achaeans or Aeolians. They started to unite the people under one lineage. They needed a lineage because they were tribal and they were warring one another and everything. But when Phoenicia came and civilized them again, they wanted to form a civilization. And they came together under a tribal confederation that we're going to make Helen our mythological ancestor, like a so-called god, right? Because each city-state or nation during those times had to have some type of history, right? And so they united the various nations, the Dorians, Ionians, Aeolians, and Achaeans under one lineage. So Helen was used or created as a unifying mythical ancestor to give the Philae people, who are now going to be Hellenes, the tribes, a shared origin, like a commonality. So even though you're Dorian, you're Ionian, you're Achaean, now we're going to become Hellen, right? We're all descendants from Helen. So all the tribals, nations now have one unifying mythic ancestor, Helen. Okay, now Helen was never ever worshipped by any other culture before the Philae people chose Helen under the Phoenicians, right? Hold on, let me write that so I don't forget, right? There was no other civilization that worshipped Helen before them. There's no records of any people that they call Greek or Hellenists before worshiping or mentioning any deity or god named Helen. So this Helen deity was purely invented from the Philae people. They created this deity, all right? And they derived it from the word Hellas, meaning our land, their land. So they made this terminology, this deity up. So the early people of the Aegean region, such as the Minoans, which were black, 1400 BC to 3000, and the Mycenaeans, which I showed you were black, 1200 to 1600, or 1600 to 1200, sorry, 300 to 1400, 16 to 12, right? They had completely different gods, symbols, deities, right? The Minoans and the Mycenaeans worshiped the snake goddess, the mother goddess, the fertility, nature, sky, but they didn't have a human ancestor to their deities. The Philae people created a human derivative to their a human ancestor that they created a mythology that they became under. So they invented Helen as part of a mythic universe history that they are inventing for their people to unify them so that they can be strong in case they get invaded. And later, they became the mightiest kingdom on the earth. These were the Hellenists, who y'all learned later known as the Greeks. What y'all learning now is how the so-called Greeks got invented. How what's the name? How they conquered the whole world. Yes, they created their own lineage because they got their lineage from the Mycenaean, right? They got some of it from Dan, from Phoenicia, but now after that Dark Ages, they was 400 years on their own. So they lost all writing system. They lost all writing system, all education, all everything. Okay? They were they actually lived. I actually got how they started to live in the ground. They were living in the ground when the Phoenicians came. Matter of fact, let me show y'all something. Let me show y'all. Thank you. I got some images of when the Phoenicians came and helped them out. I got an image of kind of how they lived, and then after the Phoenicians. All right, stop, share. That was good. I'm glad I saw that. Share screen, because I got so much to bring out and it's hard to do it. Share. All right. Oh, so that's the Cretan hieroglyphs, then the linear A, linear B. All right. So let me go which way? There you go. See, that's the Aeolians, Ionians, Dorians, right? So this is their colonization later when they once they took over Asia Minor. They took over all these lands. So the Dorians, Ionians, these, y'all find out who they are later. These are the sons of Helen, right? And later they became, so they band them all together under Helen so that they can have one, and they took over the world. They took over the kingdom at that time. So this is a map of them. The Aeolians, Ionians, Dorians. Y'all going to find out a lot about that, right? This is another map. Look, this archaic, look, the Doric, the Achaean, the Attic, Ionic, right? And the Macedonian. So this is where they took over, right? But anyway, I'm trying to find, this is their Greek gods, right? So the Culian and stuff is in here somewhere. Where is he? From Helen. It's over here somewhere. Let me show. There you go. So that's the Culian, and Pyrrha gave birth to Helen, right? This is the Olympic, remember the family tree of the Greek mythology gods. It starts with their god Chaos at the top, right? Remember, you got your Titans, your Olympians, you got Zeus, Athena, all that, right? All right, so there go Helen. All right, so now, I went the wrong way. Let me show y'all how they were living. So this is an image, this is a later depiction, but this is how you live in the ground. So you see this image, right? Looking with the wooden shoes, right? So this is how they would live in the actual ground. See, that's just a little hill in the ground. They got a door. It looked like they got a chimney for smoke, right? This is just an image, right? But now let me show you how. So they were, for 400 years, This is not actually them. This is just an image that show you how how they were living in the inside the earth, in the ground. All right? Yeah, they got the wooden clogs, you know, the what's the names, right? So look, he got them on too, right? Now the now when the Phoenicians came amongst them, because they was running real savage and doing all, they was for 400 years, they lost all civilization. Y'all can look it up. Go read the Greek Dark Ages stuff and they'll tell you they lost all writing, all civilization, everything. All right? Only thing they had is mythology stories. All right? So when the Phoenicians came amongst them, the Phoenicians taught them how to rebuild huts. So then they started to live like this under the Phoenicians. They would build huts and would put grass as the roof. Circular huts. Right? And this is what the inside would look like. Right? See? So look. So this is the part as they started to have more civilization. Okay? So they would build these as they're coming out. This is now they're starting to become the Hellenes people after the Phoenicians, right? And this is an actual image of a hut. An actual image. See? The wooden hair, what's the name, top? Right? This is their actual living. All right? And this is what we were living. So this is the Mycenaean and the Phoenicians. So we were living in stone. This is an actual house. See the pillars and all of it. All right? These are the actual pillars. That's Imhotep. But anyway, right? And this is what, so this is Mitzrayim, right? Queen's chambers, the shaft, subterranean, and everything. All right, so now you're seeing this is how they were living. Okay, so now let me get back to my breakdown. Now, the Greeks, the Philae people invented Helen as an ancestor deity as part of their mythological history to have all of their tribes become one body under Helen so that they can withstand anybody. It's like a gang. They created, it's all Egyptian inspired. They created Bloods and Crip, right? They created, but you had to do this to survive because you had savage, you had people going conquering stuff, and then they went on and conquered everybody, right? Now, the story of Deucalion and Pyrrhus' flood. Now I'm gonna break down the flood, their flood. It's an early Philae retelling of the flood legend through all cultures of antiquity. All right? They got their flood narrative from the older Eastern, Near Eastern stories, like the Mesopotamian flood of Gilgamesh, right? The Mesopotamian, the Gilgamesh, or the Hebrew, the Habariah story of Noah, or the Sumerian, Babylonian. Everyone had a flood narrative. We know the Gilgamesh, they was floating in a cube, right? They had a box cube. And then the other one, I think, was that Gilgamesh? The other one where they was eating the animals on their ark, right? Everyone got their own flood. Remember the one, I think it was Gilgamesh. Which one was that? Maybe the Atra. It was Gilgamesh. I was about to say maybe the Atrahasis. Gilgamesh. They started barbecuing the animals and they was in a cube. And cubes don't even float. That's what's crazy, right? So anyway, everybody got their story. It's crazy. They was getting drunk, yeah, and they had an actual barbecue they ate the animals in the Gilgamesh, the ancient Mesopotamian flood narrative. And if you do the specs of that cube it would have sank. That's crazy. But they probably said they gods left it. But if you do the measurements on the Hebrews narrative of their ark, it actually will float. The actually cubits and stuff, they've done it, right? So anyway, so these Philae, who now from the Phoenicians start to build their civilization again after their dark ages, they got the flood narrative because everyone has a flood. It's like you have to have a flood narrative, right? If you calling yourself a people or civilization and try to get taken seriously to be able to barter and trade, you ain't got no flood narrative. That means you ain't got no history, right? And what I said at the beginning, people with no history are lost. So they created a history. You understand? Yes, everyone, right? So this is how they created their history, okay? Now, they took their flood narrative from the Near Eastern stories, right? The East, they call it Near East, Far East, Middle East, whatever, right? The Mesopotamian, Sumerian, Hebrew, whatever stories. So this is their flood narrative. The ancient Philae, who became the Hellenes, who became the Greek. Their flood narrative is said that after the flood, there was a flood, and I guess their God, did they say who their God was? Really later. See, at first, they just started with Deucalion and Pyrrha. So I guess their God might have been chaos, like a higher power, but they didn't really have a name for him yet. Later, they came all these pantheons, chaos, Nyx, all that, right? Ether, right? So anyway, we'll break this down. So this is how it started. This is their mythology, that a flood was coming. Deucalion and Pyrrha got warned that it's a flood, and they built an ark. They built I think theirs was a cube. I think it comes out in this, because I did all the research, so I think it's going to come out. I'm telling the story. They built a cube or something. They built something, right? It wasn't an ark like the Hebrew ones, right? And this is the story, that the flood came, and they had 3 sons. Okay, all right. So they says after the flood, this is the story, they had 3 sons, and one of their sons was Helen. That's supposed to be Shamayah, right? So after the flood, Helen was said to be born, and Helen was the son of Deucalion and Pyrrha that they said symbolized rebirth of humanity, or specifically the Philae people. So they said they made this up. This is their narrative, and they're going to teach this. Remember, you can make up a reality. Let me explain. Shout out to Yaron. You can make up a reality in your home right now, and you can raise your children and teach them that from when they birth, and that will be their reality. Do you understand? And if they continue and teach that that will be actually 50, 100 years later, that's actually will become people will think that was a real truth. It will become their truth. So they are establishing what will become the Greek culture later, the Hellenist culture. So they says the son Helen that was born, right, after the flood, after 3 sons, he was the son that symbolized the rebirth of the humanity of the Philae people becoming Hellenes. So now they were reborn out of their dark ages from the Mycenaeans, from the tribe of the Danaans, right? From the Demoi, the Demo people. Now they are the Hellenes, right? So this myth essentially connected the Greek, what the Hellenes, what would become the Greeks' origin, to a divine restart. Okay? This narrative, it's actually brilliant, darkly brilliant what they did, but actually brilliant because they survived, and it's dark because they was some dark Diddy and stuff, right? So it is darkly brilliant. But listen to the breakdown. It's actually brilliant. The myth that they created actually connected their origin. This is their origin story to a divine rebirth. a restart, a way for them to say, we are the chosen descendants after the flood. Do y'all understand? Shout out to A Villa. Now they have a history, a narrative. They made, the reason why they didn't make him a god, they made him an ancestor to act so they can teach their people that they actually physically descended from this Shem character, Helen. Come on, y'all listen. This is the part I was wanting to get to. All right? The teaching. They created this character and said it was an actual physical, mythical being, but it's their ancestor. So they're going to teach their generations that this is part of your blood lineage. And you got a divine restart from whatever the Most High was. Later, they would call him chaos, right? But whatever the creator was, he chose the Kulian, which would technically be your great-grandfather, right? Or your grandfather. And then him and his wife, Pyra, he chose them to go to create an ark or whatever, to float. And after the flood, they got a divine restart. And they were the chosen descendants after the flood. Helens. All right. Now listen clearly. Now, it was so important because Helen, the reason why this was so important for this culture of people after their dark ages to create this was because Helen was not a god of worship. They didn't make him like Zeus, like a god, something outside. They made him an actual ancestor, a mythical ancestor, which gave the Hellenists now, the Phile people, that's their ethnic identity. If they would have made him a god to worship like Zeus and all them, that's not an ethnic identity. That's a deity, a belief deity. So they created Helen as a mythical ancestor, which gave them an ethnic identity and tied to the rebirth and made them a chosen people, descendants after the flood. So by the time that Homer, the great Greek so-called Hellenist writer Homer, around the 8th century BCE, by the time he came about writing, the term Hellenes was still limited when Homer was about. Homer's characters in his writings, they called themselves Achaeans, which were the Danaans. That's why I showed y'all that in the Mycenaean breakdown, right? Earlier. The reason why I did all that earlier, because the stuff that I'm going to bring out, I want to show y'all with my receipts first before I bring out my research, as I always try to do. Show y'all receipts. Don't lean on nobody's own understanding, so you can go out and you can study and show yourself. See it yourself. Unlock the mysteries. Do it yourself. Don't believe you can receive people, but don't just believe nobody. Study to show yourself approved. You heard? Ask the Most High to guide you, and the Rayakayaka, that's the Holy Spirit, to reveal the things. But you have to diligently, I'm going to show you. That's why I show the receipts. That's why it takes me so long to get to the teaching, because I just can't make people rely on my stuff, right? You got to study, show yourself approved. Now, as I showed y'all with the other receipts, Homer called them, by the time the Hellenes was just, okay, so when they first initiated it, it wasn't received by all of them first. The Ionians, the Achaeans. So by the time Homer, from Homer's Odyssey in the 8th century, started writing about the Hellenes, right? It will later be called Greek. The characters called themselves the Achaeans in Homer's, or the Argives, or the Danaans. Look it up. They were still calling themselves the Danaans. All right? They weren't yet Hellenes. All of them took it yet. Later, during the 5th century BCE, the classical period, that's the time when Hellenes became the common national name for all the Phile people. So about 300 years later, right, after when Homer was writing, Even after they introduced Helen, before they all became the common national name for these people who would later be called Greek. They became Hellenes around what they call the classical period, 5th century BCE. Now, the former Philae, former Demoi people are now the new Hellenes. And they have a history now. They have an ethnic identity. And Helen is their ancestor. Now, before the Hellenes, their flood narratives, you got the ancient Summa, right? One of the earliest known flood stories. You have the Epic of Zisudra, the Sumerian Epic of Ziusudra. You can look it up if you want to. I'm breaking down some of the flood narratives, right? Because we're going to go there. One of the earliest known flood stories is in the Sumerian Epic of Zisudra. In this account, the gods, right, decided, this Anunnaki, so now we're talking about these ancient flood narratives. In the Epic of Zisudra, the gods decide to destroy mankind with a great flood. But Zisudra, who is a righteous man, he is warned by the god Enki to build a large boat.
Excuse me?
Yeah, you're looking at the hut. Let me just put a backdrop up while I break this down. All right, because I got a backdrop. All right, everybody like, we still looking at the hut, by the way. All right, let me put a backdrop up because I'm gonna do this breakdown, right? All right, I got the backdrop. Where is it? Where my backdrop at? Wait, there it go. So let me go forward. Let me just do a little quick backdrop for y'all. All right, and then let me stop share. Bang, share screen. Bang, share. Make it full screen. It's showing, Hakiyama? Is the backdrop showing?
Yes, it's on.
Thank you. All right, so now, the ancient flood, yeah, that's good because we're talking about the ancient time, right? And these backdrops show ancient times, right? So you got, remember, Enki, remember Enlil, these ancient Sumerian gods, later Akkadian, later Babylonian. So Enki or I, right? Before it was Anki, really, and AI. That's the real Sumerian. Later they think it's Enki because the E came later. E came in Ugarit or Phoenician, the E vowel sound. The ancient Sumer had no vowels. They were abjad as well, consonantal. So it was all on. It would have been Anka or Ah, right? Now, this Enki, right, what they call later. So in the account of the Epic of Zisudra, the gods, this who Billy Carson them follow, the Anunnaki and the Egyptian, Mitzrayim Kemet do too, right? Mitzrayim is actually the Hebrew term for Kemet because of the house of bondage. When our ancestors, the Hebrews, went into bondage, they called that land Mitzrayim. The Kemet never called themselves Mitzrayim. All right, I just need y'all, they call themselves Kemet. All right, y'all gonna understand that too in a second. Hopefully, I'm gonna get through a lot of this, right? Because I got a lot to bring out. Now, because we're gonna go to Egypt. We're about to go to Egypt in a second. Oh, it's going down. I wish I would have did this earlier, but it is what it is. Y'all listen and learn. All right. So in this account, in the Sumerian Epic of Zisudra, the gods, which is the fallen angel Anunnaki, decided to destroy humankind with a great flood. But Zisudra, a righteous man, was warned by the god Enki to build a large boat. Then after the flood, he offers a sacrifice and is granted eternal life. Okay, Enki, he built the boat. That's the Epic of Zisudra, Sumerian, right? And this history dates the Hellenist flood by 1,000 years. So another one is the Babylonian tale. The Babylonian is called the Babylonian Echo, around 1800, 1200 BCE. The Babylonian Epic of Gilgamesh retells, got another flood narrative with pistim. So the hero of the Epic of Gilgamesh flood is Utnapishtim. He's the hero. Utnapishtim. Sorry, it's hard for me to say these words, right? Utnapishtim, Pishtim or something. He's the hero. So again, the gods, again, right? Anunnaki is polytheistic. The gods send a flood to wipe out humanity, but Utnapishtim builds a massive ark, right? That's the one that was a cube. He built a massive cube, square, crazy work, right? Right? And he fills it with animals and he survives. And that's the one he had a barbecue. They was eating animals. They actually had liquor on board. Oh, shout out to Yasser Ben Yashua. They had a good time on that ark. They was cooking leg of lamb, racks of ribs. They was fighting. They had liquor. I think they had a dice game on the ark. Yeah, they had girls on it too. That ark was popping. They had a party boat, you know. You know, our ark, we'd be like, what is this cube? Imagine we on Noah's ark. You'd be like, do y'all see that? It's a cube party, and they probably had lights going. they was twerking and everything on the Epic of Gilgamesh ark. That was crazy work. That story is crazy, right? These ancient mythologies are nuts, right? It float, and that thing wouldn't even float because they did the actual diagram of the measurements from the Epic of Gilgamesh, and it would sink. You put it on the water, it actually sink. But anyway, so in the Epic of Gilgamesh, their flood narrative says when the waters receded, that you Utnapishtim, this their Noah, he released a dove and he released a raven to find land. Right? Yeah, that's the first party boat you're on, was their cube ark. Right? All right. Now, you said Uncle Mets. I know. I like the way I teach because it'd be boring. If praise the Most High for a sense of humor and the way He allowed me to teach, I'm really thankful because I would be bored. I'm the type, I get bored quick. I'll be like, man, I'm tired, right? But the way He had me teach, He keeps it fresh, and I'm loving it. All right. So now we're gonna tell another flood narrative. This is the Hebrew from the children of Abraham, right? Now, it says, they try to say our narrative was after theirs. That's not true. In the Hebrews, our children, the children of Abraham and all that stuff, ours is a narrative. It was told hand to mouth before it was written. Ours was we spoke hand to mouth. I mean, mouth to ear, sorry, hand to mouth. We spoke it orally tradition before it was first or ever written. All right. So a lot of people try to date our histories into when it was written, but you're wrong because it was oral for centuries before it was ever written. So in the book of Barashiyah, Genesis 6 and 9, the Most High warns, this is our flood narrative, warns Noah, of a global flood due to human corruption. Noah builds the ark. He brought his family and the animals on the ark, and after the water recedes, he offers a sacrifice. The Most High Yah makes a covenant marked by the rainbow in the sky that he won't destroy the earth by rain again, by water again, all right? Promising never to flood, right? And they done stole our rainbow. Y'all know who stole the rainbow. The same, they worshiping them Greco gods. All right, let's continue. Now, each of these stories share a commonality in the ancient memory, right? And the commonality is a divine warning from a higher power, a chosen survivor group, a vessel that they would go in safety, and a new beginning promised, a rebirth, right? So along come the Philae people who will become the Hellenists. Their adaptation came about 1000 and their version is Deucalion and Pyrrha. So as they emerged from the Dark Ages after the fall of the Mycenaeans, they reconnected with stories that were traded from the Danaeans, from the Phoenicians, and other Near Eastern travelers, the Frisians, all these people that would travel, right? They connected the stories, reconnected the stories, right? Now, in their version of the Philae people became the Hellenists, the Hellenes. Now, when they made up this narrative, dang, I got their God. Zeus was their God. In their narrative, Zeus grew angry at humanity's wickedness, and Zeus sent the flood, and only Deucalion, which is the son of Prometheus, that's supposed to be the titan that they say gave fire to man. Now remember, I showed you Prometheus was duty booty and Zeus duty. So their stuff is all duty booty. Okay? Crazy nastiness. I can't even put that on the Sumerians and the Babylonian Gilgamesh. It don't really say no duty booty. I read the Atrahasis. I read the Epic of Gilgamesh. We broke it down on this channel, right? This is the really only straight duty booty gods that they came up with, okay? And they went through 400 years of some dark stuff to come up with all this duty booty stuff, right? So in their version, Zeus grew angry at humanity's wickedness, and Zeus sent the flood. And only Deucalion, which is the son of Prometheus, and his wife Pyrrha, she was the daughter of Epimetheus and Pandora. Pandora's box. Okay, now listen clearly. Right? You say he was mad at human wickedness while smashing everything, right? I mean, he should have been mad at himself. I'm like, this is crazy work. These people crazy. All right? Now, I'm going to show y'all something too. So now, Pyrrha, the mother, this is supposed to be Noah and his wife. She was the daughter of Pandora, Pandora's box. Now listen to this. So Zeus got angry at humanity's wickedness, I guess because they wouldn't smash, see, the way that they serve their gods is you have to smash duty booty, little ones. It reminds me of Moloch, the all worship, passing valleys, sacrificing the babies, the valley of Hinnom, right? That's what it is. That's why they would have the mentorship and stuff. Y'all gonna see. Watch this. Y'all gonna see it all come out tonight too. Now, so Zeus grew angry at humanity's wickedness. He sent the flood. Only Deucalion, the son of Prometheus, and Pyrrha, the daughter of Epimetheus and Pandora, survived in a wooden chest. So now we got their survival instrument, a wooden chest, right? Reminds me close to the cube, right? And after the flood, they're supposed to have landed on Mount Parnassus, Parnassus. And when they landed, Deucalion and Pyrrha, they offered a sacrifice to Zeus. Okay. Now, when the water subsided, they came out of their chests and they repopulated the earth by throwing stones over their shoulders. I'm sorry, we don't mean to laugh. This is the Hellenist flood narrative. When the water subsided, well, we can, I mean, it ain't more crazy than the Sumerians about having the barbecue. They was rolling dice, drinking beers. Y'all got to read the Epic of Guilt. We did it. It's on our channel. I can't find. I'm going to cut up our videos, though, so y'all be able to see it. So I'll be able to cut it up and make it the epic so y'all can watch it. Y'all going to trip out because we read the Epic of Gilgamesh on our Bible study here. We did it on a live. Y'all ain't been, a lot of people, y'all ain't see it, right? So they was rolling dice, drinking beer, smashing chicks. They had girls on their cube ark, and they were having a barbecue. It was black people stuff. It was straight black. I was like, it was on a party boat, right? So according to the Hellenists, this is their flood narrative. When the waters subsided, Deucalion and Pyra, they repopulated the earth by throwing stones over their shoulders. And they said the stones transformed and became men. And Pyra, she threw stones over her shoulder, and the stones became women. This is their Hellenist flood narrative story. And then they had 3 sons, and Helen was one of the sons. All right. So now, I'm going to do a comparison. You got the Sumerian Zizudra. The reason for the flood was human corruption, right? The divine warning came from Enki, or EAI. They was in a boat, cube, or ark, whatever. They did a sacrifice after the flood, and the sign of renewal was eternal life that they promised Enki. And the outcome was a rebirth of mankind. Then you got the Babylonian flood narrative, Utsapinatum. The reason for the flood was too much noise. So the funny child Rohan, that was a funny one. Too much noise. The Babylonian Epic of Gilgamesh, the gods was mad because they was being noisy down on earth. So, yo, when we told that, so it's like, why ain't just they supposed to be gods? Why ain't they make earplugs? So the offense, the reason for the flood in the Epic of Gilgamesh was it was too much noise. They was offensive to the gods. Crazy work. They got a divine warning from their god named EI, because they got it from the Sumerian Zayustra, Enki, right? That's Enlil too later. They was in a cube. No, so the Sumerian, they was in like a boat, ark. But the Babylonian was in a cube. They gave a sacrifice after the flood, too. Their sign of a renewal was immortality. And their outcome was a rebirth. Then you got the Hebrew tale of the flood. The reason for the flood was human wickedness from the Most High, what we call Yah. They gave a divine warning from their creator, Yah, not Enki-I. And they had an ark, and they gave a sacrifice after the flood, yes. And the sign of renewal was a rainbow in the covenant, right? So in the Zarathustra, their sign of renewal was eternal life. And in the Bible Epic of Gilgamesh, their sign of renewal was immortality. In the Hebrew flood narrative, their sign of renewal was a new covenant and the promise that the Most High wouldn't destroy the earth by rain. And the outcome was a covenant of Shalom, peace. The Most High gave the descendants of Noah the covenant of peace. Then you got the Hellenes, the Philae flood narrative. Their main guy was Deucalion, or however they say it. The reason for the flood, human arrogance, violence. The divine warning came from Zeus, right? And they supposed to got on an ark, a wooden chest. They had a wooden chest. They made a sacrifice after the flood, and their sign of renewal was that stones that was thrown over their shoulders became humans. And the outcome was the birth of a new humanity, the birth of the Hellenes, the ethnic identity. All right. So how is Helen added to their story? So this is the myth. After Deucalion and Pyra survived the flood, the story was they had a son. Sorry, they had one son. I got it wrong, not 3 sons. They had a son, and his name was Helen. Okay, So after they came out, right? Now they throwing rocks over their shoulder, making humans, but they had a son, and his son name was Helen. And he became the father to all the Hellen tribes, right? The Philae tribes, all the Hellens. And Helen had 3 sons. There we go. Helen had Doris, Aeolus, and Eustace, Xuthus, and Eustace has sons who were Ion, became the Ionians, and Achaeans. Achaeus became the Echinaeans. All right. So Helen had 3 sons. All right. Oh, the video stopped? Hold on.
No, I put the Epic of Gilgamesh in there. And I probably didn't copy all of the little URLs.
Oh, okay. All right. So Helen had 3 sons. The Dorians, that's where you get Doris. The Aeolians, that's where you get the Aeolians. And the Ionians, that's where you get, because Euthus had 2 sons, Ion and Achaeus. That's where you get the Achaeans, and then the Ionians. All right. And those names became the Greek, the Hellen tribal identities. So they got, when they came out of their dark ages, when the Phoenicians brought them out, they created this mythological ancestor. All right? And this is how they created. It's actually darkly brilliant, though. They created their own history. And same thing that the Greeks and Romans did with Christianity, the religion. They created a deity. They took the deity from the Hebrew Messiah and they created one called Jesus. And they took the followers of the way, the Tamadea, and created Christianity. Christ, it ain't no different. All right, now listen. The names, so now, once they came out from the Phoenicians on their land, now they own the whole Crete, Mycenae. Now they building themselves an identity. And they created Helen. They created all of this. They got their own flood narrative, all this. They didn't make him a god. They made him an ancestor. So they said, this is what they teach in their generations. And he fathered 3 sons. And those names became the Greek tribal identities. Because first they had to become strong and tribal. The Dorians, Aeolians, Ionians, and Achaeans. Okay. Now, that's why I showed you, when I show y'all the maps, I'm showing you where, how these people, and when I show you the ancient maps, it shows you where they were, and according to hold on, I could do it. Matter of fact, good, because it's a tab. Good, I don't gotta stop share. Let me do it. It was which one was it? Not the Minoans, it was the Mycenaean. No, it was there it go. Invasions, destroys the sea people. All right, so watch this. Bang, share this tab instead. There we go. So now, oh no, this is when they destroy it. I want to show the Ionians. It was the other map. Where, because that's showing when they destroyed it. I want to show the one where it shows the Ionians, it's hard doing this stuff live. I got so much tabs, but it's okay. Let me grab the Minoan one and grab my folder. Where's my map? I think it's, where are you? I gotta hurry up. If I can't find it fast, I think it's this one. Yep. Let me see if that one's clear. Yeah, it's not clear. That's not the one I'm looking for. It was the other one that was clearer. Whatever. So anyway, I still just put it up anyway, but I gotta stop share. Remind me later, Hakyama, to put the video backdrop back up. Stop share screen.
And Sister Hayazak, Roberta, left a donation on the page, not Patreon, where is it? PayPal.
Oh. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Hayazak. I humbly receive, Sister Roberta. Thank you so much for your donation. I really humbly receive. Thank you. Humbly receive. Now, this is a little blurry because I had a clearer one, but I'm trying to move fast. This the Ionians, the Dorians, the Aeolians, and the Archaeans. See? And this is how they migrate. See? Crete, Mycenae, and all of them. This is when they was, so this is their story, and this is how they became the Aeolians, the Dorians, because they said Helen, right, had sons, right? And he had three, and then I think one Achaean, he had two, the Ionian and the, right? And so they became tribal powers, but they wasn't united until they united under Helen. So later, and as you see, this is when they're going out conquering now. So the arrow's showing them, so this is Crete, right? And right under that is Egypt, and right over here is what you call it, Jerusalem and all that, right? And up here, over here is Italy and stuff, right? So this is their foundation. Thank you. Please like the video so others can learn the truth, right? Look at Ephesus, right? Remember Paul go to Ephesus, Pergamon, right? So this is, right? All right, so that's the mother goddess of the Mycenaeans, right? We did that on the last one. See, they did woman worship. That's why they always had the boobs out to their gods. So look at all the little gods. See, everything is promoting the boobs. So the Mycenaeans, they wasn't into the ditty stuff. They was into, see, look at this little god holding the boobs. It's all boob worship. And it looked like it's giving birth to something nasty down there. That's some nasty stuff, right? So that's the Mycenaean and Minoan gods, right? Oh, there go my script. Let's see, the hieroglyphs, the early Minoans, then the linear A, the linear B, the Mycenaeans, and the Hellenes adapted the linear A. These are some of my others. Thieves, all right, so let me not. And that's the Mycenaeans, right? The mix, right? And then look, there's a white Mycenaean. And look at the boobs. You see locks, straight locks, and boobs. This would later become the Hellenists. And they mixed, Dan mixed with them. But see, it's boob worship. So before that, when they was with the Mycenaeans, this when they weren't doing ditty. It was after the Dark Ages, after the Sea People came and conquered them, and the Mycenaeans fled. And then it left them and then they became ditties after that, right? So anyway, let me go back, let me continue, right? So now y'all have a little visual of the map, right? I got better ones, but when you're doing stuff live, it's a lot of, praise y'all, I do best I can. I think I'll do a great job doing live because there's so much stuff, and you got to keep people's attention. It's crazy. If I was doing a video, everything would be perfect, right? Because you can cut, chop, come back, right? But live is no joke. Praise the Most High for my gift. All right, so now let me get back. So now after. This is how Helen was added to the story, right? It says, after Deucalion and Pyrrhus survived, they had a son named Helen. He became the father to all the Philae people who will become the Hellenes. And Helen gave birth to he fathered Doris, the Dorians, Aelius, the Aeolians, and Zeuthis, who had sons, was the Ionians and the Achaeans. So now you got these Greek, these Philae Hellenist tribal identities. But the people, probably the elders of the Philae people said we need to band all together under one deity, ethnic identity. And this is how they created the Hellenes. So the Philae people took the ancient flood myth, relocalized it, added a national ancestor, an ethnic ancestor, and they added this ancestor as a way to claim to all nations and all antiquity, because it still exists. Look, they now the Greeks, as a way to claim we are the Hellenes, and we are the chosen survivors of the great flood. You understand? This is how they became Hellenes. Now, this actually, when they did this, this made the new ethnic group called Hellenes now, that was Philae, actually spiritually legitimate among other older civilizations. See, there was a legitimacy. This is why they all had these pantheon of gods and ethnicities, because you would have to be respected among the older civilizations like Egypt and Babylon. So this made the Philae people, when they came together and created their flood narrative and Hellenists, it made them spiritually legitimate among the older civilizations who already had their own divine origin myths of flood narrative, including the Hebrews. You understand? Habariyats. Right. So they didn't invent the flood idea. They absorbed it through all the contact, through the Mycenaean culture and the Phoenician and the Danaans, the traders, the scribes, those from Canaan. Everyone who came amongst them carried Mesopotamian and Hebraic traditions all across the Mesopotamian Aegean region. The Egyptians, there wasn't Egypt then, the Kemites, they're priests. They preserved flood stories, and they shared flood stories with foreign travelers who would travel through ancient Kemet. So when early Hellenist poets like Hesiod, Hesiod, around 700 BC, and Homer, when they retold these stories, they adapted the stories to fit the Hellenist geography, gods, and values. They inserted. So now you're talking about how these ancient Hellenists, what they call Greek writers, Homer and Hesiod, wrote their likeness into these stories. So thus from this, the Deucalion's flood, that's the Hellenist narrative, is repackaged as ancient memory, wrapped in a Hellenic identity, and used to define their people's rebirth after going through centuries of chaos from their dark ages. That's why their god pantheon starts with the god Chaos at the top, because they know that they went through that 400 years of dark chaos. Now, it's so powerful when the Most High pulls back layers and you can see how different nations borrowed the truth, the divine truth, and rebrand it or twist it to fit their own image, likeness, and being. So the Most High Yah's flood, which symbolized judgment and mercy and repentance, forgiveness. And then you got the Greek, the Hellenist version, turned that into a tale of Zeus having a temper tantrum and using human cleverness. They kept the outline, but they removed the covenant and they removed the Most High's holiness. See, this is a pattern that we're going to see as we go through this series. It's going to show up later when the Romans rebrands the truth of the Hebrew manuscript and turn it into a religion that they called Christianity. See, every empire retells the story, ancient stories, but they replace the creator with their own gods and heroes. Okay? Now, after the flood stories spread through the Mesopotamian region, right, from Canaan, from Kemet, Egypt, the Philae, the Hellenes, absorbed these ancient memories, the Philae, and they retold them through their own cultural lens. All right? Now, they didn't start. Go ahead.
Would you like the backdrop back up?
Probably. Yeah. Thank you. They didn't start from nowhere. right? They didn't start like with a blank slate. Let me stop share. How do I do this? Stop share, share, share. Thank you, Hakiyama. Bang, share. All right, it's playing, right? Yes, I guess so.
Not yet. It's paused, but you're moving it, so.
Okay, as long as it's showing. All right. So now, let me get back because we going somewhere. It's 12:49. It's getting late, but I'm getting through it. All right. We're gonna have to do another part. All right. I wish I could just start with it and don't have to do the catch up. It's just hard when you're doing it. All right. So anyway, let me continue. So as these flood narratives spread through every culture got their flood narrative. So when these Philae people, these became the Hellenists and became the Greeks, they absorbed the ancient memories, right? And they retold them through their own cultural lens, right? But they didn't start from nothing. They took pieces of older spiritual history that they picked up from all the cultures that they visited and who visited them, and they recast the fallen beings. Listen clearly. They recast the fallen angels as Titans and Olympians. Okay. The Anunnaki, the Bible called them the Watchers, the fallen angels. The Sumerians call them the Anunnaki. The such and such call them, right? So they recast these fallen beings as Titans and Olympians. All right, let's go. So, in the book of Enoch, right, which got referenced in Barashayat. See, our Bible first book is not Genesis. That is the Greco, the Greek. These same Hellenists, well, not Greek. The Hellenists called it Gene of Isis, Genesis. Now, this is why you have to understand the foundation, because you don't know what you're calling on by speaking their language. The original Habariah, the Messiah, what they call, he never would have called that Gene of Isis, because our first book of our first Saphariah, which is the book, that's what it was called, manuscript, not Biblos, that come from the Phoenician, the ancient city of Byblos, not Bible. But it's okay. I'll say the Saphariah, what we now call the Bible, right? Our Mashiach, the only Ya'ad son of the Most High, he would have never called it Gene of Isis. He would have called it Barashayat. Now, once you understand what Bara means, when you understand the Bayat, the Rayas, the Ya'at, the Tayat, right? The Shayan, then you would understand why it would be called Barashayat in the beginning. Okay. Now, in the book of Enoch, which is referenced in Barashayat, what they call Genesis 6, it says, the sons of the Alayam came down and took wives of the daughters of men. These are the sons, no, Saphariah is Sapharayah. I'm glad, who wrote that? So that wicked dude, he's wicked, because I got a lesson on him on this channel, Cepher. That Cepher is Seph, that would have been in the rich Safar, S. So it would have been the S. So it's some, how can I write it for? There you go. Saphariah. I think it's a,
SH or SA, I'm sorry.
No, S-A.
Okay.
It's a Samkaya to start it off, not a Shayan. Yep, Saphariah. That's how, yeah, Dr. Stephen Pigeon, thank you. Right, we broke him down. Boy, that lesson that we broke him down is crazy. Out of his own mouth, he showed what he worshiped and said. All right, it's crazy. Fallen angel Canaanite stuff. He literally said it. But anyway, so Saphariah is our book, our manuscript, right? And the Greek called it Byblos, from the papyrus that they got from the ancient city Byblos of the Phoenicians, right? Their language came to Phoenicians. The alphabet that they call the Hellenist alphabet, because they went into the Dark Ages. They lost the Linear B from the Mycenaeans, and the Phoenicians gave them the Abjad, and then they added vowels, and they turned into an abjagita. So they took the Phoenician abjad script, Canaanite Shemitic script, and they turned it into an abjagita and added vowels in it. That's where you get the what they call the Greek alphabet, Hellenist alphabet, before the Koine. Because later we going all the way up to the Roman. Y'all gonna know everything about this, how this Bible was created and how. Now, let me continue because it's almost one. All right. So in the book of Enoch, it said the sons of the Most High, the Aliyam, came down and took wives of the daughters of men. In our Habariya Hebrew manuscript, these were called the Watchers. They were celestial beings, Malachites, angels, who fell through disobedience. They taught mankind forbidden knowledge, metalworking, astrology, warfare, sorcery, and vanity. They had an offspring because they slept with the daughters, the unrighteous daughters who hearkened to them, and they were born hybridized Nephilim. These became giants, mighty men of renown, mighty in legend and in violence, and they corrupted the earth until the Most High sent the flood. This is the reason for the flood according to the Hebrew manuscript, Habariya, right? Other ones, they'll say, something else Anunnaki did, right? So before any Hellenist gods, there were already ancient tales of Shemaic beings who rebelled and mixed with humankind. I'm teaching y'all how they got their Titans and their Olympians because they took the fallen angels. So the Hellenists retold the story. So poets, Hellenists, or what you call Greek poets, like Hesiod in 700 BC, he wrote a Greek Hellenist tale called the Theogony, Theogony. That's where you get theology too. I mean, these theos and all this, whatever. So Hesiod wrote Theogony, and it described the same pattern that I just described from the Bereshit Genesis in the book of Enoch, but it gave it new names. So in the Sephara Yah, what they call the Bible, Hebrew pattern, the Most High is the creator, right? His name was Yah, right? In the Greek, the Hellenist myth equivalent, their creator name was Chaos, okay? Or Uranus, and he gave birth to Kronos, right? Then in the Sephara Yah, what they call Bible epic, the Watchers were the fallen angels. In the Hellenists, they called them the Titans. In the Sephara Yah, the rebellion was in heaven, right? They had a rebellion in heaven, right? When they wants to go against the Most High from Hasatan. And in the Hellenist, Greek myth equivalent, Kronos overthrew Uranus, okay? And then in the biblical Sephara Yah account, they had a war in heaven. And in the Hellenist Greek myth equivalent, they had a war of the Titans. They call it Titanomachy. Okay? So you're seeing the retelling. And then in the biblical Sephara Yah account, there was a judgment, right? And then in the Greek Hellenist myth equivalent, Zeus judged and cast the Titans into a place called Tartarus. Remember that. Okay. In the biblical Sephara Yah account, they gave birth to a Nephilim, the fallen watchers, and had a hybrid offspring. And in the Hellenist Greek account, they gave birth to demigods and heroes like Hercules, Perseus. That's where you get the demigods. So now you're understanding how they get all these gods and demigods and Olympians and Titans And you understand? Okay? It's all taken from the manuscript. So what scripture, our Hebrew Sephariyah scripture book presents as cosmic fall, a heavenly fall, the Hellenist Greece recast it as a heroic drama, a divine drama. They turned their rebellion into royalty, into their gods. Okay? So they had a first generation. This was the Titans. The Titans like Kronos, Oceanus, Atlas, Prometheus, they represent the older pre-flood powers. Now we're talking to Hellenists. This is, now y'all understanding how their culture came about, what they taught to their children, the Hellenists who end up conquering the world. This was Alexander the Great. This is how they end up conquering the whole world. And they conquered the mighty Persian Empire, took over Kemet, Egypt. So the Titans represent the older pre-flood powers. It said Prometheus gave fire to man, and it mirrors the watches. So in the Prometheus account that he gave fire to man, it is a mirror that the watchers given forbidden knowledge. Okay? Then Atlas was supposed to be punished, that Atlas had to hold up the sky. And that is mirrored in the fallen ones condemned under the heavens, underground, right? And then Kronos, as Elder Tamayah said last time, Kronos devoured his children. So Elder probably got more info on it. I was going to bring it out, but I knew the Elder probably already got it, that info, right? And I didn't have enough time. I'll probably do it another time. But Kronos, where they get time, chronological, the chrono watch, time. Their god Kronos devoured ate all his children. Elder was talking about that on the other one. I don't know if he's still awake, if he's still here. But he was talking about the other one. So Kronos gave birth to the first set of all the children, and he ate them all. And that showed corruptive nature of rebellion, of him consuming his own offspring. Now, these aren't coincidences. They are the taking the memories of the divine judgment and retelling it as myth. All right? So then you got a new order, new world order. And these were the Olympians. Okay, now listen. Zeus and his siblings overthrew the Titans. And this is the Hellenist Greek. They created a new divine government. Okay? Yup, the Watchers ate humans. There you go, Hammer. So y'all seeing it, right? So now they got a new world order, and this is the Olympians. So Zeus and his siblings overthrew the ancient Titans, and the Hellenist Greece created a new divine government under them. So Zeus became the sky father, Hera became the goddess of marriage, Poseidon became the god of the sea, Hades the god of the underworld, Demeter the god of harvest, Hestia, right? So it mimics, this is a mimicking how each ancient nation of people divided the heavens into territorial principalities. This is in the Bible where Shaya'al Paul called principalities and rulers of darkness in high places, Ephesians 6:12. So as you see, everything ties in. This is ancient cultural of all. I'm talking Sumerian, Akkadian, Kemet, Mitzrayim, all they tie. So this is the ancient nation dividing the heavens into territorial principalities. Principalities, what do we battle against? Principalities and spirits. Shaya'al said rulers of darkness. See, these Olympians were the same old spirits, same old fallen angels, same old principalities, just with new titles. Now they got localized over the Hellenist, later Greek city-states as their gods. This is how every city had its own patron god. Okay, this is how they structured their new civilization now. Every city had a patron god, like Athens. The Greek city Athens, their god is Athena. The city of Corinth, where Paul went, there was the Aphrodite was their goddess. Same as ancient Babel had regional spirits ruling over nations. Babylon, oh, this is nothing new. All kingdoms, even ancient Kemet. This is how they structured it. So, why did they do it after the flood? Because in Genesis, Barashayat 11, after the flood, humanity was scattered, spread across the earth. So each new culture preserved fragments of the old world's memory, but separated and fragmented into their own truth for their own civilization, what they want to do. So after the flood, some of the Hebrews, the remnant, kept the revelation of the Most High Yah. The remnant. That's why the followers of the way wasn't following after Judaism or Babylonian Talmudism or Mosaic laws, Mashaya, the Lord, right? What they call them, the Pharisees and Sadducees. They were separate, like the Essenes, the Ebionites, right? The Tamadayan Hadalayat, the followers of the way, they were separate from, so they kept the revelation of the Most High Yah, the relationship. The Babylonians, after the flood, they exalted their god named Marduk. The Canaanites, after the flood, they exalted their gods, the god El and Baal. And then the Hellenists, who became the Greeks, when they created their ethnic identity, they exalted their god, Zeus. All of these are straight variations of the same ancient rebellion retold, but filtered through the different lens and tongue of whichever nation is telling their story. So by the time the Hellenists, what became the Greeks, told of Deucalion's flood and the birth of Helen, they had already merged the memory of judgment with the glorification of the fallen angels, because everybody glorified the fallen angels but the Hebrews. They were the set apart one. But later, they started to glorify the fallen angels. That's why they became Canaanite. That's why they became Hebrews instead of Habariyah. That's where you get Paleo. Okay? That's where you get your Yahweh and Elohim and all this El stuff. Okay? Now, it's okay, Tamaya. All right? Now, so they had, by the time they told the Deucalion's flood and the birth of Helen, they already merged the memory of judgment, right? That they put a judgment narrative, and they followed, like the rest of all the polytheistic, the glorification of the fallen angels, calling them different names: Inki, Anki, Oi, Ai, Ashura, Adit, Enlil, Il, right? Inanna, Inanna, Anana, right? Ashura, Ashtaroth, okay? Down, you can go on down. Isis, Tammuz, you can go on down to Zeus, right? Now, and they call, okay, so by the time they got to their flood narrative, they already merged the judgment with the glorification of the fallen angels, calling the defeated titans the gods of old, and the rebels, right, the Olympians, the heroes, okay, Zeus and them, the new order. Okay? So, it's a very interesting twist that the Hellenists use the word Tartarus for where Zeus imprisoned the Titans. All right? Now, it's actually because in that it's a historical parallel. There's a lot of historical parallels, right? The theme, the fall of divine beings, Genesis, Barashayat 6 and Enoch 7. The Hellenist counterpart, Titan rebellion, same story retold. Flood judgment, Barashayat Genesis 7, Deucalion's flood, memory of a cleansing. Another biblical, bound spirits, 2 Peter and 2 and 4, Jude 1 and 6. Tartarus, Titans in prison. Same location, same name. So it's showing how they got from our Hebrew manuscript as well. That is called Tartarus. In the biblical reemergence of power, Psalms 82, and the Olympians ruling the mortals, spiritual hierarchy. So the Tartarus only appears in the renewed covenant in 2 Peter 2 and 4. All right? Describing where the rebellious fallen angels were cast. Hesiod uses the exact same word, the Hellenist Greek, for where Zeus imprisoned the Titans. So the Hellenist Greeks did not invent Tartarus. They inherited the concept from our manuscript. All right. Now, the Hellenists, what became the Greeks, didn't simply just imagine gods. They inherited ancient spiritual memories and rebranded the rebellion and rebranded it as glory. That's why Paul, Shaya'al, when he stood on Mars Hill in Acts 17, he told them, what you worship in ignorance, him I proclaim to you. Now listen clearly. This is how people don't really understand our Bible. When Shaya'al, remember Shaya'al went to Corinth, Ephesus. Shaya'al was going to the Hebrews amongst them. Shaya'al was telling them, what y'all are worshiping in ignorance, him I proclaim to you. Thank you. I come to bring you the truth. Shaya'al was a Tamadayan Hadaliyat, a follower of the way. He was never a Christian. Now they made him some god, the Romans, right? He says, I declare Yah unto you what you are worshiping in ignorance, because you don't know that they just rebranded and used the rebellion of the fallen angels, using it for glory. He wasn't introducing a new deity. When Shaya'al, Paul was talking to him, he wasn't giving them a new God. He was restoring the identity of the creator behind all the corrupted copies, the forging, the forgeries. Now, when Rome began expanding around the Mediterranean later, the Hellenist culture was dominant. And the Romans, we'll do that on the next part, they admired the Greeks, their art, their philosophy, and their religion, in so much that they copied the Greek gods verbatim and renamed them. So the Hellenist god, they weren't Greek. When the Romans conquered them, they named them Greek. The Hellenist god Zeus became the Roman god Jupiter, the sky of law. The Hellenist goddess Hera became Juno. Poseidon became Neptune. Eris became Mars. Aphrodite became Venus. Hermes became Mercury. Hades became Pluto. These wasn't just names. They became a state system. The Roman system set these up as priests, festivals, temples, and they were all attached to a civic loyalty to the statehood, the Roman province. Religion became a tool of unity for Rome's vast conquering empire. All right, now, let me do a closeout. What do I want to do? Because I'm going to show some images. Because later we have the Hellenistic period. I'm going to have to do that next time. Because now, I'm going to go into, that's what I'll do. I'm going to go into, I'll come back to the Hellenist period later, right? Because I want to close out with something. But I want to go into, we're going to go into how the Hellenists got Egypt, right? Because a Hellenist later, so later the Hellenists, we have a Hellenistic period. And that becomes the era between the death of Alexander the Greek and the rise of the Roman Empire at the Battle of Actium. During the Hellenic culture, during the Hellenic period, it spread far beyond Greece. The Hellenists became powerful, and they spread their culture across Egypt, Persia, Mesopotamia, Central Asia, all parts of India. They blended all the local traditions where they spread. They took all their gods, all their culture, and made a hybridized civilization. This is how the Hellenic kingdom got so dark with all these gods, just a pantheon. Because everywhere they spread, and when they were spreading, remember, their gods is about Didion, okay? It's about Bootian and Didion and conquering through the graping. They gave worship to their gods by graping and with the little boys and stuff like that, right? And as they spread this culture, understand, when they come into your town, they're coming to unalive and diddy everything that move. They want your little boys, they want your pretty women. They want the pretty women so that the women will use as objects to mate so they can bring forth more pretty boys. So the women were just a tool. And the reason why they wanted, so their goal, the Hellenistic warrior kingdom, and Alexander the Greek and all, their goal was to unalive all the men, right? And enslave all the pretty ones, unalive all the men and ugly women. That was their, I'm sorry, not sorry. That's their, not mine. I ain't calling nobody ugly. Listen, their goal was to unalive all the ugly women and all the men and take all the pretty women and the children hostage, the boys, right? I think it was children because I got the receipt. I'm going off memory now. I think it was children. Yeah, children, right? But, or it might have been boys. I'm not sure, right? Now, it's because they wanted the women to be pretty so that the women were used only for procreation. They didn't love women. They liked men. It was a men thing, right? But the women, they needed the woman's womb to bring forth birth. They needed to be able the earth to plant the seed in, right? So, but they wanted pretty women because they wanted them to have to give birth to pretty boys. Okay, so they didn't want, they like pretty boys. That's why Hyacinth was the pretty, and they passed them all around, right? So that's what they was doing when they came into your city, your country, when they conquered all through Asia, all through Central Asia, all through India, all through Mesopotamia, all through Persia, all through Egypt. You did not want to see them coming. And they kilts and stuff with nothing under it. Y'all better hear the army of men with nothing under it coming to diddy everything that move. All right. This is the Hellenic culture. They spread hell everywhere they went. And it spread it far beyond the Macedonian area. Okay. So now this is called the Hellenistic period. It lasted from around 321 BC to 31 BC, right? About 300 and something years. Okay. Now, it was founded on Alexander's conquest, which united. So Alexander the Greek, we'll learn about him on the next part of this series, right? I'm trying to tie it up. He united Helen, what we call Greece, with Egypt and Asia under Hellenistic leadership. It was never Greek. Everybody will be saying Greek, but that was later when they got conquered by the Romans. The Romans called them that a byword. It was Helen. This is the Hellenistic area. Alexander the Greek, Alexander the Hellen, right? the Great. He united the Hellenistic kingdom under Egypt and Asia under all Hellenistic leadership. Under the Hellenistic kingdom, you had the Ptolemaic Egypt, the Seleucid Empire, and the Antioch Macedonia Empire. That kingdom of Helen flourished of science, art, philosophy, and literature. And they had major centers like Alexandria and Pergamon. Later, they created Koine Greek. That's what they wrote the Septuagint in. And it was widespread during the Hellenistic areas when they had Koine Greek. Yeah, Alexander the Dynasty. That's what I'm going to start calling him. Good one, Abuya. Right? Now, we're going to, on the next part of the series, we're going to break all that down, right? But I'm just tying up because I want to close out with some more information. And then I got some pictures to show, right? So, I didn't even do the title. That's the thumbnail, but anyway, right? So once they created this new language, Koine Greek, that was the language that they spread across the world as the common language for trade, administration, education, and everything. That's what our Hebrew manuscript, the Sephardic books, was transliterated into Koine Greek. The Hellenistic period equals the Hellenist age of cultural deity expansion and the blending of all the cultures and gods, the pantheons of gods of worldwide. It became a hybridization of gods like it never can exist. The term Hellenist means a person. So Hellenist means a person who speaks Hellenes and or adopts the Hellenistic culture. That's why y'all heard the term Hellenist, meaning, remember, the Hebrews, we became Hellenists. It's the tribe of Judah, the Hebrews who became Hellenists, is one who accepted the culture, adopted the culture and the tongue. Those are Hellenists. And they went around the world saying, get down with Hellenists or die. And part of that was Didion. Okay? Now, in ancient contexts, a Hellenist would be a non-Greek so-called person, like a tribe of Judah, a Hebrew, or a Kemet, an Egyptian, or an Assyrian, or an Asian, who adopted the language, the customs, and the education of the Hellenists. And it was forced on you. Understand that. Speak this language or be outcast or run to the hills, to the mountains, right? In the New Testament of our Sephardic Bible, Hellenists refers to Greek-speaking Jews, tribe of Judah. That's in the book of Acts 6:1. They call them Hellenists. That's who Paul was going to, our ancestors. And that's why when he went amongst them, he said, let me speak to you in the Hebraic tongue. All right? Now, the Hellenistic world, these are terms in history that exist today. The Hellenistic world refers to the vast region influenced by the Hellenists called Greek culture after Alexander's conquest. The Hellenistic world stretched from what we call now Macedonia, Greece, and Macedonia, and all through Egypt, Syria, Mesopotamia, Persia, Afghanistan, northwestern India. Almost the whole entire world was Hellenized. In this world today, right now, you could travel thousands of miles all over the earth and you will still find Hellenist-style cities. You'll still find gymnasiums. You'll still find saunas. You'll still find bathhouses. You'll still find theaters, agoras, temples. You'll still find Hellenist education and philosophy. It's crazy, right? Now ain't your head blown emoji, everyone? I went to the gymnasium yesterday. Yeah, I did. I worked out yesterday. Okay, got a good one too. Right? Just me and I went about 4 o'clock in the morning. Me and one other black dude was in there, and they started to come in when I was leaving. Okay, stadiums. Come on, stadiums, theaters. Okay, all right. You'll see the coins, the art, the architecture, the language. Where you think we get all the language? The Lord, God, the Bible. All the tongue, everything. Christian is actually that's not Greek. That's actually Roman. But yeah, Biblos, all the language and everything. Okay, all right. It's all over the place because the Latin came from the Romans. Hammer. That's later. We're gonna get to the Latin once we get to the Romans because the Greek wasn't Latin. The Greco-Hellenes was no Latin. That was the Romans who was Latin. And they mixed they stopped the Koine Greek and made the world. That's when they created Christianity. But that's coming later when we get to the Romans. We're still in the Greek. So that's later. All right. So now we're still in the Hellenes, right? So you'll see the art, the architecture, right? Everywhere. Bachelor comes from Bacchus. The bachelor, all the degrees, everything. All the degrees, all in the schools, all in the, the colleges, the pledging, the data, alpha, everything. It's all Hellenized, bro. And Diddy, it's and the Didian. And they got now we about to find out where they got it from. Everything they got from ancient Kemet, ancient Sumer, ancient fallen angels, these gods, and they mixed it and made their culture. All right? Now, it was a multicultural, but Hellenistic speaking, Hellenistic framed fusion of East, West, North, and South. They conquered the world under Helen. All right, now, where am I going? I'm going to close out. I did the Dark Ages or the conquest. Do I want to do the conquest now or I want to go? Well, I got it set up. So I said do Helen. Yep. Then do the. So when do I get to? Where is my? Oh, okay. So I'm going to go back. So let me do, before I do the conquest, because we're going to close out. So before I go into them conquering Egypt, because we got to get there. We didn't even get to them conquering Egypt yet. I got to first rewind and go to Persia. I know you're like, huh? Scooby-Doo, huh? Oh yeah, I got to go to Persia first. All right? Now watch this. Watch this. This gets crazy work, right? I wish I would got started with this earlier. But first, let me show you. Let me do the thumbnail first. Because, yeah, it makes sense because I'm going to Persia. So let's do this first. Let's do some of the images, right? So let me click this one first, right? And let me show you what they show the world now, right? Stop share. It's 1:30. I wish it was like 10:30. I really wish I would have got started earlier. All right, share screen, window, bang, share. It's all right. For those who stay around, those who watch on the replay, it is what it is. Get the truth. Everybody want to stay in the lie. I don't see nobody doing this, right? They're going to steal it later. Now, this is what they're showing you now. So now when you go try to look at the Greek gods, this is the image they show you. This is Zeus, who the Romans titled Jupiter, right? This is supposed to be Jera, Juno, Poseidon. This is supposed to be Poseidon. Look at them, right? It's supposed to be Hades, who became Pluto. Demeter, look at Apollo. So this is the image that they'll show you now, right? But they don't tell you that they was all Didion. This is Nike, who the Romans titled, she became Victoria, right? They got us all wearing Nikes. And look, she got the Olympic torch, right? They got us all wearing Nikes, right? Boy, we all been Hellenized. We all been diddied. Right? All right. So anyway, pause. We ain't been physical diddy, but spiritually diddy. Right? So this is how they are rebranding them now. Right? So this is Hestia became Vesta. Look at Dionysus, Bacchus. Now, the history says Dionysus was never showed masculine. They always showed him no beard and everything because Dionysus was the king of he had the Maenads, he had the orgies rolling and it was about smashing everything, right? But look how they're trying to show him, right? As manly. And this is Themis with justice. This is where we get the scales of justice. Yeah, pause. Your Ron said, pause. Right? You're like, pause, huh? So hilarious. Pause, huh? I'm pausing for you. Right? This is scales of justice. So when we go into the courts, that's Themis, right? That's the Greek goddess. Then you got Aphrodite, became Venus. That's Hephon, whatever, became Vulcan, right? Hecate became Trivia. You know the games we like, trivia games? That's a Roman goddess, Hecate. So it's all in our language. We just don't know it, right? We've been diddied, right? Eris became Mars. That's where we get the planets, right? That's also where you get Tuesday and Thursday and Odin and Mars and Aries and Aries and all these signs and all of Mars and Jupiter and the planets, Venus, Saturn, Neptune, right? We've been all diddy. I'm sorry. I just gotta tell you, we've been diddy with no Vaseline. We've been diddy with no baby oil. Yeah, they done did us dirty. That's why I'm trying to come out of all this stuff. And this is Artemis. She became Diana. Look how they got them. Athena. So look, you see how they look all respectable, right? For the most part, right? And there go hymen. That's where you get the hymen for the sisters when you break your hymen break, right? Hymenaeus, and then the Romans call them hymen. Look, hymen is a dude. What did that got to do with the woman, right? Okay? Yeah, the cosplay is nuts. Now look at Helios. Helios is the sun god. So this is what Christianity got. Yeah, they did some take that to us. The sun god, right? Helios, Sol Invictus, Sunday worship. This is where the Christians need to come out of there. That's why I like explain this stuff, right? Now look at this. Look at Helios. Ain't that the Statue of Liberty? But it looked like a dude. See, they be all hermaphroditing. They be all morphing. That's Helios. Yeah, Hymen, he broke another dude. I know, right? It's crazy work, right? Okay? So that's Helios, the sun god. That's where you get Sunday worship. That's where the Roman Constantine, Sol Invictus. Okay? Now, yeah, you see his skirts? This is Eurus, Cupid. Oh, they got us all Valentine's Day. Look at him. Just as white as he want to be. That is the whitest white boy I ever seen in my life, right? No disrespect, right? That's Eros. That's where we get erotica, erotic, Cupid, right? But look at how they're trying to make them look. Now, you remember our last one, when you show the real image, they all naked with their little dinglings out and all that's right. And they all, yeah, he's a little boy. And they all smashing each other, right? And they go Persephone, right? See how they got her? She looking all Kadesh, the devil's lie. Look at Hermes. Look at Hermes. I don't know if he's a dude. Hermes is mad zesty. That's what, boy, they got, right? The winged hat. Remember the hat wing thing? Oh, look at the Kaiser symbol, the medical symbol. Right? Hermes. Mercury. He got the sandals. Sisters, I know y'all know those sandals, right? Y'all like, hold up, those are my favorite sandals. That's my favorite sandals, right? We've been all diddy. I'm sorry. I'm just, you're wrong. I hate to tell them you're wrong. We've been diddy with no Vaseline. Take that. They didn't diddy us, guys. I'm sorry. Spiritually diddy. Sorry. People like, soundbite unk. Right? I know y'all like my sandals and everything. Is anything safe? Right? So hold on. Look at this dude. Who y'all think that is? Pan. Look, look at Pan. Straight Diddy. Look, he got grapes. He got treats. Come on, Rama, y'all. He got treats for you, too. He got the baphomet horn in his hands. Boy, this stuff ain't no joke. Boy, this stuff is for real. All right? And look how they try to make him look all, right? See, they try to make him look kind of not so, oh, thank you. I'm turning down my mic. Not so crazy, right? They try to make him look a little presentable. The devil's a lie. Okay? The devil's a lie. All right. So I want to show you that. Watch this. I got a couple of images. Let's go down the line. So that's what they try. There go another one. So they try to show Zeus looking like that. Hephaestus, right? Hera, right? Look at Artemis. Right? Look at Apollo. Now, y'all know Apollo that smashed every dude in the, right? Look at Aphrodite. So you see how they trying to rewrite the images and make them look all, right? Look at Athena. Right? Little cartoon characters. Look at Hermes. He still got that medical symbol. I didn't know the medical symbol came from Hermes. What's the name? Right? Look at, all right, so anyway, let's continue. Now, this is a better one. This is closer to what they look at Zeus. So they got another thing, but they trying to make them have muscles now, right? They're trying to make them look all, right? Not naked with the little wee-wee popping out, right? But the real images is nothing but wee-wees, right? Look at Pluto, Hades. Trying to make them look strong, right? Juno, Hestia, Aries, right? Look, he got the big Thor thing, volcano. That's where you get the word volcano. Hephaestus. Look how strong Prometheus. Prometheus supposed to be in the Caucasus Mountains. Look at Hercules. Remember, Hercules was smashing everything. Hercule. These are nasty. Look at Dionysus. Yo, I guess they couldn't help but make Dionysus, because Dionysus is a mess. All right. Yeah, they trying to make. Look at Sol Invictus, Helios. Look, Statue of Liberty. See the torch? But they're trying to make them now with muscles, right? Trying to look strong. Look at Aphrodite. Oh man. So all right, let me continue. Now look at this one. So this one is Zeus became Jupiter, Hades became Pluto, Poseidon became Neptune. But look at some of the images, some of these. Prometheus. Look at Orpheus, Dionysus. Look at Ares, Mars. I don't know what that is, right? And then Aphrodite, Hermes, Artemis, Vulcan, Athena, Eros, Cupid, Hercules, and the Hydra. I don't know what that is he fighting. Atlas holding up the world. Ulysses. Hold on. The King Midas. Perseus and Medusa. The Minotaur. Right? So they got a lot of this stuff from Egypt too. Hera and Juno. All right. And then this is how they put these images on their architecture. See? Naked ditties. Right? It's everywhere. And now this is how they're trying to portray them. Look at how they're trying to draw them now. This is right modern now. Trying to make them look all strong, right? Like muscle men, right? Big and strong. When you see the true images, they ain't look at this dude looking They ain't look nothing like this. But this again is, look at, oh my goodness, look at, what is that? I'm sorry. But, so they trying to make them rewrite for the children that these are the warriors, the titans, the Olympians, and all these were diddying one another, coming for straight diddy, nothing but diddy, and these some of their symbols, right? Even the Ankh, because they took it, Medusa, right? And here go the Egyptian. The ancient Egyptian mythology deities. Here we go. Ra. We just learned about Ra yesterday, day before yesterday, doing the 12 gates lesson, the gates, the school project. They made them play the game of Senate. So the word, the Greek, the word we get the word Senate, that's not Greek. It's actually Kemet, Senate, Congress and Senate. So that's the Egyptian game Senate that they had them play. And it was the sun god Ra that they was trying to reach. The little children in the school, in the gifted class, for those who went through the Gates program, those gifted programs, right? And this is Amun, right? That's the one with he got the pants on his head, right? And then this one is Shu, Tefnut. That's these Egyptian gods. We have to go there in a second. Dang, it's getting late. And look at this one, Nut and Geb. Look at this blue stretched Nephilim, and then the green one at the bottom. That's crazy. Blue Nephilim stretched. That's Nut and Geb. I don't know what that means. All right. And then we got Osiris. They show Osiris as green. Then you got Isis. So this is where you get gene of Isis. A lot of the Greek come from Osiris, Isis, all right? Set, Nephthys, you go Mayat, that's the dead. Thoth, that's where Billy Carson is after. Thoth, Thoth, that's where you get your thoughts running around here. Anubis, Hathor, Horus, supposed to be Isis in them. Then you got Ptah, whoever that is, Sekhmet or whatever. And then Bastet, look at it with the cat face and the Ankh, Nephlik, right? Now these are blacks. He got one of them hats on too. I don't think oh, there you go. Sobek. And look at this one. Bess. Look at, yo, Elder Tamaya, I ain't never seen this ancient Egyptian. The Greek probably done slid him in there. I'm like, who is this? Bess. I'm like, what the? He got locks for a beard. He got, I don't know what, it looked like women legs with, I don't know what's that's hanging, and it's, this is called Bess. I think the Hellenists, because they merged their god, I don't know what that is, but I'm scared of it. You heard? Whatever that is, I'm running. I'm definitely running. No Diddy, right? All right, and then you got Khnum, whatever, and then Heka. Look at all those serpents, all right? So this is the Greek, this is what Kemet, they worship their gods, right? She said the lips. Well, they had some big lips. Let me see. Yeah, and then it looked like it got a goatee or something. I don't know. That dude look crazy. That's scary. His belly button. I'm like, I'm running from all this. But all right. So this is ancient Egyptian mythology. All right. Now the reason why I'm showing you this, because when we continue this series, it's gonna make sense, because you have to understand where they get these where they marry these he says Sobek and Sobi, the energy drink, where they marry these pantheon of gods at, right? All right, so I'm turning my mic up a little bit again. All right, Yeah, that's what he got locks on his face or something. Now, I'm going to, so am I going to leave that up? Let me, because I'm going to close out with this. I want us to travel first. I want us to leave. I want us to enter Egypt first. And then I'm going to close out. Because I was going to leave Egypt and come, but we got to enter Egypt, right? Because now we're getting to the point. We're making our way. We're slowly getting there. Meaning we're making our way now to where these Hellenes are going to go into Egypt. Because we got to get to them making the Septuagint. We got to get to the Bible. So in order to get to the Bible, it's crazy. In order to get to Christianity, all right, listen. In order to get to Christianity, we got to go through this. I didn't say to get to the Messiah or to get to the Most High Yah or to get to the Hebrew or to get to the Safara Yah, the ancient manuscripts. I said to get to Christianity and the Bible, we have to go through this. Because we time traveling for real. for real. So now we about to go further. Let's go into ancient Kemet. All right? We got to go there because they got to get conquered for the Hellenists to come conquer them. And the Hellenes did not conquer Kemet. Kemet was actually what the ancient, what you would call Mitzrayim or Egyptians called themselves. All right? Now, so in order to go there, we got to go here. All right. So now, I'm going to share the screen, and then this is going to be our closeout. Should be a very good closeout because y'all going to learn something. All right? So before I get to Helen, I got to go here. So let me go here. Right? Okay. And let me make sure I didn't have no more images I wanted to show y'all first. No, that's good enough. All right? All right. So now remember this though. Let me stop share. I want y'all to remember this though. Remember, hold on. Go here. Let me go where? Let me go here. Oh, I didn't show y'all that. That's okay. I can't do everything, right? Where is it? Oh, because did I not? List. There you go. That's the list. Do they show them all? Let me just click it. I was supposed to, let me see if they show them when I click them. Because, let me see, do they show them? Some of them. Nah, that ain't the one. It's all right. I can show them here. All right. And then I can just, let me go to their list. Right? All right. So now, we're going to close out with this. With something, not this, but I'm going to show you, I'm going to tie into this. Right? I just want to show what they actually gods really look like. Right? See? That's what he really looked like. Right? Not all the muscles, little wee-wee sticking out. Right? Right? Hyacinth. See? Naked. They don't look all big and strong and muscly. Right? That was a lie. They always, hold on. Hermes. That's Hermes. Right? Little wee-wee. Right? They always got their little wee-wees out. That's Crocus. Look at them. You see them? All naked. All around. Crocus was a mortal young man. Okay? Who got smashed by Hermes. Okay? Young man. Look at Perseus. Look at him. See? This how they naked is all outdoors. Right? And these are all they got smashed. Hermes smashed Perseus. Hermes smashed Pollux. Look at Pollux. Naked. See? Hymenaeus. Hesperus. This, look at him. He smashed Hymenaeus. He smashed Argenius. He smashed Endymion. Look. See? Little wee-wees. Look at him. Just as fruity McNudies, but duties. He was variously a handsome alien shepherd, Aeolian, hunter or king, who's used to said to rule and live at Olympia, right? So where the Olympics come from, right? I just wanted to do this because I showed the other, and I show you how they're trying to make them look now all respectable or all, the devil's a lie. This they smash list. This they Epstein list. It's crazy, right? So it's like they all, look at Olympus. And look, Olympus is the name of two ancient Greek musicians, one mythical who lived before the Trojan War, and he introduced instrumental music. This is the Pied Piper. And look, that's a little boy. And look at this dude. Look at his ears. Nephilim. Y'all see this? This all Diddy. Nothing but Diddy Big Nitty. And that's where they did Olympics and stuff. Okay? It's you see? And Minos. Oh, that's the drag. Oh, that he was smashing stuff. So that thing was smashing. Ooh, the Minotaur was smashing stuff. I didn't know that. I remember Pan, right? And Pan was, remember I showed you Pan was smashing a goat. That was crazy. All right. So I just want to show that. So now let's go. Let's travel. Now we're going to travel into, so let me just put where should I put it? Let me put a backdrop up really quick because we're going to close out now, right? Let me just put a backdrop up really quick, right? Even though I don't like it, but we're talking about ancient times, so it'll probably fit. Share this tab instead, play. All right. Now, this I'll close out. In order for me to get to the Septuagint and then to the Bible and to Christianity, I have to enter Egypt because it was in Alexandria where the Hellenists, the Ptolemaic Philadelphus II, enslaved 72 Hebrew elders on the island of Pharaohs and made them transliterate our manuscript, our righteous script, into their Hebrew, into their Koine Greek. So in order to get to the Bible, the Christianity religion, we got to go to Egypt. But in order to get there, I can't start with the Hellenists because they never conquered Egypt. All right. Now, in order to start, we got to go to Persia because Persians conquered Kemet, ancient Kemet. All right. The ancient Commission civilization that showed all those gods. Remember, I showed all those gods from the ancient, what you call Egypt. They was Kemet. It means land of the blacks, blackface, black land. The blacks. This before, now Egypt, where they got these Arabs, these Ishmaelite, whited out Ishmaelites over there saying that they, right? All right? Now, the ancient. So the Persian conquest of ancient Kemet was a significant turning point in the history of the world. This, you got to start here to get to Christianity. It ended the period of the native commission, Kemet, pharaonic pharaoh rule when the Persians conquered Kemet. And it ushered in an era of foreign domination of the ancient Commission land. Kemet. Now, I'm going to give you a breakdown of the Persian rule from their conquest to the takeover of them by the Hellenists. All right. Now, the conquest was led by Cambyses, Cambyses II. Cambyses II, he was the son of Cyrus the Great. This is Persian. The second king of the Achaemenid Persian Empire. All right? I know Rohan would like this part. Rohan got a lot of information about this. Now, this is the son of Cyrus the Great, the second king of the Achaemenid Persian Empire. The Persian forces defeated the Kemet army at the Battle of Pelusium in 525 BCE. The conquest was a decisive conquest, and it led to the capture of the last pharaoh, Pharaoh Psamtik III, Psamtik, and it announced the formal annexation of ancient Kemet into the Achaemenid Empire, Achaemenid Empire, the Persian rule. The Persians ruled over Kemet was not continuous. It was divided into two periods. At a time, the ancient Kemet gained back their independence. The first period was during the 27th dynasty of ancient Kemet. It was from 525 BC to 404 BC. The first Persian rule over ancient Kemet lasted 121 years. It was established by Cambyses II, and during that rule, ancient Kemet was governed by a satrapy, S-A-T-R-A-P-Y, which was called a province of the Achaemenid Empire. So it was governed. They left a Persian Achaemenid satrapy, a province that was running. It's kind of like the way Rome ruled Jerusalem, right? Under the Hebrew, they have the answer, right? That was for 121 years. Then the ancient Kemet got some independence during the 28th, 29th, and 30th dynasties of the pharaohs. That's from 404 BCE to 343 BCE. It was a period of native Kemet pharaohs ruling again independently. And then they got reconquered by Artaxerxes, Artaxerxes III. That's around the 31st dynasty. It's the second Persian ruling Kemet. It's not Egypt. It's not named Egypt yet. It's ancient Kemet. That's around 343 to 332. They ruled it for 11 years after that. So they had 121 years. Then they had basically short of 100 years that the ancient Kemet got their independence back. And then they conquered it again under Artaxerxes, how you say it, the third. And this period ended when the Hellenists came. Alexander the Greek, the nasty, the ditties. Now, under the Persian Empire, they didn't have gymnasiums, and they wasn't diddying. It wasn't, their gods wasn't all about the diddy booty, right? Now, you do got these other deity gods, and it was probably doing some type of child stuff, because it's always a king, not child work, but it wasn't the diddy stuff that these Hellenes are coming with. All right? Now, the Persians implemented a centralized imperial administration among ancient Kemet, right? But they maintained a pragmatic approach to the Mitzrayim customs, right? So they gave an administrative structure, all right? A satrapy, okay? Well, they give it, it's funny, Arsenio, they gibberish until they come in your city and diddy and wipe and destroy your children and wipe. So this it's actually not gibberish, because, how can I say it? It is ridiculous. You're right. The religious, you're correct. You're right. Let me explain it this way. You're correct. Religious organizations are gibberish and foolish. You're correct. But the destruction that they do, you see. So you're correct. I apologize. I don't mean to disagree, but the destruction that they do. All right. So he's probably he's here. We got another troll. I thought it's like I'll be wanting some people to come with some actual logic and understanding, right? They always come with the right. So right. So all religion is. So I guess so. You're correct. I don't believe I'm not religious. So I would like to know this, just not as a adversary. What do you believe in? Do you believe in, I don't know, the universe, the sky, the sun? Are you God? Or, like, that's an interesting one that I'd be liking to know from people, right? Answer me now, all of you. All right, so he's a troll. All right, get him out of here. Get the clown out of here. All right. So anyway, I would love to have a question, right? But these are just trolls. That I would like to entertain, right? Because it's like I would like to know what is your belief system. So if you're not Judaic, you're not Hebrew, you're not Christian, you're not Islamic, you're not so. Are you you believe in nothingness, right? Your God is the God of nothing, or your higher power? Did you create yourself, or did it come from a big bang? I'm like, will you believe in science? I would love that, but these trolls, they don't even have no intelligence to even have a conversation, right? They probably some little bullied kid, right? Somebody who's, you know, who ain't got no life outside of his computer or his phone, right? They live vicariously through. But anyway, all right. I was looking forward to that conversation because I would really actually like to know, like, well, what do you? But anyway, I should know better. They just trolls. So anyway, let me find my closing place, right? So the Persians left an administrative structure. Okay, now they left something called a satrapy, Satrapy. So they organized when they conquered Kemet, right? The Hebrews call it Mitzrayim for bondage. Later, when they got in bondage. Now they call it because we ain't going to bondage till later. This is early. They call it satrapy. So ancient Kemet was organized as a satrapy, governed by a Persian appointed official called a satrap. Okay? So now it's organized and governed by the Persian. The pharaoh title. So the Achaemenid kings, including Cambyses II and then later Darius I, they adopted the traditional Egyptian title of pharaoh. The Kemet title of pharaoh, right? And they were depicted in pharaonic Mitzrayim, Kemet style on monuments. And they did this to intend to legitimize their rule to the native Kemet people. So it's the same thing that the Hellenists did. They didn't go in and just wipe out all of ancient Kemet's cultures, gods, and everything. Instead, they merged. So the Achaemenid Persian kings became pharaohs. And so they raised up monuments of them, the Persians, dressed in pharaoh, like what you call Egyptian headdress and stuff, so that the native Kemet population wouldn't seem like all of their cultures being erased. So they did a hybridized, but the satrapy, the Persian officials ran it, okay? The Persians largely retained the existing Egyptian administrative structure, allowing the ancient Kemet officials to continue managing local affairs. So after they conquered, they allow ancient Kemet to still manage their local affairs, though under Persian oversight. But you got to answer to us, right? Same thing they did in Rome, right? That's why they had the Pharisees and the Sadducees, in Jerusalem, right? On the tribe of Judah, right? They had the Roman, what's this called? The one, not Herod, Pontius Pilate and them, right? And Herod and them too, right? So they left the Egyptian administrative structure intact. So all the ancient Kemet officials was able to manage the local affairs of but under now the Persian rule oversight. And Darius, the Persian king, Darius I, is credited with a period of stable and benevolent rule. So they said under Cambyses, it was kind of brutal for the ancient Kemet. But under Darius I in history, they said he was more benevolent, and the stability of the ancient Kemet, what they call Idra land, was more stable, and he promoted the codification of ancient Kemet law under Darius I. Now, before the Persian conquest, the native inhabitants of the Nile Valley, ancient Kemet, never called themselves Egyptians. The name that they used for their land was Kemet, Kamat, KMT, meaning the black land. And the people were simply the inhabitants of Kemet, the inhabitants of the black land. The Persians referred to the ancient commissions as the Mudraya or Mudraya. That's Old Persian, Mudraya, which is the root of the modern Arabic name for Egypt, Mizra. The term Egyptian is a later Hellenist derivation of the word Aegyptos, Aegyptos. Aegyptos is what the Hellenists called them when they conquered Persia and took over the land. The Romans later into English called them Egyptians. Okay, but they never described themselves as no Egyptians. They were the people of the black land, Kemet, the black people of the land of the black. Okay? The Achaemenid Empire was known for its general policy of having religious tolerance, meaning it was a practice that was largely extended to ancient Kemet, with some notable exceptions, meaning they allowed you to worship your gods. They have tolerance for your religions. They had respect for local cults. So during the time, right? Yeah. So, and before it was the AEG, it was AIG too. All right? So it's AIG, YPTOS, and then AEG, YPTOS, and then Egypt, and then Egypt, and all that. Yes. All right? So, because when you go through your research, you'll see the different spellings in the Greek and all that type of stuff. All right? So, now, they had respect because it was all about, they called them cults, CULTs, all right? Cults. Now, the Persians did not force ancient Kemet to worship their Persian gods. The Achaemenid kings, particularly Darius I, he supported the ancient Kemet religious institutions. He funded the restoration and the construction of the ancient Kemet temples that a lot of them got burnt down during the war and knocked down. Darius I funded for them to restore their temples. He allowed them to do their worship to their fallen gods and all I showed the gods, ancient Egyptian Kemet gods, right? And the continuing of the traditional patronage of the priesthoods. He allowed it. So the Persian religion, the official religion of the Achaemenid Empire at that time, was known as Zoroastrianism. Okay, of the Achaemenid Empire. And it's centered on the worship of the supreme deity known as Ahura Mazda. I know Rohan know all about this stuff. He probably know more than me, right? More than Ahura Mazda, Zoroastrianism. This is the Achaemenid Empire. So the Persian officials and soldiers in ancient Kemet, when they conquered it, they practiced Zoroastrianism, their own religion. There was no systematic attempt for the Persians to impose Zoroastrianism on the ancient Kemet populace, unlike the Romans and the Hellenes. All right. Now, Cambyses II, all right, often portrayed in Greek sources as Herodotus, but that's not him. They said he was one, he went down in history as a very cruel and sacrilege, that he was cruel towards any ancient Kemet religion. All right? Yeah, that's where they get it from now, Tamaya. And Herodotus claims that the writers of the Hebrew, of the Greek writers, claim that Herodotus claims that Cambius mocked the ancient Kemet religious practice and even killed the sacred Apis bull. Apis bull. Now, this Apis bull is going to come out later because that's where you get Christianity and Christ and stuff from. It's crazy work, right? But I'm going to have to get there in the next part. I need to close out. I'm going to finish this and then we'll end it and I'll close out with it. Because then once we leave here, we're going to go into the conquering of this, right? So the first Persian under the Achaemenid Empire, they said he killed the sacred Apis bull, right? You'll find out about that, right? But that's what Herodotus wrote about him, right? But history is not too sure if they just didn't like him and wrote this and it wasn't true, right? But whatever. So it says Cambius was less respectful than Darius I. Contemporary Egyptian sources did say that Cambius performed the necessary rites to be accepted as a pharaoh of ancient Kemet. And they said that the Hellenists probably just didn't like him and exaggerating. But the Persian period introduced some Persian cultural elements into ancient Kemet, particularly in the military and the administration. But the native ancient Kemet culture remained dominant through the time of the Persian rule. The language, Aramaic was the official lingua franca of the Achaemenid Empire. This is why everyone was speaking Aramaic, because it's when Persian was ruling basically the known world mostly at that time. Aramaic was introduced into ancient Kemet for administrative purposes along with the ancient Kemet Demotic script. So for administrative purposes, they had to speak Aramaic. So they had to learn Aramaic. Persian influence can be seen in some ancient Kemetic art and architecture of the period, particularly the adoption of certain motifs and styles, but the overall tradition of the ancient Kemets remained ancient Kemet. The second Persian period was short-lived. It ended in 325 BC when Alexander the Nasty, the Hellenist, arrived in ancient Kemet, or Mudraya, what the Persians called it. Alexander's conquest, they say, was welcomed by the Egyptians. Of course, they trying to say that, right? And they said, now this is crazy. This is how they rewrite history, right? Because, the Persians were actually melanated, right? So anyway, you know how it is, just races, right? The different stuff. But they say that the Mitzrayim, ancient Kemet, welcomed Alexander as a liberator from the now unpopular Persian rule, which set the stage for the Hellenistic era to begin. Hell. Now, this is what they write in history. The Egyptians was like, welcome, Alex, save us from the Persian rule. They was coming with straight diddy, booty, diddy, gymnasium, nudie, duty. They was coming with the Spartans. Bro, you better know what those Spartans was. That movie 300, they was all married to one another. It was all about man love. That's their gods was man love worship, the worship of the male body. So those Spartans, allegedly, were all married to one another in a relationship, because the part of the Hellenistic culture was that if you send the couple into war and one of the persons in the relationship get killed in the war, then that means the other person is going to pursue revenge to death. So they had all the Spartan. They would groom you, okay? All right? So that's the conclusion of the Persian rule, right? But let me close out with the Spartans, and then we'll continue this next time, right? But the Spartans was some nasty work, okay? Really nasty work, because as they would come into your city, they were straight all about conquering through the Didion, and they were all married in love with one another. They were in a relationship. You know, it was personal. You understand? And it's like you killed a honey boo when you you heard? It's like it wasn't no normal thing where like you just going to war with somebody. No. You just went to war with a honey boo. You understand? I'm trying to find my Spartan breakdown. Where did I put it? 'Cause I'm gonna close with that. All right. Today, no. Where's my Spartan breakdown? Where did I put it? Where did I put it? I had to put it somewhere. Where did I put you at? I know I wrote you somewhere. That's gotta be so tight. Did I put you under the Roman? Let me see. Helen to Rome. Where did I put you? Who? Maybe I put him under the Romans. Let me see. Let me click that one. No. Where did I put you? I put you somewhere. I should have named you. I knew I should have named him. I should have named you. All right. Yeah, that's them. No, that's when we go to the Romans. Oh, that's a lot. That's going all the way to America. No. That's all. That takes us all the way into modern times. Man, where did I put you? Oh, there you go. Under Alexander. That's where I put it on Alexander the Nasty. The Nasty McNasty. So I'm going to come back and do Alexander, but let me just do the Spartans, right? Because I can come back because we're going to do the conquer of what's name. But they got something to do it. So the Spartans, they were a distinct, powerful. Sparta was a Greek city-state, a Hellenist city-state. This is before they Greek. And it represented a contrasting, all right? The society of Sparta was entirely structured around military discipline, all right? This is why they were the most militaristic, loyal warriors, right? Spartan was a warrior society where every male citizen of the population had to dedicate their entire life to military service. This dedication was enforced through something called agoge, A-G-O-G-E. Y'all can look that up. I don't even know what it is, but it sounds like Diddy to me. Their dedication was enforced through agoge, A-G-O-G-E. A rigorous, that's it, I got it. A rigorous state-sponsored education system. Okay, that I got. Sorry, it's in my notes. Now, Sparta was a warrior society where the male citizen population had to dedicate their whole life to military service, and this dedication was enforced through a rigorous state-sponsored education system that began for the boys at age 7. At age 7 years old, they had to go through agoge. It was a compulsory, the agoge was a compulsory training from age 7 for every male boy, emphasizing obedience, endurance, self-control, warfare. The boys lived at 7, taken from their parents to live in a communal environment and were subjected to austere conditions and given a mentor. At 7. All right. All boys. All right. Agoge. They, in Sparta, they had a class of people called the serfs, S-E-R-F-S. And they were owned by the state, the Spartans, these serfs. They called them helots. And these serfs, which would be a word for basically slaves, state-owned, they would work the land. And with this, it freed the Spartan citizens from having to do any labor to allow them to focus solely on agoge, military training. So they had serfs that the state owned who would work, so no citizen had to work. Your work was to make sure these boys get in this gymnasium, this agoge, this community, and get this mentorship so they can work their bodies to become soldiers. Okay? From 7. Full-time soldiers from the age of 20 to 60 years old. 60. Which ain't bad because I could still be a soldier, right? But you usually think 60, you think old and decrepit. But anyway, no disrespect. For those who ain't taking care of your temple. Full-time soldiers from age 20 to 60. This was their prime military service. Their primary fighting formation was called the phalanx, Phalanx. It was a tightly packed, disciplined unit of hoplites. Y'all can look that up. I don't know what a hoplite is. Yeah, mentorship. I just said mentorship. The mentor-mentee relationship under Hellenist condition, that's where you get mentorship from. That's where you get the word torment from. So a mentorship under the Hellenist culture was each young boy was given an adult male, what they call a philosopher or a gyp, they call them something else, a gruppy. We did it when we did the Greek gymnasium thing. And they were supposed to guide you and lead you, and they oil your body and teach you philosophy and rub your body down with oil and scrape it off with a strigil and all this nastiness. That's the mentorship. So the mentorship was they would give you over from a little boy to a grown ditty, and he would torment. That's where the torment. He would mentor you. And that means, what mentor mean is he will prime your body to be entered, right? Because the little boys can't take a man, all that, and also teach you the philosophy and educate you. And that's where the gymnasium and the bathhouses and rubbing you down with the oils and stuff, right? That's where they get all the strigils and all. That's where all that stuff is from, right? We broke that down in the other studies, right? When we broke down ancient Greece, right? For those who haven't seen it, right? So this right here is the strigil, right? And this strigil is what they use to scrape the oil off your body. It looked like a torture device to me, right? The strigil is a tool for cleansing the body by scraping off dirt and perspiration as well as oil that was applied before bathing in ancient Greek and Roman cultures, right? All right, so it's a curved blade with a handle and it's made of metal. And they would scrape this off the little boys using this thing. That thing is insane. I know that had to hurt. Let me click it. Oh, shoot, that's too big. Look at that. That is insane. That's ain't nothing but a torture device. You can't tell me ain't nothing but ultraperm. That's a torture device. All right? So that's your mentor. Your mentor would scrape. He would rub the oil on your body, rubbing the oil all over your body, right? And if y'all ever want to see it, y'all go type this in Wikipedia, gymnasium, ancient Greece, right? Gymnos, meaning naked or nude. Only adult male citizens were allowed to use gymnasia. We done broke this down. Athletes competed in nude, and then later they started to induct the little boys into it, right? They had the thermae, the bathhouses. Look, rooms called apotheteria, and they trained naked, rubbing their bodies with olive oil and then cleaning them with the stringel. I'm just doing it just so for others who haven't seen our lesson, right? They don't understand this, right? They did ball games, boxing, gymnastics, all naked, right? This is where you get trainer athletes to gymnasium, from the word gymnasium, right? And they serve their gods by doing this, the worship of the male body, okay? Nude males. This is the culture, right? So we broke all this down before, right? And then they talk about the kids and all of what they was doing to the little boys and gave them mentees and all that type of stuff, right? And they look, drugs. So they gave what's the name? The gymnastae were responsible. So a gymnastae is the one. So a pedal, that's probably a pedal, and a gymnastae were responsible for teaching the methods involved in various exercises, as well as choosing suitable athletics for the youth, the little boys. The gymnastae were also responsible for monitoring the constitution of peace, prescribing remedies for them if they became sick. They oiled and dusted the bodies of the little boys, and they acted as surgeons and administered drugs to them. See? In Athens, 10 gymnasiarchs, okay? So this is what they would look. Beneath them in the organizational structure were 10 sophriastae responsible for observing the conduct of the youths, and especially for attending all their games. Remember, all naked, dusting and oiling their bodies. All this is naked, and this is how they serve their gods. That's in this. So y'all look that up for yourself, for those who didn't. And it tell you how they gave worship to their gods, right? Look, gymnos meaning naked or nude by the way of relating to the verb whose meaning is to train naked. Train in gymnastic exercises, generally to train to exercise. All right? This is how they serve their god. They say it somewhere in here. There you go. The gymnasia and palestria wrestling schools were under the protection of the patron of Heracles, right? Heracles, Hermes, and Theseus. And that's when he got the little boy on his ankle, little black boy hanging on his ankle with an afro, all diddy. See, got the little boys naked, okay? This is how they serve their gods, all right? Naked, nooning, right? Communal bathing, to train naked, rubbing their bodies with olive oil, right? They train naked, rubbing their bodies with olive oil and then cleaning it with the stringel. All right. So anyway, I just want to tie that in because now we're closing with because I have to bring guys. I know others who've seen it already, like you showed it, but it's like each time I do this, I have to bring the receipt, whether it look like we just talking about people and bearing false witness. So now we're talking about Sparta. So once you understand, these are the Hellenists, what they call the Greeks. So this is the culture, right? So when I break down what I'm breaking down, it's the receipts. So the full-time soldiers, I'm closing now, from age 20 to 60, their primary fighting formation was a phalanx. Remind me of phallic. I don't know why, but Phalanx. Anything that got something to do with these Hellenists, phalanx, I'm running from them, period. It was a tightly packed, I know Elder Yayazian is laughing at that. The soldiers would get into a tightly packed formation called a phalanx and discipline. Now, it's funny because they were naked under their thing and they tightly packed, and it was a disciplined unit of hoplites. I don't know what that means. The Spartan women of Sparta, they enjoyed a real freedom than any other woman in any other Hellen Greek city-states because they was able to receive a formal education. They were encouraged to be physically fit as their primary role was to be able to produce more strong, healthy boys. So their women didn't have to go to war. The men didn't mess. The only time they had to do a service is they needed to, when the man wanted to smash them, which is a dirty penis because you done smashed the booty and now you want butt. It's just their culture. So they were free to get their education, and they were, they just had to give out those boys, to have birth to those boys, right? So there was a battle. We'll learn that next time of Thermopylae, and it's the legend of the 300. So we'll go into that next time, that movie, The 300. But I just want y'all to know, in that movie 300, those Spartans, they had nothing under them, and they were all in a relationship. So the culture of the Spartans, the Hellenistic culture, encouraged the warriors. They were all in relationships. The men, they would get married. They would be booze and bulls. So everybody, so whenever someone would get hurt or unalive, it would drive the other warrior insane, and he would want to avenge his lover's death. And the Hellenistic culture realized that that was the smartest way to have warriors that would fight viciously, right? They were all lovers. And they were coming, and the goal was to make you serve their gods. So whenever the Hellenists would come into your land and stuff, it was about you serving their gods. And the way that they worship their gods is entrance into the booty duty. That's the worship, because all their gods is duty booty gods, which I don't understand. I can never understand that. That how are their gods duty booties? I'm like, who follows a duty booty god? I'm lost with that one. But who don't? Why would you try to understand the mind of these serpents, right? Because you won't. You just don't even try it, right? So that I was gonna do this, but I gotta wait now. I gotta wait. All right. So I guess we're gonna do part 6, because we just getting, the Persians have now conquered ancient Kemet, and Helen is on their way. Hell is on its way to ancient Kemet, the land of the blacks. The ditty is on its way. And hell, so now y'all know how they came out of the Dark Ages. Y'all know, yeah, you found out a lot tonight. You found, I was trying to find that picture, but I can't find it, so I'm distracting myself. So I don't know where it's at. But anyway, so let me see. Do I have any other picture? I think I didn't. I showed enough. Yeah, I went through most of it. All right, 2:30. We went longer than I wanted to. All right, but it is what it is. So they fought all the way. Frederick said, you ain't have to worry about portrayal that much. They fought all the way. Betrayal, right? Yeah, you sure enough didn't, Frederick. They was the most warring people. Shout out to Donna Yah, shout out to Germany, right? And it's actually a darkly brilliant thing to have them all in a relationship like that and all that. But they was coming, and it was not pretty. That Hellenist kingdom was all about the duty booty. We done showed it inside out. And as we go through this series, now we about to enter, Helen's going to enter Egypt, ancient Kemet, and then we're going to get to Christianity. We're working our way on down, right? May the Most High bless us all as he's, shout out to Brother Frederick, as he continues to reveal the truth. We are to seek the truth of the Most High, right? In spirit and in truth. And the only way you can get there is, it's uncomfortable because you've been taught the lie, right? You've been all diddied in our spirit, right? So the way to the truth is to get through the lies. And it might be uncomfortable, but we got the truth uncomfortably. The way that they we got the lie uncomfortably. The way that they instilled the lie, it was uncomfortable to our ancestors, right? But we're going to have a completion, right? Because every empire that rewrote the name, a remnant of the Most High, we are called to remember. Every language that repurpose and rephrase the Most High's promise, there is a child of the Most High that is seeking to go back to the original tongue. The word of the Most High never dies. It might be covered, it might be hidden, but it's only until the hearts are ready to receive it again. They can't kill the word of the Most High. Isaiah 55 says, so shall my word be that goeth forth out of my mouth, it shall not return unto me void. So no translation, no councils of Nicaea, no Hellenic Greek philosophers, none of it can cancel what the Most High has spoken. So the Hellenists built libraries, but Yah built his lineage. The Romans came along and built all their roads, but Yah built revelation. They might trade in monuments and temples, but the Most High gave us our memory to trade one to another. And now he's restoring memory to a people who have forgotten their sound. Joel 2, Ya'al 2 and 25 says, I will restore to you the years that the locusts have eaten. See, all the confusion, all the centuries of translation, transliteration, mistranslation, all will be recoverable through revelation. The Most High sent the Rayat Hayah Kadash. The reason why that's the Holy Spirit, because Hayah is the Habariyah letter of the revealer, revealing, revelation, breathing. That's why you got to know our original language, Adiyat letters. Hayah. It's not hey. It's the image of the man with his hands up, giving praise. It is the breath, the revelation, the revealer. That's why he is the Rayat, spirit, Hayah, Kayadash, set apart, revealing spirit. It's not Ruach, Ho, Kodesh, and all that. There ain't no ho, who the ho, ain't no ho in Habariyah. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be, because we have to learn. But the tongue is so important because it denotes the purpose. It's in the Adiyat, the letters. So when you pervert that with Canaanite, Paleo, and Yiddish and all that stuff, same thing, you can pervert it with all that. Same thing the Greeks did, Lord, Baal, calling on all this stuff. But again, the Most High grace covers us when we didn't know. That's why when you hear me say the Raya Kayakadash, you're like, what is? Yes, that's what they term the revelated, the Holy Spirit. And the Habariyat original, that means the set apart, revelating Raya, spirit. It says in Ya'al, Joel 2 and 25, I will restore to you the years that the locusts have eaten. It's all recoverable. All the translations, everything we lost, the Raya Hayakadash, Holy Spirit, will return, restore the revelation. The restoration is not a return into a costume. That's what the awakenings turned into. A worship of the flesh, and they putting on costume and Z-seats and this and all these costumes. It's returning to the covenant, to the spirit of obedience that the empires and tradition of men could never steal or patent. In Deuteronomy 30, the Most High said, I, your Aliyah, will circumcise your heart to love the Most High with all your heart. So the children of covenant, we hear the call to come to truth. We don't despise learning the truth. We empty the wineskin. We understand knowledge, but we weigh and we judge it, and we make sure that we just don't eat everything. Right? We don't reject learning, but we cipher it, siphon, redeem. Because the Most High is not against intellect, he is against idolatry. He gave us language, Lashayan, to be used as light, to lead and guide us. but men use language as leverage.
The video stopped.
I'm stopping. Thank you. I'm about to stop. Psalms 36:9 says, "For with these is the fountain of life. In thy light shall we see light." So the Most High is restoring us to the truth. This has been Christians and Israelites. Please explain this. The reason why I titled it that, we close it now, Hakim, is because of this. Oh, I didn't get to explain who this was because I didn't get to that part. I'm going to save it. That's the next part of this series. But we got to see who this is with the pants hat. Abriyah said he got a pants hat. That's hilarious, right? But please explain this. Now, the reason why I said that, the reason why I titled it, I don't know how it looked on the, I don't know if it's full or what, but the reason why I titled it that, right, is because it was strategic why I titled it that, right? And it was because, hold on, we closing out. There we go. Let me make it, there you go. All right, there we go. It was, is that, that's, I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. I guess, whatever. I'm closest or whatever. But anyway, the reason why I titled that is because I did it because I'm like, can you explain where these cultures, because I thought we was going to get a little further in, because we're going to get to the point where they start writing the Bible, these Hellenists. So it's like, can you explain where all these, what you call it, polytheistic deity cultures is able to write a manuscript and we follow it, calling it Christian, calling it, who wrote it? As you're about to see later, when the Hellenists come into Egypt, they marry their gods. They merge their Hellenist gods with ancient Kemet gods and make a whole new amalgamation of deity. And this one is one of them. That's why I said, who is this? And he became the big dog. This here is the father of Christianity. All right, let's close out. Now I got it. Thank you, Yah. Thank you, Father. This will start the next part. This dude right here is where Christianity came from. I didn't say the Hebrew, I didn't say the Messiah, I didn't say the follower of the Most High, of the Hebrew Sephariyah manuscript text, the ancient Hebrew text. I didn't say the Most High creator of all things that they call Yah, what you might call God. I said this is where Christianity came from. And this is where, I don't care who you are, you can get in your Christian feelings all you want. Get the link and join me on screen. Bring your Bible, bring your books, bring your Roman books, bring everything. Join me. It don't got to be a debate, a discussion. Show me anything. I want you to prove it. Come on, Tamayah. Prove it to me that this ain't where Christianity comes from. Now, the funny thing is, the first thing you're going to do is you're going to have to try to find out what this is. See? So you're already at a deficiency because I study to show myself approved before I open up my mouth. You heard? I speak the languages. I understand the culture. I've been diligently studied. So I got nothing but receipts. This is where Christianity came from this. not the followers of the way of the Messiah. When the Romans created a religion called Christianity, and at Antioch, they first named them that. When they changed Sunday worship, when they indoctrinated Christianity as the state religion of the Roman Empire, when they built councils of Nicaea and the councils, you heard this part. Oh, it came from this. And you don't even know what it, prove me wrong. I'll show y'all. The next part of this series, this gets explained. I ain't gonna give it away. But I want y'all to see that's a halo around his head. Yeah, this part. This is where Christianity come from. And this, the Greeks did not do this. Well, yes, they did. Yes, they did. The Greeks, the Hellenists did this. And then the Romans came and they sacked the Hellenists and named them Greeks. And they took this and made it Christianity. Hello. Because the Hellenists, the Greeks wasn't even do Christianity. That was Rome. The Greeks followed this. All right. Now, and it's emerging. Oh, that's why they both on the screen. It's a merging of the ancient Kemet gods and the Greek Hellenists. And the Romans took it and named it Christianity. Grand Rising, One True Sky. That'll be in the next part of this series. So yeah, the dude with the plaid hat, pants hat, and all this, facts. Please explain this. And that's why I said Christians. You know why I put Israelites? Because I ain't want the Christians to think I'm attacking them. I did that purposely. It was literally titled First Christians, Please Explain This. And I was like, man, I don't want this, because I don't want the Christian brothers and sisters, because I was once one. You got to awaken. I don't want to offend you, right? So I don't want it to be like, oh, you just keep attacking. I'm not attacking. But you want, why wouldn't you want to know the truth? Why wouldn't you want to wake up? You have to come out of this. You so indoctrinated by a title that you put in a title over your true relationship with the creator of all things. You've become religious. And the enslavers created this religion. And they want nothing but diddy, doody, diddy, booty, doody, juice. Because the Romans did the same diddy, diddy, doody, juice as the Hellenists did. And they just changed Zeus to Jupiter. They just changed this one to Venus. They just changed, but the same diddy, doody. So when the Romans was coming with their army kilts, they had nothing under those kilts, nothing under there. And they was coming to diddy, diddy, but doody, olive, baby oil, and a name. And they made this religion, their state religion, under control. And they emerged, Sol Invictus, from the Western names. Oh, you'll see during this series. They took pieces of everything. That's why it's all in there. That's why you got all of the Canaanites. You got Sol Invictus of the Western names. You got the Persian Mithras in there. See, y'all don't know these gods. If you knew all the gods, you'd be like, they inserted everybody in there. Yeah, all about the diddy daddy doody, the doody booties, the ones you got. They have the diddy daddy doody booties. That's the whole culture was diddy booty, doody booty. That's what I'm gonna call it, the culture of diddy booty. Greco-Roman culture of diddy booty. That's all it was, all their gods. That's all it was. Sorry, not sorry. We done showed it all. History is right there. They all wanted that's the nastiest stuff in the history of mankind. My goodness. I ain't never seen so much dirty, diddy, doody, booty stuff in history. Just the dirtiest stuff. Most High got me doing the research. I need a bath every time. I'm like, if I was a scholar, I'd be like, pause. It's like you need a shower after you uncover the history. And they wrote the Bible. Oh, the devil's a lie. I ain't following none of their culture. Not one bit of it. I don't want nothing to do with anything they touched. Because anything they touched got dirty duty on it. That's how I see it. Anything they touch. And when they enslaved the 72 Hebrew elders, it was under dirty duty. And wait till we go. You'll see. You won't watch. The next part of the series is everything. We go right into, you're going to see all the dirty duty, and you're going to see it all the way until they write this Bible. You're going to see it all the way to the Romans. You're going to be like, this is a culture of ditty. Yeah, it is. And got everybody loving it. Abra sent me a clip. I'll play it on the next time when we go through the series. And she said, everybody's so offended, but history is telling, somebody put a clip out, history said that Christianity is actually white supremacy and such, right? And they going crazy in the comments. But it's actually in the ancient, not ancient, but in a what's the name book? It's an actual, and it wasn't to say, it was just saying this is what this religion was created. It is, idiot Jews. Let me end with this. You know why it is? Because they took a black Messiah, took his language, his culture, stole his identity, rewrote him, gave him a new name and a new identity, and made him white, and made the whole world worship that, and made it supreme. And they went through the world unaliving in the name of missionary and everything, killing anybody who said in the Roman, anybody who don't receive this ditty God, then you by unaliving. They made it supreme. And that is the religion. And the crazy thing, I was doing it. They got blacks all over the world. Like I'm Diddy. That's what you're saying when you say it. I'm sorry, not sorry. I know it's a little rough, but it's the truth. It's crazy. They'll never let me get this real truth out. Well, every time you say I'm a Christian, you literally said I'm Diddy. Because that's what because that it was made. The Messiah was never, and you don't love the Messiah. You love the Romans Diddy God that they named. And you don't care, because if you read the actual Septuagint manuscript, you'll see that he wasn't never a Christian. That they did that after he was dead and named his followers under the threat of Diddy. And some of them hid and fled into the mountains. That's what they call the book of Maccabees. That's why they take all the stuff out. Talk about the council of this and these Diddy councils, where they in the council, a bunch of Diddies, because that's their gods that I'm going to show you. It's going to come out. They in the councils with togas smashing each other, taking baths. Literally, the Council of Thessalonica, the Council of Nicaea, the council where they made up the what they call it, the what they call that thing. The Father is the Son, and the Son is the this and the this, and the Trinity, and all that. Do you know what they was doing in the councils? They was all sitting there grimy, greasy old, greasy old white men. Greasy all got little their mentees walking around serving them while they're deciding what they're going to take out of our manuscript and what they're going to announce as canonize. They're going to take out the book of Enoch. They're going to take out the book of Maccabees. They're going to take out anything that can tell the truth, that can connect the pieces. Oh, that's not canonical. That ain't even Hebrews. How do some people that are Romans get to decide what goes in a Hebrew manuscript? See, when you do the perfect, I'm sorry, I'm venting right now. I just got to let this out. This is all straight from me and my raya. How, when you do perfect, just little bit of scholarship, it makes no natural sense for a people who are not of the culture, right? That's like somebody I'm from the projects in Parkside, right? In the 80s, during the crack era. It's like somebody in 1980s, I grew up in a culture in Parkside projects in New York City, right? Hempstead, Strong Island, right? And it's the projects in the crack era, killing, murder, drugs, crack, everything, right? It's all crazy. It's all slavery. It's all sin, right? 100 years later, 50 years later, whatever, let's do 30, 40 years later, some little white, no, just shout out to my righteous white brothers and sisters, it's not no racist stuff. Some little white person in Oklahoma, Idaho, some like lily white, he ain't never been to, wasn't in the 80s during the crack ever, ain't never been black, ain't never lived in a project, never did nothing. He is going to decide what's being told about my projects, my experience. He's going to take my history book. I wrote a history book. I wrote an autobiography from my life in the projects in the 80s. But I died. And here he come, 50 years later, after I'm died, 100 years later, he's deciding, him, a white man, that, they decide with another bunch of white people in Idaho, well, we're going to write the history of the Parkside projects, right? Of Watts, of Oakland, of Atlanta, because you can name anywhere, right? In Brooklyn and Queens, you can, right? And we're going to decide what goes into the history. Oh, no. They didn't have roaches. No. There was no killing. No, they had nice furniture. It wasn't a depressive society. They was getting along and they had fun and they were tipping through the tulips, right? That's what they done, tipping through the tulips. But the real reality is it was oppression. They pushed drugs and crack. They pushed, right? They pushed poverty. But they write it. And then later, people start to follow that writing and don't want to listen. It's insane. To me, that's insanity. How can the Romans decide with their little togas on, 100 years after the Messiah is gone, and they ain't Hebrews, they ain't from his culture, it ain't their culture. Their culture is Zeus, Pluto, their culture is all these guys. They're deciding another people's culture and writing their book and deciding what's going to be told to the world. So that's their culture. Now, fast forward, you got all these blacks. I'm sorry, but you're so indebted to this religion that you're not even you don't even want to see the truth. It's crazy, Ashaya. I'm like, and they get really offended. I'm Christian. You want to be Christian so bad instead of wanting to be a man or woman of truth. I'm sorry, bro. The enslavers gave you the ditty. Christianity is the ditty. It's the biggest ditty of all ditties of ever being ditty and all ditty-dum. It's the biggest ditty, duty, daddy, ditty of all ditty-dum and all ditty history. And it's still running the world right now. And got people all triggered. They just don't care. When it's insanity. Literally, it's insanity. You got these black people talking about the church fathers. The church, do you know what the church fathers are? The Romans, these snooty ditty dudes, they was rapists, you fools. To the white brothers and sisters, y'all have a big excuse. You understand? Y'all do. Y'all have an excuse because they sold you a white, made up religion. And I get it. I could get that. To the blacks, once we awaken, I understand we have a big excuse because they gave us this during slavery, right? They taught us, right? They made a Negro Bible. They made a pamphlet, right? And they left all the parts that you shall serve your masters and you shall happy slaves and happy life. You know how they do? Happy wife, happy life, happy slave, happy life, right? So blacks, we got it through trauma. So I got some sympathy and compassion and understanding that too, right? Because I received white Jesus, right? I was like, white Jesus, right? I love me some, I just love Jesus. I get it. But we got to wake up at some time, understand that ain't the Messiah, right? But they can't get past the name. And that name is actually Zeus. It's the craziest thing in the world. Is in the Greek, it's Zeus, I-E-U-S. The Greek god of Zeus. It's pronounced Zeus. Zeus. It's Zeus, you fool. There was no letter J. It's insane. They got us worshiping Zeus, and Zeus was the biggest ditty whore of all the pantheon of the Hellenist Greco-Roman god pantheon. Zeus was the biggest whore of them all. I broke it down. Zeus was the smash king of his wife Hera was unalive everything because Zeus was smashing every duty, booty of them all, and they literally named our Messiah Zeus and got people just loving. You can't make it make sense. It's the greatest brainwash of all time. I know this is going long, but this is straight off my head. Straight. Oh my goodness. And it's triggering because of how devoted they are to it. Even my people back at home on Facebook, I know they're like, well, I rock with you, Rob, but I'm only rocking with you when you do the current topics and stuff. I don't like when you, that's why I titled it, I said Christians and Israelites, because I don't want my people to be like, you always attack. I'm not attack. I'm trying to get you to come out of her. The Bible says come out of her. Who do you think her is? And the Most High says you reject the truth. Once you get to the point where you reject it and it's in your face, and I don't want to study, I don't want to see it. You don't want to see, he'll give you over to a strong delusion. Bible, come on, Father, y'all. But I gotta speak the truth no matter what. It's truth to power. It's my covenant, my purpose, my calling. Right? Whether it makes me unpopular, shadow ban, all of it. Because the money is in Jesus. The broad road. So it's all a lie. The Messiah's name was never Jesus, Zeus, Zeus. There's no J, because the J was just invented 500 years ago, basically. He was alive 2,000 years ago. How could that be his name? You know it. It's perfect simplicity. But you know what you say? They'll say it to me. I don't care. Right? Jesus is all I know. Right? And all I know is Jesus, right? So the Most High said he'll give you over to a strong delusion.
When I was a baby, I don't know what I saw first. My mama, my papa, or this Jesus. Now, he's the one I know and love, so let's close the subject. Jesus was black, the Bible would have said so.
But it does say so.
What are you talking about?
I read about it, it's in Revelation chapter 1, verse 14. I read about it in Muhammad Speaks. It says, his hair is like wool, and his eyes are like flame of fire.
Well, Lord have mercy. You sure do say that, don't it?
And see, Mama, look at that hair, like wool, ain't it? And look at them eyes, red like fire.
When I was a baby, I don't know what I saw first. My mama, my papa, or this.
All right, now the completion of that clip is she said, well, I'm going to still keep serving him. See, that's when you give yourself over to a strong delusion and become stiff-necked, stubborn, hard-headed, and rebellious. We got to come out of the doctrine of men and religion. That's what you call religion, not a relationship. The relationship will have you disregard, empty your wineskin for the lies, and will have you want to receive truth. But you have to be willing to empty the lies. You have to be willing to not have a stronghold, a delusion. And religion has been the new pharmakeia drug. So these people are obsessed with religion as a drug. I know I'm going crazy long. I'm about to close, right? Because I'm in the truth. I'm sorry. It's just the truth. Uncle, may we see that somebody must need to. I'll be I mean, yeah, it's a trip, right? So I'm in the truth, right? And the world knows the truth, right? So they put the names, the Lord, Baal, and all that, right? And then they show you all over.
Four-letter name of a chief Canaanite god means Lord. David, what is Baal? Yes, B-A-A-L.
Right? So they do it as like a mockery. If the truth is out there, but people want to reject the truth. But in this house, we don't reject the truth. You think I'm going to reject the truth when the Most High give it to me? Somebody must have done told you wrong.
Somebody done told you wrong, punk. It's on.
That's how I was when I learned the truth. I said, it's on. Once I found, I went into, you talking about rabbit holes? Once the Most High I know most of y'all, right? We 6 hours in. It's 45 of us still on the live, 3 o'clock in the morning, right? Some of the UK is waking up, right? I got you, Hakyam. I know she's like, if you don't close out, I am going to pop you because I am tired. I know I'm about to close, right? But once the Most High planted the seed of truth, I couldn't stop myself from trying to seek. I said, what? And mine started with tithe and offerings. It was the tithe. And I said, I said, I didn't even know this is in the Bible. What? What are you talking about? What? So what else is they lying about? Once he opened me up, I said,
somebody done told you wrong, punk. It's on.
And I went down to search for the truth. And I found it. Seek and ye shall find. Right? Doesn't the Messiah, those that y'all want to some call Jesus, our Messiah, seek and you shall find. Knock on the door. Diligently seek the Most High truth in spirit, not to harm nobody, but to free yourself from the lies and the poisons and the tangles, the shackles, because you're spiritually, mentally still enslaved to a doctrine of men. But some don't want to be free. Ain't that what Harriet Tubman said? She said, I could have freed a lot more of the slaves if they would have knew they were slaves. Then the others don't want to be free. They'll tell on you. I'm telling Massa. Massa, they's planning an escape. They's planning a rebellion. They call those Sambos. That ain't Uncle Tom. Uncle Tom was righteous. That's another upside down lie they taught y'all. Uncle Tom was a righteous man. He ain't the sellout. It's Sambo. You heard? Now, I don't mean to offend, but this series is going to explain everything. I'm going to condense it after I finish too and break it on down. Thank you, Hakyama, for your assistance tonight in covering the house. Thank you, Elder Tamayah. Thank you, young Elder Yashiyaha. Thank you to the whole Mashiach Assembly, House of Yah Ministries, Mashiach Yalayat Bayat Ha Yah. The House of the Most High Yah Mashiach Assembly. That's Messiah. Thank y'all for assisting everybody else who was here on the live. Y'all got a long one tonight. It's Friday night. Now y'all know y'all tired. Y'all got some, hopefully it was a lot of revelation. Hopefully I did a great job in y'all to reveal what he wanted to come out. I had a lot more, but I just got to do it as y'all, as I'm able. It's hard to do it live. Thank you, Tamayah. It's very hard to do this live. It's really, really hard, and it gets what word am I looking for? It's like I used to get really nervous because it's like you're on a live stage and it's like, how am I going to do it? And everybody's here, and it's like, I'm like, oh my goodness, where do I go? What do I do? This one, that one, do. It's like a puzzle pieces, but I'm doing the best I can. All praise to the Most High. That's all we can do. And this is a labor of selfless love, of trying to feed the truth to all his children who would ever receive the truth. And everything that I show, you can go study yourself. Go look it up. Nothing is hidden. Nothing is my own understanding, and nothing, everything I'll be bringing. You see, I'm bringing frescoes, receipts, hieroglyphs, pictures, pottery, vases. I'm telling the period, the dates, the times, the people. I spell out the name. I give you the dates and the years. It's all diligence from the Most High. It's a gift from Messiah Assembly House of Yah to everyone worldwide that's allowed to see this lesson through the shadow band. May the Most High cover and bless you all on your journey of seeking out the truth. May we alive again next Wednesday, all right? Eastern Standard Time, 9 p.m. I'll have whatever the Most High wants me to bring out. The next Friday, we'll continue this series again, all right? And like I said, by the time we finish this, the whole truth of this religion that they call Christianity and how it was created from the followers of the way, from the original Hebrew Safarayah books, manuscripts, how they enslaved those 72, how they wrote this religion and then inserted this pantheon of pagan gods and worship and all the festivals. Your Messiah, what they call Jesus, was never even born on December 25th. And what is all the Christians about to celebrate? Right? They about to put a tree in their living room. And the Bible says, do not take a pine tree and put it in your house and deck it with silver and gold, right? It says, do not do this. And what is every Christian going to do? Sorry for my New Yorkers. Y'all can get mad at me all you want. You know I don't care. You know how we is from the hood in New York. We stand in our truth, whether you like it or not. Sorry, not sorry. Most of y'all going to go and deck your stuff, and I won't do it no more. Because you got to know what that phallic symbol is. Nimrod, that's a penis. You got a dirty penis in your house that you bring it in, and he said, don't fasten it with woods, put it on the stand, don't deck it with the Jeremiah tell you don't do it. But Christianity, like, they don't care, right? December 25th, Sol Invictus Festival Worship. You understand? They don't care. All Hallows Eve, Samhain, Day of the Dead. We don't care, trunk or treat. Ishtar, Esther Day, Easter, stripper poles, rabbits don't lay eggs. Easter, Astarte, ain't got nothing to do with no resurrection. We don't care. You're following fallen angel pagan traditions. That's our closeout, Hakyama. Here we go. What is this? Please explain this. You're following pagan. It's fallen angel. It's devil worship. It's the religion of the devil worshipers. The watchers, the Anunnaki. That part. Tonight's lesson has been brought to you by Mashiach Assembly Ministries House of Yah. It is titled, Christians and Israelites. Please explain this. Please explain. May the Most High cover and bless you all. I'll see y'all on the live one. No disrespect to no Christians. Y'all come out of her, my people. Just teach the truth. Shout out to Sister Denise. All right? Yeah, it was a good one. She just saw we live. All right? She said agree. I ain't about to repeat that. All right? Praise the Most High in spirit and truth. Y'all go forth, be the light in y'all day. May y'all have a blessed Shabbat day, a day of reflection on areas in your life where you fell short of Yah's glory. This is the seventh day, for those who don't know what it's about. This ain't a day to convict yourself and all that crap like they tried to do to the Messiah, right? The Pharisees and Sadducees. It's a day of reflection, a day of rest, a day to reflect on the areas where you fell short in the Most High's glory. If you're in a captivity and you got to work on that day, then you keep the set apart day in your heart and spirit anyway. in spirit and in truth, right? So in your heart, you know it's a day of reverence to the Most High. But it's a day of reflection on days. If you don't got to, don't be going out shopping and spending money and doing this stuff. Try, if you can take off, take off. If not, you got to serve it, then serve it inside, right? Because everybody, we're under captivity, right? Give Caesar what's Caesar's. But it's a day to reflect on areas in your life that you can be more righteous during the week, right? You might have cursed somebody out on Monday. You might on last Wednesday, you might have threw somebody the bird, right? You might have did this and stuff. You might have cursed out your child or something. So you reflect on that on the Sabbath day and the seventh day and like, Father, okay, this is the area I need to work on. You reflect, okay, I'm going to try to work on better on myself. Father, give me the strength. And you reflect in ways and area that you can be more righteous. So it's a day to rest all of the noise outside, lest you won't have a day of introspection, to introspectively look inside of your own life and clean house. It's a day to clean house, but they made it as a day to clean our physical house, right? Saturday, remember they had us on Saturday before sundown, cleaning the house, and then they taught us Sunday was the day for the day of worship. That's Sol Invictus. Again, Chris, please explain this. Okay? All fallen angel days of worship. Shabbat Shalom, everybody worldwide. I know this was a lot, and I know it was a bit much, but it's the truth. Go study and show yourself approved. Prove me wrong. That part. I got a challenge. Prove me wrong. Bring me script, books, literature, anything, and we'll discuss. Prove me wrong, and I'll follow the truth. Because I'm a man of truth. I don't hold on. Yeah, a day of reflection. I don't hold on to tradition of men or religion. If you prove me that I'm wrong in my walk of following the Most High and the original Habariya manuscript and the culture of the Messiah, Mashayat, right? The one who took the spiritual circumcision, then I'll follow that truth because I'm a follower of truth. That's called Amayat. And my creator, the Abba, the source, he tells me to follow truth and righteousness. That part. May the Most High bless you all. Go forth and be the light in this dark second world. We'll see y'all next Wednesday. For everybody else, I'll see y'all on Monday in the investment group. And for the ministry, I'll explain where our brother is and what came about from that. I'll explain it, I guess, on Monday, and then again for some of y'all on Tuesday. May the Most High cover and bless you all. Shabbat, seventh day, Shalom, peace and blessings of the Most High. Seventh day, holy day of Yah, Shabbat, and Shalom, peace and blessings of the Most High. Everybody worldwide. We'll see y'all next Wednesday on the live. I love you all. Go forth and be the light in the darkness. Shalom, everyone.
He adds secures and hooks us tight. A gift from Yah, eternal life. He sent His Son a sacrifice to show how much He loves us. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, oh, you are loved. You are loved by Yahuwah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Bible study every Tuesday, 8 p.m. We having a Zoom Bible study. I'm gonna email me for the link.
I'm a lion of the tribe of Judah. Say it again. You are the precious chosen people of the Most High.
time for watching our video, and we'll see you in the next video.
And we'll see you in the next video. So like and subscribe.
Our channel.
Yeah.
We are the true Hebrews. We are the true ones that fulfill Bible prophecy and scripture.
He adds secure